What's up, boys, girls, non-binary friends? Today, we are going to be reviewing an amazing, amazing tier list. Best tier list you'll ever see, actually. I am going over some of my favorite chefs on YouTube and making a tier list out of them. So we're going to watch some educational cooking videos today, sponsored by HelloFresh. And don't mind my chef hat, all right, chat? His name is Jimmy, and he gets a little hungry if not fed. So we have to show him some good cooking videos today. Otherwise, gluttony will take over him and he'll start devouring the whole planet. But don't worry, we're not there yet. Just gotta make sure Jimmy is, well occupied with some good foods. Otherwise, he'll turn to a mimic and actually start devouring everyone in chat and me and the planet. Because if you guys don't know, gluttony is one of the strongest of the deadliest sins, and it's insatiable. Anyway, Jimmy and I are gonna first, before we get into this, do the best sponsored thing you've ever seen. Hold on, I hope you're ready for it. Oh my god, did you know you could get 70% off your first order and free shipping with HelloFresh? Oh my god, you could type exclamation HelloFresh in chat and you'll get a promo code, and for just $15 dues, you can get 2 meals, each with a serving size of 2 for 2 people. And it'll be delivered to you. Yeah, with free shipping. Wow. US customers only. But you can cancel anytime. So if you literally just want to get the 1 box and help me out for $15, then you can immediately cancel as soon as it gets delivered. And that's all you'll ever be charged, is $15. They have a lot of samples and they're easy to follow. I have a client right here who's been using HelloFresh. Let's hear from him real quick. I've been trying HelloFresh lately, and I gotta say, nothing's quite like the easy-to-follow recipes. I thought I was a good and mid-cook, and I started doing HelloFresh, and now I can cook properly for my BFF and not my lover, Chrono Trigger. Nothing really compares. As much as I love licking Chrono, I gotta say, licking the food made from HelloFresh is a little bit better. Thanks, Pepe the Frog. Very cool. So yeah, you can get 70% off your first order, and a free shipping and a box of food using HelloFresh. Wow! Wow! All right. So here's some metal while we wait. I have a tier list set up, but I need to grab it. So. Hold on a second, Aruni chat. Okay, so if I go over here to watch along, there's no single options. Dude, I know, I did the same thing. I actually ordered a box for myself. It hasn't gotten here yet. But you can only order like recipes of like 2 for 2 or more people. And like it defaults to giving you 2 recipes for 4 people or more. But yeah, I'm just gonna like make the recipes for serving size of 2 and just save the leftovers. So yeah, because it was only $15 dues. How am I looking? Am I a little... Okay, I need to go a little bit more to the right. A little bit more to the right, I think. I don't want my hat to take up the whole screen. Yay, look at that. Okay, let me get my, so if I go over here, I can get my Opera GX. Oh, wow. There we go. All right, here's my tier list maker. See, I got some cooking channels we'll be looking at, including Gordon Ramsay. He's technically a YouTube chef because he's on YouTube. But yeah, we also have like Adam Ragusia, Binging with Badish, Ethan Chibluska. We have Chef John from, he's a retired chef living in England, I want to say. Finally some good fucking food. Yeah, we also have June. June, he does a lot of good Japanese food. We have Kenji Lopez alt. I realized I put Ethan in here twice by accident. Clearly, we're just rating. I mean, as far as food goes, the fucking meatball, just the meatball sandwich is god tier. So that's gonna be an S tier. Okay. So I have a playlist here of a bunch of videos, including Umi's baking. Wait, has this been refreshed? I don't think it has. See, look how many videos we have. I don't think we're gonna watch all of them. In fact, I'm gonna get rid of Pimmigan. That one, I don't think that one doesn't really apply. No, because we have these two. We have fries, we have food, and we have. Wait, did I not add? Oh no, here it is. I have You Suck at Cooking. Okay. All right. So you guys ready to watch some foods? You ready to watch a little bit of food? Wait, is my... and I turned that up. I think it's a little bit too far to the, Let me fix that real quick. Okay, so if I shrink that, and then maybe shrink it a little bit more, like that, I can get it over here, like that. And then we can just kind of fill it in. Yeah, like that. Oh, that's the wrong one. And then... I think that's mostly centered, right, chat? A little bit more. Actually, I'll just do this. That way we can actually see the, like, full title and shit. Okay! Yay! Alright, let's get to watching some videos, chat. This one is how to make hoagie rolls.
Do you know what a hoagie is? Lightly
No.
golden brown, soft, but still chewy, these rolls make some of the best sandwiches possible.
Okay.
However, these rolls don't have many great versions in videos and recipes online, so I needed to step up and show you all how to make this delectable specimen at home. Because great sandwiches
I do enjoy this guy. Yeah, Ethan's great. He also tries to show
everyone,
videos
I'm Ethan, a home cooking nerd who likes to find better ways to cook
recipes,
and
like
share
less
them
time
with all of
consuming.
you. We've got a bit to unpack in this one, so everything is timestamped below, as always, if you want to jump around. But I have to say, this video brings me so much joy because hoagies are part of my childhood. And if you're wondering what a hoagie is, let me tell you. So if you aren't from Pennsylvania, have never been to Philadelphia, or ever stopped at a Wawa, you probably haven't heard of the term hoagie. A hoagie is a regional colloquialism for a sub sandwich. Thus, the bread for a hoagie is a hoagie roll. It's typically a cold sandwich with various cold cuts, lettuce, tomato, and onion. Mayo too. It's kind of interesting, though, that the term hoagie is really not said anywhere else in the country. For me, I grew up in central PA, and if you go to Greenwich County Market's Bakery, which my family frequented, you'll see the term hoagie rolls. Now, I was actually planning a different video where I needed a nice, hoagie or sub roll, but I was a little bit disappointed in my store options here and the recipes and videos I found online. Other than Mike G from Pro Home Cooks, he's got a great cheesesteak video which actually inspired this recipe, so you guys should definitely check it out. Anyway, I think this bread roll deserves its own video, so I made one. And first, we're going to go over the key techniques that take this bread from okay to you'll never want to make another sandwich without it. First, we need to understand the bread dough construction. In bread making, there are two basic groups of doughs, lean and enriched. Lean doughs are typically just flour, yeast, salt, and water. Think your baguettes, pizza, and sourdoughs, which are chewy and crunchy. Enriched doughs, on the other hand, have additions like sugar, butter, oil, eggs, milk, or cream. Think your brioche, your cinnamon buns, and dinner rolls, which are soft with a tender bite.
Yeah, those are fun.
These hoagie rolls are basically enriched baguettes through the addition of milk, sugar, and fat, but I've kept the amounts of sugar and basic bun have back.
I kind of missed a little bit. I want to...
you'll never want to make another sandwich without it.
First, we need to understand the bread dough construction. In bread making, there are two basic groups of doughs, lean and enriched. Lean doughs are typically just flour, yeast, salt, and water. Think your baguettes, pizza, and sourdoughs, which are chewy and crunchy. Enriched doughs, on the other hand, have additions like sugar, butter, oil, eggs, milk, or cream. Think your brioche, your cinnamon buns, and dinner rolls, which are soft with a tender
I like
bite.
enriched bread, personally.
These hoagie rolls are basically enriched baguettes through the addition of milk, sugar, and fat, but I've kept the amounts of sugar and oil on the low side, and have also used a 65% hydration dough, which leaves the dough a little chewier inside, and I've also used a...
Look, we're good right there. Okay, that's yeast, right? So you see how it actually foamed up? You want to do that to make sure your yeast isn't dead. If it's not foamy like that, you probably should get something different. It's a nice little bloom. Very good bloom. Razwood here, my mod, by the way, cooks way more bread than I do and probably knows a lot more. But yeah, that's one thing I can tell you. If you're making yeast stuff at home, if it doesn't bloom, it ain't gonna rise that well.
A 65% hydration dough, which leaves the dough a little chewier like a lean dough. And though it's not exactly a crispy exterior, you'll notice some light cracks on the exterior when it's
those are some good hoagies.
Now that we've got that covered, let's walk into the next 4
ASMR.
ingredients and techniques that make these rolls shine.
And I do mean that literally, like these techniques will help the dough shine.
First is the addition of diastatic malt powder, which is basically magic pixie dust that makes your bread look and taste better. But let's actually unpack what it does, because this is the first time that I've used it too, and I was floored by the results.
Oh, okay.
From Kitchen Alchemy by the Modernist Pantry, we learned that diastatic malt powder contains amylase, which consumes starches in the flour and turns it to sugar.
I know what that is.
What does this mean for our bread? Well, with more sugar, the yeast has more sugar to feed on, which means more rise for an airier bread and increased browning on the exterior. Here are rolls that I made with and without malt powder. These were both 175-gram pieces of dough that were proofed for 1 hour. As you can see, the diastatic malt powder one rose much more and is larger and airy.
Yeah.
Also, in side-by-side taste tests, it has that commercial bakery taste, which is exactly what I'm after. With these results, you can be sure that diastatic malt powder will be making return appearances on this channel.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Next, let's talk cornmeal. We've used cornmeal for bagels on this channel to help prevent them from sticking, and it's the exact same idea here.
Thank you
the cornmeal will prevent those rolls from sticking on the baking sheet, but more importantly, in my opinion...
Welcome to the Coven.
27,607 just became a vampire thrall at tier 1. Good luck.
Yay! Welcome to the Coven. Your blood donation will take place once a month, and you're free to do as you wish outside of that. However, it'll be forced to happen. You don't have any way to avoid this now. You signed up. Yay!
Opinion, it gives the look and feel of a professional roll, and some can be sprinkled over top to provide a little more...
Oh, by the way, chat, guess what finally got approved? If you type Vazram W, you can wave now. Yay!
Subtle corn flavor. To me, these hoagie rolls just don't feel the same without a little bit of cornmeal. Next, egg wash. It's used to create a glossy, shiny crust and seal in moisture in the bread. For bread like brioche, you'll typically use the egg yolk, but for these we are just using the whites because I don't want them to be overly brown. And this technique really makes a big difference. You can see without egg wash, the roll has a dull exterior with okay browning. Compare that with the egg wash, and aesthetically, it's no contest. It also has superior flavor and texture, and that egg wash can be used as the glue for toppings like sesame seeds or herbs and spices. So if you have an egg hanging around in that fridge, definitely make an egg wash. Lastly, let's talk steam. You may have heard about using steam for breads in the past, but how does it work and what does it do? From On Food and Cooking by Harold McGee, we learned that steam increases the rate of heat transfer from the oven to the dough. Specifically, he notes that the surface of the dough will reach 195 degrees Fahrenheit in 4 minutes if you don't use steam, compared to just 1 minute if you do use steam, a 300% increase. As the steam condenses on the loaf, the water keeps the crust from drying out, which means more oven spring. More oven spring gives us a larger and lighter loaf. The water also gels the starches on the bread, giving us a better crust, the same idea behind boiling bagels in water before baking them. In summary, the dough construction, diastatic malt powder, cornmeal, egg wash, and steam all play key roles in developing this beautiful hoagie roll. But enough talking, let me show you the step-by-step recipe, and then we'll make a sub and get out of here.
Okay.
To start, warm 260 grams of milk in the microwave for about 50 seconds. Ideally, the temperature is between 105 to 110 degrees Fahrenheit to optimize yeast activity. Then you're going to add 6 grams of yeast along with 8 grams of diastatic malt powder and stir that to combine. Let this stand for 3 to 5 minutes until some light foam surfaces and bubbles are visible. This is known as proofing the yeast, and it's done to test if the yeast is alive.
Oops, sorry.
If there's no foam surface or little bubbles, the yeast is likely dead and should be discarded for new yeast. Meanwhile, add 400 grams of flour, 10 grams of honey, 20 grams of olive oil, and 8 grams of salt to a large mixing bowl. Once the yeast is proofed, pour in the mixture and vigorously mix the dough with your hands until no dry flour remains in the bowl and a cohesive mass forms. This should take about 2 to 3 minutes.
Yay. Yeah, I gotta knead the
Next,
dough
you're going to
quick.
cover this with plastic wrap and just let that rest for 15 minutes. Resting will allow that flour to start hydrating all on its own and then make the dough a little bit easier to work with once we start kneading.
This is the only
Once
thing I don't like
rested,
about
turn the
making
dough
bread.
out
You have to be
onto
a
a
little
clean
patient.
counter and knead for 8 to 10 minutes. Now, I'm not using my wood top cutting board because it kind of dries out the dough, so that's why I'm over on the counter. And I do advise setting a timer to make sure ample time is spent kneading, because you want to knead that dough until it is completely
slap it
smooth
down.
and no longer sticky
Slap
to
it,
your
Ethan.
hands.
Boop. Oh, that's a nice
After kneading the
nice
dough,
smooth
cut off
ball.
a piece and test for gluten development by carefully stretching the dough very thin
Yeah, make sure it
to
doesn't
check for
tear.
a see-through window before
Yeah.
tearing. This gluten window test is the key to understanding if the flour has
see?
been hydrated enough, which is
good.
how gluten is developed. If the dough tears before getting to a slightly translucent window, continue kneading for another couple of minutes.
Good
Once
gluten.
done kneading, add the dough to the mixing bowl and cover with plastic wrap. You're going to let this rise until it's doubled in size, about 45
Big
to
bowl.
60 minutes, though it could take longer depending on the yeast and the room and dough temperature.
bigger ball.
Once doubled in size, punch the dough down and divide into 4 equal portions, roughly 175 grams each.
Yeah, for 4 hoagies.
Using your fingertips, lightly press and stretch the piece of dough into a rectangle about 8 inches wide and 1 inch thick. You're going to tightly roll the dough from the bottom to the top and then press and seal the seam created on the bottom of the roll. Now you should have a log with the seam side down, and then applying even pressure with the palm of your hands in the center of the dough, just begin gently rolling the log out into a cylinder about 10 inches long. And here's what it looks
Bake it
like
for
from my
me.
point of view.
Make me the hoagie. Make me a delicious hoagie. All right, let's see it. Oh, he's got construction going on. My favorite. All right, rolled out. Rolled out. Oh, yeah, that's a good long hoagie.
Sprinkle some cornmeal onto a baking sheet and place each hoagie on it, evenly spacing them out. And then you're just going to cover this with some plastic wrap or a towel and let the rolls proof until they're about 1.5 to 2 times in size.
Yeah,
This should be another
more proofing.
45 to 60 minutes.
It's like, what, 3 proofings total? And rising sessions? It's a little bit, you know, but that's bread baking for you. You gotta be patient.
With 15 minutes of proofing left, preheat the oven to 375 degrees Fahrenheit and place an oven-safe pan or baking sheet on the bottom rack of
cast
the
iron
oven.
skillet.
Ice is going to be dropped into this pan that will help create that steamy environment for better oven spring.
Yeah.
Back to our proofed rolls, using a bread lame or a razor or really sharp knife, score the hoagie rolls with one long slash at a
that's a
45
good
degree
cut.
angle to allow air to escape when it's in the
Oh,
oven.
yeah.
Next, we're going to whisk the egg white and a spoonful of water together,
Egg white.
and using a brush, lightly spread the egg wash on the exterior to give us that better and shiny crust.
Nice and lightly browned.
I also like to sprinkle a little cornmeal over top, though at this point you could add toppings like sesame seeds or herbs and spices if you would like. Finally, place the rolls into the oven on the middle rack and toss in a couple ice cubes on the hot pan, which will create the steam. You're going to bake these for 10 minutes, then rotate the pan, and continue baking for another 8 to 10 minutes
Those are
until
already
the crust is
pretty-
golden
pretty,
brown
uh,
and the internal temperature reaches at least
Pretty
200
risen,
degrees Fahrenheit.
Pretty big.
Let these cool completely on a wire rack, and I
Those are
actually
some
like to
big
store these in
fucking
a
hoagies.
plastic bag for one day before making a hoagie, and here's how I like to assemble mine. First, I start with a layer of mayo, followed by 3 pieces of provolone cheese.
Okay.
Now it's time for the meats. I went for 4 slices of roast turkey, 3 slices of mortadella, and 6 slices of salami. For some
love
crunch, add
salami.
lettuce, some fresh tomatoes, which are just starting to get good, and some thinly sliced red onions. Add a little drizzle of oil, a capful of vinegar, and then some spices. I like doing a pinch of oregano, some fresh ground pepper, and a little bit of salt, and these seasonings are going to help those flavor really pop in the sandwich, but we aren't done just yet. Absolutely critical in crafting a perfect hoagie or sub is wrapping it. Get a piece of parchment paper and wrap that as tight as you can. Then I like to let it sit for 3 to 5 minutes to let all those flavors get to know each other and kind of soak into the bread a little bit. Lastly, slice on a very slight diagonal and enjoy. It's everything that I could want from a classic hoagie or sub shop, and now you and I can make them at home.
All right, everybody, that's going to wrap it up for the video. Recipe will be up on my website. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Yeah, Ethan.
I'm going to enjoy the rest of this.
Ethan Jablowski. Gotta say, really good. Let's watch the next one in the series. So we have a TLDR on why deli subs are arguably better than homemade ones. And I'll give you a spoiler. Layering and moisture. So we're gonna watch one more video from him.
Sandwich at home is
and then I
not
think we'll
really
do a review.
I
think we'll do a rating for him.
But why does the local deli, places like Wawa, or even grocery stores like Publix, where we have all the same ingredients, make subs or hoagies that people swear by? Well, today we're going to cover these 6 key sandwich tips that we can implement at home. Internet Shack helped us out with burritos, so I thought I would pick up the baton so we can all make better.
Here, let me move this a little bit. I wonder if I can just get this like a little out of the way. HelloFresh, you're gonna go. Let's put you right there, HelloFresh. I think you're better. I think you're better right there. Yeah, right there. That way I can go over here to Mr. Ethan. And can we just move this like a little bit? Hey, there we go. Now you can actually see the whole thing, chat. See, bread choice matters. Always lubricate. Oh, baby. Fat carries flavor. Season your vegetables like salt and pepper on the tomato. Craft it thoroughly and wrap it.
Deli-style subs this summer.
So the 2 keys that I look for in a great sandwich are, firstly, it's got to be well seasoned, but balanced
ignore the summer bit. It's definitely not almost Christmas.
And then secondly, it's got to have a satisfying texture. You know, as I bite through this, I want the chewiness from the bread, the satiation of the meats, little freshness and crunch from the vegetables, and then the sauces kind of help lubricate and tie everything together. So we're going to start at the top with the bread choice, because all of these guidelines or tips, if you want to call them that, kind of build on each other. And I'll meet you back here for the taste test. Let's break it down.
Without good bread, you cannot have a good sandwich. And in my opinion, for a deli-style sub, the bread should be a long roll that is soft yet chewy and is sturdy enough to absorb some moisture.
Yeah, almost like we just saw a good recipe for this. Wow.
From the sauces, vegetable, and all those meats and cheeses that we're going to pile on there. Now, if you have a sub roll that you love from the grocery store or a bakery, by all means, that is way easier. Just buy it. But for me, I do take the effort to make some.
It is a lot less time invested.
I take my standard hoagie roll recipe from the video I did a while back. And this time around, I did some Italian herbs over the top before baking them. What results after baking is a beautiful bread that is ready to accept our meats and cheeses. I also did 2 hoagie rolls where I subbed in 20% whole wheat flour, which yields a slightly denser and chewier roll. Great subs start with great bread, but this is basically just a prerequisite. Let's get into the meat of it with number 2, lubricate this sandwich well.
Yeah,
dry sandwiches are the worst, and to make a great deli sub, it must be lubricated appropriately.
Oh God,
and I'm saying lubricants instead of condiments or sauces because it is appropriate. Dry sandwiches, lubricants instead of condiments or sauces, because by appropriately.
Oh, there it is.
And I'm saying lubricants instead of condiments or sauces, because by lubricants, I mean anything that provides moisture to the hoagie. This could be, yes, the condiments and sauces, but also the meat choice, the fresh vegetables or pickled vegetables that you use. As far as sauces go, I think at the very least, some should be put on both the bottom and top piece of bread.
Yeah.
And then for the meats, maybe if it's a little bit of a drier meat, you put some mustard in between the turkey and the pastrami like I did on this one.
Look at that.
Now, on the other hand, sometimes you do want to limit the moisture, so you need to be conscious of this.
Like if you're like me, if you like oil and vinegar on your subs, you gotta be careful with that shit. Like if you're already using any other condiments, or if your like toppings already have a lot of liquids in them, like anything pickled, you know, a little bit goes a very long way.
As well. For example, vegetables like tomatoes, cucumbers, or pickles have a lot more moisture, so maybe we need to dry off that excess
spicy
instead
garlic
of going straight from the
chips.
jar and ending up with a wet, soggy mess.
God. Good way to run a piece of bread, my dude.
A well-lubricated sandwich improves both the texture in the mouthfeel.
Let's see it again.
A well-lubricated sandwich improves both the texture in the mouthfeel as we chew it, and then maybe even more importantly, the lubricants help transport flavor compounds, which brings us to tip number 3, fat carries flavor.
Like lemon garlic aioli or something?
Very important here. As Samin Nosrat points out in her book, fats coat the tongue, allowing various aromatic compounds to stay in contact with our taste buds for longer, which intensifies and prolongs our experience of various flavors. Simply put, fat carries and intensifies flavors.
Okay, that's easier to understand.
Here's a little experiment for you. I made a basic submarine vinaigrette with 30 grams of olive oil, 15 grams of red wine vinegar, some dried oregano, red pepper flakes, garlic powder, a couple cranks of black pepper, and some salt. Then I made another one, except I used 30 grams of water instead of the oil. You take a piece of bread and dip it in both, and it's insane how much better the one with oil is.
It's me. Hi,
the fat lingers in the mouth, and you can actually taste the oregano, garlic, and pepper. It enhances it instead of the one made with water, which, well, tastes watered down and diluted.
Yeah.
Now, before you get heavy-handed with the mayo like some deli spots do, you don't have to go overboard. Just adding a couple drops of fat, like from this vinaigrette, will help amplify the sandwich. And another couple of my favorite ways to use fat on a hoagie are, number 1, mix mayo with aromatics, herbs, and spices. And this one was mayo, a clove of garlic, tossed in some minced basil, and a bit of lime juice, and it paired perfectly well with an Italian hoagie and helps transport those flavors throughout the sandwich.
Yeah.
Second, you can try dressing your vegetables with a vinaigrette.
Ooh.
So instead of adding that dressing
over
the top, just mix it right with your onions and lettuce, which is going to help transport and make everything cohesive, just like a dressed salad.
That's some good
Thirdly,
shit.
vegetables in oil like roasted or hot peppers can be another great addition too. Now, moving to tip number 5 is always season your vegetables. I think there's 4 main methods of seasoning your vegetables when it comes to sandwiches, and these are salt them, dress them, pickle them, and roast them. I hope most of us have tried a salted tomato versus an unsalted one at this point, but also adding a sprinkle of salt to some raw lettuce or onion too can have a nice effect that rounds out a sandwich. There's a reason why most deli spots ask if you want salt and pepper on your hoagie. It really works.
Oh, no,
now, if you don't want to add plain salt...
You don't have to go as high-end as this guy goes, but, like, I'm hoping at least watching this video will give you some inspirations, you know? Like, you don't have to make your own bread. That's very time-consuming. Not everyone has time to do it, right? But, like, hey, maybe if you're using store-bought ingredients, just layer it a bit more, you know? Maybe do, like, a layer of, like, vegetables, and then do a layer of, like, liquid, like a, you know, dressing, either, like, a vinaigrette or, you know, like some... mayo or mustard maybe, and then you do another layer. And then you make sure you do the condiments on both the top and the bottom as well. Just like little things like that can make a huge difference, I feel.
To your vegetables, try placing salty chips underneath them. It's a delicious and crunchy way to make those vegetable flavors pop.
Yeah.
Like I just mentioned, dressing them is a perfect way to bring those flavors to your taste buds. And just looking at this, I'll take a layer of this dressed lettuce and onions instead of just regular raw lettuce and onions any day.
Yeah, that's a good example right there. It's nothing too complicated.
The acidity, the crunch, and the freshness. And then lastly,
roasted
peppers or caramelized onions are completely transformed into a savory and sweet vegetable that can be just what your sandwich needs. Whatever veggies you end up choosing for your sandwich, just think about how you are going to season them. Let's talk sandwich construction. So everyone probably has their own opinions here, so I'm going to generalize and just say, craft your sandwich thoughtfully. As far as meats, cheeses, and vegetables and condiments go, we pretty much have access to all the same ingredients, or in some cases, the deli meats we get at the grocery store are even better than some chains. Looking at you, Subway. So how we construct them should be done with some thought. My basic blueprint starting from the bottom roll is this: bread, sauce, meats, more sauce, optionally, cheese, chips, if you're adding them, vegetables, sauce, and bread. For example, giving this some thought, if we slid the tomato in the middle of the sandwich, this is sure to leave you with a slip and slide waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Also, if you have a lot of moisture in your components, placing a fat-based sauce like mayo on both sides of the bread will help protect moisture from sogging up the bread.
Yeah.
Additionally, think about your meat and flavor combinations. If you have 5 different meats, don't throw everything on one sandwich because then the flavors kind of get lost. Try to get meats or cheeses that work together. For example, to craft my Italian sub, I first placed the Italian herbs rolled down, added some of the garlic and basil lemon mayo, then my meats, which were black forest ham, salami, and pepperoni. Next, a couple slices of provolone, then the dressed lettuce and onion before hitting it with the salted tomatoes over the top, and finally that sauced piece of bread.
Yeah, that's
These
a good
flavors
sub.
work with and complement each other.
Are you a
sure,
home chef?
You could
or
add
you just
bacon,
like torture
American
yourself
cheese,
food
and sweet pickles to this, and it'll still taste good, but it kind
I'm a home chef. I like cooking my own food when I, have the time and the money to. I mainly like cooking when there's like people either coming over, or if I'm like cooking for other people, I generally will go like above and beyond. But if it's just for myself, I generally do like really simple shit. I like baking a lot more than cooking though. Like I love making little desserts and pastries and stuff. So yeah.
kind of muddies up the flavor profile. Another one of my all-time favorite combos is turkey and pastrami. And I place down the partial whole wheat roll with plain mayo, then the pastrami, and before laying the turkey down, I put a bit of mustard on. Then I place the provolone cheese, the kettle chips, lettuce, pickled onions, and tomatoes before adding that top roll with mayo on it.
Helps with the ultra-dry turkey.
It's nothing crazy, but it's just a well-thought-out sandwich. Now, before we devour these things, there's one last thing to do. Wrap it.
Wrap it!
This may seem superfluous to do at home, but wrapping the sandwich does a really cool thing. It applies even pressure all around the sub, and the benefits of this are, 1, the texture is more cohesive, 2, we can add more stuff inside without it spilling out, and 3, the lubricants can go to work transporting the flavors.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you have to have built a sandwich worth wrapping using the previous tips, but I think the sandwich wrap is probably one of the biggest things that you can do to make that sub that you make at home feel special. Wrapping it evenly compresses it from all sides, which makes those ingredients get to know each other. I prefer using wax paper over parchment paper, but both work here. And for a large sub, I get out 2 squares to kind of create a large diamond, then place the sandwich on the overlapping point before folding in the sides and just rolling that up as tight as possible.
I would maybe only eat a third of that. I don't eat a lot of food.
After wrapping it, you can even let it sit for a couple minutes before slicing and enjoying. And you can just see how loose this sandwich was before wrapping. If I had tried to take a bite out of that, we were definitely going to be spilling out all over the sides compared to this tightly wrapped bundle of joy.
Look how the bread's been wrapped around it now.
It's time to enjoy our hoagies.
After the wrap.
All right, everybody. So I can already tell without tasting that these are the best hoagies or subs that I've ever made. Like, this one just has, it's got the Italian hoagie smell that I know it's going to be good, but...
I get nervous and I poot a little. He's taking some big fucking bites.
Absolutely,
clearly
hands
he enjoys
down,
it though.
Best I've ever made. I mean, it's so nice because you can really taste all of the different components. You get the basil and garlic mayo, you get the meats, and then you get the cheese, the vegetables, and everything tied together. It's not dry. It's really moist, nice, and like just it's so hard to describe. I mean, it's just really, really good. Easily the best Italian hoagie I've ever made. Yeah. But now we're gonna move to this one, which is another one of my favorite combos. Is the turkey
pastrami and turkey?
Pastrami.
Yeah, that's good too. Turkey's a lighter meat, so it helps like kind of let
it's another winner. You know, you get the meats in there, and
then
this one's really nice because of that layer of mustard that we added in between the meats. You get that in the middle there, which is really nice. And then we kept this one pretty simple with the lettuce, tomato, a little bit of pickled onions, some chips on there, I mean, I think sometimes just the simpler the better. Don't try to overdo it with tons and tons of toppings.
No.
Stick to like a couple of key things to get those flavors that come through. But that's gonna wrap it up for me in this one, guys. Hopefully you have enjoyed. If you make a sandwich with any of these tips, would love to see. Send it to me on Instagram. I'll catch y'all in the next one. Peace.
Peace. All right, cool. So that's 2 videos from him. I kind of don't want to go overboard because we have a lot more chefs to go through. But you know what? We could probably watch 2 more videos from Ethan just because I like Ethan. Also, hi, Baku. Well, what are you guys thinking so far? You liking Ethan's videos? Is he's I like him a lot. I think he's pretty blunt, or not blunt. He's like, his videos are to the point while extremely informational, but also like kind of realistic in the ingredients he suggests. But you know what? If you're not sure what ingredients to use, you can always get yourself a little box from HelloFresh. Where am I? Did you know you can get 70% off your first order of HelloFresh by using the promo code in chat? For only $15, you can get 2 meals for 2 meals. They're 2 servings each. Wow. Just in time for the holidays. Ooh. You can also delay it to where your first box isn't shipped until after the holidays. Yeah. But if you want to do that, it'd really help me out. Again, only 15 bucks. That's all I gotta do. $15 redos. And they pick the ingredients for you, but you can choose which meals you want to have sent. And you can choose how many meals you want sent. And it's pretty good. It's a really great way to learn how to cook if you don't really know where to start and you want to start cooking. Yeah, HelloFresh, promo code below. Anyway, let's get back to watching some Ethan Klein. Do I have some BGM music I can play? Let's play some, oh yeah, here we go. Yay, BGM music. Do you like it, chat? It's a classic. All right, so we have Ethan Klein, you know, this guy right here. I'm putting him in C for now. He's got very informative cooking. He goes into the science behind cooking, especially like we saw earlier. He went from, you know, like enriched breads versus lean breads and shit, right? It's usually in under 10 minutes, so it's very to the point. It's not drawn out. Again, I think one of my favorite things about him is he's also he tries to focus more on how to adapt recipes to a home cook method. So the ingredients he recommends are like not insane, I feel, right? Like some of them are a little different, like the ingredient he recommended for the bread earlier, but like everything else was just like shit you're gonna find in your local grocery store. So I'm gonna give Ethan an S. I think he is one of the best food cooks on YouTube because he blends like the science while also being informative and also like really well edited and entertaining with being realistic in the ingredients he recommends for his recipes, right? So yeah, S tier, absolute S tier. 10 out of 10 for me. Anyway, if you want to watch some more of Ethan's videos, he also has a meatball sub
Welcome to episode
video, which I mean, look at this shit, bro. Look at it. Look at that shit. Apparently sponsored by those guys. Like, look at this. He's got some good bread. Yeah. Another thing that Ethan does is Ethan Chipisi. Is he does pickled red onions. So if you want to learn how to do pickled red onions, which are a really easy topping to have, look at this shit. It's only 3 minutes, so we're gonna watch it real quick, actually. Let me turn off the music.
I always have pickled onions in my fridge, and I think you should too.
He also
Pickled
shops
onions
at
are just
HEB.
thinly
Yeah, he's from
sliced onions
Texas.
in an acidic concoction, but here's 3 reasons why I throw them on just about everything. First, they make food mouth-watering good.
Yeah.
Literally. From salt, fat, acid, heat, we learned that of the 5 tastes, acid is the one that makes our mouth water the most. This is because our saliva rushes in to balance the acidity. In fact, this response is so strong that there's a good chance that saliva starts going just from looking at these pictures of sour candy. Now, the acidity in pickled onions aren't near as strong as a warhead, but it provides enough acidity to kick up some mouth-watering goodness to whatever
Now to turn nice and red.
We'll talk about why I'm doing this in just a moment.
Peanut butter and pickled red onions.
It provides contrast in taste, texture, and appearance. We love contrast in food. Imagine a peanut butter and jelly sandwich without the tartness of jelly. There would be no contrast in taste. Imagine cheese and crackers without the crunch of the cracker. There would be no contrast in texture. Imagine a garden salad where all the vegetables are just green. There's no contrast in color. Contrast is where pickled onions shine. They provide an acidic taste, a crunchy texture, and a vibrant pink color. Maybe even try adding them to your peanut butter sandwich if you don't have the jelly.
And I wasn't kidding about this peanut butter and pickled onion sandwich. It's genuinely pretty good.
The last reason why you should have these in your fridge, the possibilities are limitless. The basic blueprint to make these is thinly slice your red onion, always root to stem, as this ruptures less onion cells, meaning less onion stench.
Yeah, see? T-chat. Root to stem. Yeah, I'll do it again.
Onion, always root to stem, as this ruptures.
Unsub for what he said. What did he say? For the pickled red onions on a peanut butter sandwich? No, I'm not gonna sub for that.
Less onion cells, meaning less onion stench, and it gives us like.
Yeah, if you look closely, chat, you can actually see on the outer skin here the direction of the onions. You just cut along that, and you will have less issues.
Less onion cells, meaning less onion stench, and it gives the slices a better texture and appearance when cooked in the hot liquid. Then a mixture of equal parts water, vinegar, and a nice pinch of salt is brought to a boil and then poured over the onions. Let these cool and toss them in the fridge for a couple hours until they turn vibrant pink. And there you have
that's a 1-to-1 ratio of vinegar and water with a pinch of salt. That's all you fucking need.
But this is really just the tip of the iceberg. Do you want some new flavors? Try adding roasted spices like cumin and mustard seeds. You want them spicy? Try adding in some sliced serranos. What should you add them to? Really anything. You could try out a grilled chicken sandwich, some braised venison shoulder, or seriously, try out that peanut butter and pickled onion sandwich. Whatever you decide to do with them,
that's good though.
Onion should be in your fridge at a moment's notice.
Yeah. So actually good recommendation for a topping. It requires very little setup because again, it's just a jar with like, equal parts water and vinegar with some salt in it, and you boil it to like a boil, That's it. That's all I gotta do. Anyway, that's Ethan Klein. Or, not Ethan Klein, Ethan Klubowski. Why do I keep saying Klein? Who's Klein?
Welcome to
that's another YouTuber. Ethan Chubisky. Anyway, so another chef from Texas. Now we're gonna watch.
So we did the nuggets and we triumphed. But I think that it's time that we go after the big boy.
But better. Look at this shit.
Okay, so today we are making the Chick-fil-A sandwich, but
you have the same hair. Yeah, he's got those
I've had conversations with many people,
gorgeous, long, curly locks.
In the world of cuisine, and I've expressed my concerns about this sandwich. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just think that it's overrated. So today we're going to prove why we can make it much better. I don't know if I'm talking in that cadence. With all that said, let's make this, shall we?
Oh my God, is that the line? What's with the chicken line? I like chicken, I mean, I get it. Chicken is yummy.
Chick-fil-A, if you've ever been to the South, is like the most popular fast food joint in any city.
Chick-fil-A employees go home, they like throw up. After having to be nice for so long, I would throw up. Hello.
Josh?
Yes.
You have a nice day, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have a sandwich.
That's during the pandemic. They're all wearing masks.
Okay, so we have the bag. You're the best part of the day. Like for them, or like, are they saying to focus on yourself? Or are they saying like, you're the best part of the day for us, for our employees? I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. Who's reading
What do you think,
like,
Jimmy? Do you think we're the best part of the day for you, Jimmy? I don't know. Seems kind of mid to me. All right, cool. Thanks, Jimmy. Very cool.
Somebody's mom. It's very sweet. A real classic. What's all the weird small text? It's almost like a threat. It's threatening. It's like a real classic. Okay, so here we go. This
Real
is
classic.
the clout sandwich. This is what y'all are worried about, okay? Everyone's like, oh,
Ugh.
best chicken sandwich. This. Come on. Untoasted bread, chicken. The chicken looks pretty good. And then 2 lazily placed pickles. 50% of the sandwich is covered in pickles. The other 50 is just dry. No sauce. And this is what everyone goes crazy about. I'm a big fan of beauty and simplicity. I don't know if this is
I want to say it's Ethan might
Here's the verdict.
be some other shows like making fast food versus getting into fast food place.
Is it as
But
good as it
remember
could be?
who. Okay.
Not even close. Is it as juicy as it could be? Absolutely not. This is what I would call dry chicken. If we're gonna be riding the Cloutmobile, we might as well be riding in the biggest, baddest Cloutmobile we can.
Yeah.
I think we could do better.
All right, folks, we can't just flex on them without our classic god tier buns. You know them, you love them, since we've made them so many times on this channel.
God tier
my full
buns.
Detailed buns. The recipe will be in the link in the description. It's easy, so I'll give you the gist. You get a small container, half cup of water, add half cup of milk, get it lukewarm, dissolve 2.5 teaspoons of instant yeast, then in the bowl of a stand mixer, whisk together 3.5 cups of bread flour, 1 tablespoon of granulated sugar, and 1.5 teaspoons of fine sea salt. Pop that on your stand mixer with the dough hook. Begin mixing. This time I added 3 tablespoons of vegetable oil instead of butter, followed by my yeasty milk stuff, 1 egg yolk, and 1
Yeasty
whole
milk
egg.
stuff.
Let
Why
that
you
mix
gotta
until
say
you get
it
a
like
nice
that,
smooth
bro?
Lump boy. Pop it out, shape it into a light ball, toss it into a greased bowl, cover with plastic wrap, and rise for 1 hour. Then just punch it down, divide and shape it into 6 evenly sized balls.
And back and get your
Place them on a baking
sandwiches.
sheet,
Hell
cover, and let
yeah,
cook for
Ray.
30 minutes. Finally, give them a light brush of egg wash, toss them in a 375-degree oven for 15 minutes, pull them out, and brush them with melted butter. That's the gist for the most beautiful poppin' buns. Okay, the pickles at Chick-fil-A are just downright shameful. That's all I gotta say. For ours, you're gonna start with 1 English cucumber. Pickling cucumbers are better, but work with what you got. Then just cut that bad boy, sometimes they run away. Goodbye. Into about 1/2 inch thick coins. I want these to be some fatty gentlemen. Now place those in a 1 quart mason jar. Separately in a medium saucepan, add 1.5 cups
He's
of
pickling his
vinegar,
own
3/4 of a
fucking
cup of
pickles? It's
water,
crazy,
1 tablespoon of
dude.
salt, 1 tablespoon of sugar, and voila, the magic ingredient, 2 teaspoons of MSG. Chick-fil-A uses MSG, so we will too. Bring that to a boil over high heat. As soon as it reaches a boil, take it off the heat and pour it
MSG
over
it
your
is.
cucumbers. Let that sit for 1 minute, then add 2 cloves of garlic that have been crushed and rough chopped, 2 to 4 sprigs of dill, depending on how dilly you like it. Then just let that sit at room temperature until they're completely cooled. Now you have a beautiful MSG dill pickle. Then just store these guys in the fridge, and they stay good for, well, months. Now, for our chicken.
Not as good as these ones, though. You're not near a chef. Oh, you're doing good, dude.
Of sugar and 2
I'm sure you're
teaspoons of,
fine.
you guessed it, MSG. Next, instead of chicken breast, we're using juicy, chunky, boneless chicken thigh. Boneless and skinless. Season your chicken generously.
Yeah, you don't want
on both sides, of course. You likely won't use.
You don't want
bone
or skin if you're gonna be frying it.
To the side. Now, either keep your chicken on a small tray or in an airtight container covered with plastic wrap or a lid, and let them cure in the fridge for 30 minutes, but ideally overnight. This is important to generating that classic taste you would expect. Now, time to fry. Get yourself
I actually
a 6
prefer
to 7
fried chicken
quart
breast,
Dutch oven.
personally
Fill it
speaking.
up with about 2.5 inches worth of vegetable oil. Heat that guy to 350 Fahrenheit. Then while that's heating, let's make our breading station. For the flour dredge, get a medium bowl. Add 2 cups of all-purpose flour. 1 tablespoon of powdered sugar. Yes, that's correct. 2 tablespoons of garlic powder. 1 tablespoon of smoked paprika. 2 teaspoons of MSG. 1 tablespoon of brown white pepper, and 1 tablespoon of kosher salt. Whisk that together until thoroughly combined. Now for the chicken wash, get a separate bowl, crack in 2 eggs, whisk them together, then whisk in 1 cup of whole milk. Then finally, whatever remaining chicken cure seasoning that you didn't use, go ahead and add
it's just a bunch of learning
Breading your chicken
experiences.
is as easy as hopscotch.
And
But first, a
feedback.
little trick for you. Get a couple tablespoons of your chicken wash and drizzle and stir it in vigorously into your dredge. This will create tiny little lumps that will then attach to the chicken and create a flaky crust that we all desire. Now, lightly dust a small baking sheet with your flour dredge, dunk a piece of chicky in the milkmaid juice. That's a chicken wash. Then drop it
You
into the
use
flour
one
dredge,
hand
toss
for
to
each
coat, pressing the
side.
flour
You don't
into
wanna
the
mix
chicken
them.
aggressively, coating every little crevice. What does Papa say about uncoated spots on chicken? No geese. Once that's coated, shake off the excess flour and place it on the sheet.
Alright.
Then simply repeat with the rest of your chicken. Now, once your oil's to temp, simply drop your chicken in 1 to 2 pieces at a time, depending on how big your pot is.
Time to
These were some big boys,
fry.
and my pot was a little bit too small, so I fried 1 at a time. Then just fry for 3 to 5 minutes at 350 Fahrenheit or until golden brown and the chicken is beautiful.
Can you survive with your cooking? Yeah, mood.
Now remove your chicken using a spider and tray it on a wire rack set over a baking sheet.
I am the type of cook where I love cooking for people. I don't really go above and beyond if I'm cooking for myself.
Sandwich, which really annoys me. Of course, you can do Chick-fil-A, and I have a recipe for that in my Chick-fil-A chicken nugget video, link in the description. But instead, I made a very simple mustard mayo by literally combining half a cup of mayo, half a cup of whole grain mustard, and a touch of salt and pepper. That's it. Just mix that together, and it's
dude, grain mustard's so good.
Nice glossy bun. Slice it in half, butter it up, and get it nice and roasted toasty in a pan. Now you get your toasted buns. Start by first putting a small layer of sauce, if you chose that route, on your bottom bun. Then your pickle rounds, which, yes, I do hate pickle rounds, okay? It's very annoying. Look, I have to put this stupid tiny little piece in the middle to cover the whole gap, but I'm trying to be accurate with the whole Chick-fil-A sandwich depiction. Now hit the top bun with a touch of sauce. Add on your beautifully
articulate he is with like, it's gotta have a little piece in the middle.
Your king. Now that looks like a chicken sandwich that I want inside my body.
I don't even know my mouth would fit around that.
This feels good, fellas. This feels real good. My sandwich, I mean, I think we know where this is gonna go.
8 to 6 inches of expected snow. Holy shit, dude.
I've always said to cut them lengthwise to fill out the whole thing. And did you see how annoying it was to get that last bit on there? All right, that's why you follow that rule. I don't know why I broke it. Never break a papa rule. All right, this is a thick sandy, so. Where am I? Hello, mama? I'd like to use a special word. I'm befuddled. This is yummy.
Yeah, of course it's yummy.
Yeah, we slam dunked this. I have nothing to say other than the chicken is crisp, the buns are rich, soft and pillowy, and these MSG pickles, they make your mouth wet. We need a taste test.
Why you guys say it like that, bro?
Okay, so TJ, how do you feel about Chick-fil-A before we even do this?
Kind of indifferent. When it comes to chicken sandwiches, I always preferred Popeyes over Chick-fil-A.
Numero
Based.
uno. Tun champiano. Boom bam piano. It's not really a language. Just disrespectful. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, bro.
Okay.
Number 2. Ended.
Yeah.
Number 2, Burger King foot lettuce.
What set this off for me? Like the chicken's juicy, it's good, but the pickles just added that extra to it.
And that's, well,
You missed.
And that's what we did. We slam dunked this. What better? We won yet again.
Yeah, of course you did. Anyway, let's watch another video. Then we'll make a call on Joshua.
Everything just feels good. But
Number 13, the Glizzy Globber.
Every single year your entire life. Not anymore. Welcome to my ideal holiday feast.
All right, let's see it. Let's see his ideal holiday feast for a Christmas dinner. Let's see it.
Ready for a Christmas story, children?
Yes!
Oh my God. 'Twas the night before Christmas. Oven was preheated to 375 degrees Fahrenheit. Make the tings on a small saucepan.
Okay.
Remove and let cool slightly.
Yeah.
Roast the buns with egg. Bake for
Yeah,
about
dude.
15 minutes.
It's reading from his own book.
The warmed milk. Stir in the yeast. The end.
That was beautiful, man.
Now, if you have children, or you're a child, or you act like a child, it's
You're gonna
the
sell your
holiday
book to me, aren't
season.
you?
The perfect buy. And 50% off on Amazon. The link's in the description. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Joshua. Very cool.
Welcome back to another episode of That's not what this is at all. One thing I do want to say, because I feel like I haven't had a one-on-one with you in a while. The year's coming to an end. I feel so many new things coming, and I just wanted to share with you that we're developing a ton of new ideas that we've never done before, because we're very
A little quiet for you guys, a little quiet for me.
Gonna love. So thank you. We love you. We hope you have an amazing holiday season filled with
Turn it up a little bit.
Let's face it, we like consistency. We're very habitual creatures. We do the
There
same
we go.
thing to make things easier. That doesn't need to apply to everything, like the meal that you have on Christmas. Funny enough, I also do that. But my meals are at least exciting. This is one feast I could consistently do for years and years and years. So with all that being said, let's make this, shall we?
Listen, you're asking for more recipe-based content, you're gonna get it. Pull your pants up, buckle them extra tight.
Buckle
We've
up,
got a
Buttercup.
48-hour
We're
truffle
going
short
in
rib
deep.
beef Wellington. Good Lord. Smoked non-prick pow prime rib, Sichuan honey rolls, a potato dish that's finally something different, and several other
What
goodies
the
that'll have you
fuck?
saying mommy in no time. Oh, and don't forget we did holiday cookies too. Now, let's begin. If
Okay,
you're
those
gonna
cookies
make
look kinda
any of
weak, I'm
these
not gonna
things,
lie.
Please make the short rib Wellington and forget all your troubles. FYI, you have to start this 3 whole days before you can eat it. Wait, Josh, I thought you said
3
48
whole
hours. Hold
days?
your horses, buddy. First, you're gonna need about a 5 to 6 pound bone in short rib plate. Season that bad boy with salt and pepper. Vacuum
the
seal
fuck?
it in your largest vac bag. Obviously, prior to sealing this, you can totally sear it. And well, I didn't here, but to be honest, it wouldn't hurt. You can also braise it if you don't have a a sous vide. Anyway, once it's sealed, drop it into a sous vide bath set to 69
3
degrees Fahrenheit.
days of a sous vide?
Hours. Obviously, try to time it so you'll be around once that 48-hour timer gets ding-a-ling. Now remove that hot boy from the water bath, place it on a sheet tray, place another sheet tray on top, and weigh it down with something like a can of beans or whatever will flatten it out. About 15 to 20 pounds of pressure. Now make sure that that is flat and refrigerate overnight. Now, a day before cooking, we start the chocolate chip cookies from my cookbook, which, yes, I'll give them to you for free here because I love you. But you should get the book. It's a #1 New York Times.
Chat, do you want actually a good cookie recipe? Do you want an actually good cookie recipe? I'll be honest with you, man.
I love you. But you should
These cookies, they're kind of fucking flat. Kind of flat for my taste. Let me grab my cookie recipe for you real quick. Bet they get some fucking vampire cookies. Where did I go? What the fuck? There I am! Hi! Why did this window shrink? And why is it way down there? There we go. Hello! It's me. Here's some chill upbeat music. Let me find my cookie recipe real quick. I can find it. It's just somewhere on my computer. Let's see, cookies. I think this is it. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah. Okay, let me, I'm gonna copy this into a Google Doc real quick. You get yourself ready. You're about to hit a flavor explosion you've never fucking heard of before. Fun fact, only person in this chat that has experienced my cookies is my mod, Radsvid. So he can attest to how these cookies aren't mid. They're actually pretty fucking good. Let me Yeah, the fucking chocolate chip cookies I made for you. I have some tips for you, chat. This is for like 11. We're gonna do some numbering here. All right, let me add a title to this. I will actually go above and beyond. I will share this with you guys. What font do I want though? You know what? I'll do Roboto. I like Roboto. That's a good font. And we'll do 18. And maybe take this like a little lowercase. And we'll do this a little bit lower, maybe like a 14. Okay, so I'm sorry for anyone in Europe. This is not going to be. It's not going to be European measurements. This is not a hard recipe, by the way. Okay. I think this is good. Let me share this. All right, anyone with the link can view it. All right. Here we go, chat. Here's my cookie recipe for you. Ta-da! Just right. Chocolate chip cookies by Vozrima. Let me pause that. All right. Here's my recipe. So it's pretty basic as far as recipes go. However, there's one ingredient, actually two, that really sets apart these cookies from everything else. So you like, it's pretty basic shit, right? You got 2/3 a cup of butter, You got your white sugar, you got your brown sugar, you got your eggs, vanilla extract, flour, salt, baking soda. All that shit is very standard. However, what this recipe does different is a pack of instant vanilla pudding and butter flavored shortening. If you don't know what butter flavored shortening is, it's commonly used in pie crusts. But what this and the instant vanilla pudding pack together are gonna do is, you can't see the text. Is it just too small? I mean, I'll share the link in chat. Here. Copy the chat. Here you go, bro. There you go. Anyone can use that. Congratulations, it's on the internet forever now. So what's gonna happen here is these cookies are actually gonna maintain their, they're gonna be more cohesive, they're gonna stay together more. And when they rise in the oven, they're not gonna become a thin, flat line like you just saw with Joshua Weissman's cookies. Because the butter flavored shortening and the instant vanilla package of pudding is gonna make them more cohesive. And they're gonna be a little buttery, a little salty, a little savory, but also still sweet because they have the semi-sweet chocolate chips in them. I had some friends from the UK come over to Seattle and visit, and they said this is the best like chocolate chip cookie they've ever had. Usually in America, we make our like chocolate chip cookies way too sugary, but the butter flavored shortening and the butter really help blend this thing together. I highly recommend you give these a try. They're not hard to make. You really just need to get the ingredients mixed together. Make sure you don't do the basic failures of like, oh, hey, I have melted butter. You don't want to do that. You want to make sure your butter and shit's like room temperature. Yeah, that's my cookies. Recipe link over there. I hope you like them if you make them. It's not yeast for cookies. It's not gonna help it rise more. It's just when you put in the oven, a lot of times what happens to cookies is because of the heat, they flatten out. My cookies are gonna stay together more, like a lot more, and they're gonna flatten out a lot less. So if you use like a spoon, you know, just like from your silverware or whatever, and you just get like a nice big spoonful of like cookie dough. When you plop that onto your baking sheet, it's gonna spread out a little bit, but not as much as other cookies do. So yeah, highly recommend. It's very easy. You just mix all the shit together and you bake it about 11 minutes at 350 and it'll get you 4 dozen cookies. It has to be 4 dozen though, because it requires 1 package of instant vanilla pudding. And because there's really no way to like limit the amount of that without fucking with the ratios, you kind of have to make 4 dozen. Anyway, I hope this has been insightful. I'll probably post this on Twitter. Actually, let me do that right now. What should I say, chat? I'm a little nervous. I don't know what I should say to Twitter. Just in time. Oh, that's terrible. That's a bad opening. Maybe we could do something like, if you want a new cookie recipe just in time for the holiday season, why not try my chocolate chip cookie recipe? It's a bit unique and has both shortening and instant vanilla pudding in it, which may sound weird, but it's really good, I promise, bro. Should I go try to find a cookie recipe? I wonder if I have a cookie. Do I have a Java cookie on my computer? I wonder if I do. Hold on. You want a cookie for the holiday season? Try HelloFresh. No, dude. Ooh, I got one. Wait, what if we If we move her over here. Actually, I wonder if I have one on my phone. Hold on, let me look. I have to look, chat. This is very important. Actually, it's good enough. I'll just do a smiling face at the end there because I'm not sure how to end it. I did it! All right, chat. Now, if anyone's ever curious, what the fuck my do you like the image I made earlier, by the way? Just shove that shit right in my fucking face. Okay. Let's I should probably hide that. Let's get back to our cooking video. So yeah, his cookie's flat. Mine are a lot less flat. And they're pretty good.
The book. It's a #1 New York Times bestseller. Links in the description.
Anyway.
Now, very simple. Medium-sized bowl, add 3/4 of a cup or 160 grams of light brown sugar, 3/4 of a cup or 150 grams of white sugar, 1.5 teaspoons or 9 grams of salt. Whisk that together, then whisk 3/4 of a cup or 168 grams of melted unsalted butter, then whisk in 1 whole egg.
Here I fucked up. Chat, here I fucked up. Here I fucked up, chat. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this, chat?
Whisk that together, then whisk.
The fuck is that, chat? Melted butter. That's what I'm telling you not to use in your cookies. That is how you get flat fucking cookies, bro.
3/4 of a cup or 168 grams of melted unsalted butter, then whisk in 1 whole egg and 1 egg yolk, followed by 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of vanilla extract, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of baking soda, 1 smooth and homogeneous. Stir in 1 1/4 cup plus 1 tablespoon or 197 grams of all-purpose flour. Mix until you get a smooth dough, and please resist the urge to give the Gok Gok 3000 to your cookie spoon and add 8 ounces or 225 grams of rough chopped chocolate, ideally around 60 to 70%.
I mean, you can do that if you want to. You don't have to go that above and beyond, chat.
Gently, cover with plastic wrap and refrigerate overnight. Now, for the next cookie, there's a bit of a story.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there, chat.
Cover with plastic wrap and refrigerate overnight. Now, for the
that's how you get a flat fucking cookie. Look at those things. Finish fucking cookie alive. If that's what you're into, I'm not gonna judge, but you can avoid that by simply using room temp butter and some shortening and a little bit of instant vanilla pudding in the dried mixture.
Next cookie, there's a bit of a
just telling you,
after
you gotta try
verbal
it.
Abuse towards snickerdoodles from me and a few others in our Discord, which the link for that is in the description. I decided to make amends, specifically to Kendrick, by making only the finest of snick and doodle. Medium-sized mixing bowl, 1 cup or 227 grams of unsalted butter, as softened as humanly possible. You know.
Okay, good. It's actually room temp.
Together using an electric
better
mixer with 1.5 cups or 315 grams of granulated sugar until light and fluffy. Then beat in 2 whole eggs and 1 egg yolk, followed by 2.5 teaspoons or 12 grams of vanilla extract. Now, in a separate bowl, add 2.5 cups or 375 grams of all-purpose flour, 1 1/4 teaspoon or 6 grams of fine sea salt, not kosher salt, not rock salt, fine sea salt, please. 1.5 teaspoons or 2 grams of cream of tartar.
Why fine sea salt? It's just cookies, dude. Doesn't fucking matter.
Until combined, and then add your dry mixture to your wet and fold together until you have a smooth, beautiful, luxurious dough. Again, no gawking your cookies.
If you guys want to learn the difference, Google iodized salt versus kosher salt versus sea salt. It's if you're baking with cookies, just follow the original recipe. Just use normal fucking salt, dude. It doesn't matter. It's literally you're literally going for a chemical reaction.
And that's exactly what you're gonna roll your balls in.
The flavor isn't gonna change anything different.
I mean, now what else could we do the night before? Well, if you're making these ultra crunchy patatas bravas, then please.
As long as the ratios are the same, that's all that fucking matters. It's just salt, bro. It's just fucking salt in the cookie.
Easily pricked with a fork.
It's not like it's putting on the outside.
Fridge overnight. Now, on the day of cookery, take your ribs out of the bag, split them into 2 lengthwise, and carefully slice them off the bone, staying as close to the bone as possible. Cut those into 2.5 inch wide by 5 to 6 inch long logs.
Sous vide fucking ribs. All right, let's see it.
Since we were running out of light, I skipped searing them, which had surprisingly good results. But you know, I'd recommend maybe searing this very quickly on all sides.
Searing them, yeah, that's a good idea.
Season with some additional salt to taste and let that rest.
Problem with sous vide is they
you've seen a duxelle.
Don't really have an interesting texture outside.
68 grams of brown mushrooms, rough chopped, and 2 ounces or 56 grams.
I love this shit.
Mushrooms, rough chopped as well. Pop those in a food processor and pulse until fine, but not a paste. Then get a medium-sized saucepan. Add 2 tablespoons or 28 grams of unsalted butter. Set to medium heat, and once melted in, Add in 1 finely chopped shallot, season that lightly with salt, and saute till softened, which is about 3 minutes. Add your mushrooms, season with salt, toss in 1 to 2 sprigs of rosemary, and cook that down for 5 to 6 minutes. Now look, I know you're
pretty good, pretty good.
Kind of smells metallic and weird, Josh. Let it keep cooking, and all of a sudden, oh. Those mushrooms gonna smell good. Now, once most of the water is evaporated, add a 1/4 cup of dry sherry wine and cook that down until no liquid remains, stirring occasionally. Remove your sprig of rosemary. Now, cut the heat completely off.
Yeah, you don't want it in there.
18 grams of white miso and 1 whole ounce or 28 grams of finely grated black truffle. Oh, and of course,
a black truffle.
Garlic. Stir that all together, and your duxelle is
what
done.
the fuck?
Now, for the crepe, yes, traditional beef Wellington can contain a crepe from time to time, and well, I think it's the best with it. Mix together 3 whole eggs and 2 tablespoons.
Okay, I'm not judging the crepe. That's whatever.
1.5 cups or 360 grams of whole milk, 1 teaspoon or 6 grams of fine sea salt, 1 cup or 150 grams of all-purpose flour. Whisk until you get a smooth batter, then get a 12-inch
Notice that this guy really likes to slap the food on the pan or whatever every time
Yeah, dude. He also loves slapping fucking dough whenever he's like kneading it.
The thinner these are, the better.
It's kind of funny, but it's also kind of weird.
Let that cook for about 30 to 45 seconds. Flip and cook for 25 to 30
Bro
seconds.
is literally making a crepe for his beef Wellington.
A
crepe
up a few of these, and it's
for beef Wellington.
Now we assemble. First, a nice layer of plastic wrap. This is actually 2 sheets placed slightly overlapping each other, so it's nice and wide. Now, crepe down. Then 3 to 5 slices of good prosciutto shingled together nicely. Spread a 1/4 of your duxelle edge to edge, nice and flat.
Yeah.
Now, the goal is once this is wrapped, it should perfectly enrobe your meat, you know, around the entire perimeter.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the my commentary on Joshua Weissman while we're as Tristan pointed out, I seem just disturbed watching this. There's one reason why. I think Joshua Weissman is an amazing chef. He's really, really good. I have 2 complaints. I mean, like, one, his cookie game's very fucking weak, but like, that's whatever. That's not important. My main complaint with Joshua Weissman is that he goes like above and beyond to the point where like no home chef is gonna do this shit in a timely manner. Like, unless you're the top tier fucking chef of your neighborhood and you're literally just trying to like flex on your neighbors or some shit, or you're like doing what Joshua does, which is try to make the most amazing like shit on YouTube to flex on everyone else, being like, oh, look how amazing this dish is. Isn't this amazing? Like, no home chef's gonna take the time to do all this shit. Like, this guy pickles his own fucking pickles. He fucking like is making crepes and shit for crepes for a beef Wellington on top of the normal like pie pastry. It's a bit much. So I'm gonna put Joshua firmly in the category of A tier. I think he's an amazing cook. I think if you do any of his recipes, they're gonna taste great. But I also think if you try to do any of his recipes, it's gonna take you multiple fucking days because he goes above and beyond in every single one of his recipes. Where you compare that to Ethan Chubosky fucking makes sure all of his recipes are like approachable as a home cook. Like, there's not gonna be anything crazy, no weird ingredients there. It's not gonna take you like multiple days in a row just to do a single fucking recipe. Most of his like shit, honestly, is like 20 minutes or less. Yeah, so Joshua, you get an A from me. You're not as good as Ethan in terms of like approachability for any home cook. Let's keep watching.
I feel about perfectly enrobing my meat. I take it seriously. Place a portion short rib at the bottom of the crepe. Roll that all the way up, letting your plastic.
Again, this guy sous vide'd a fucking
repeat with all your meat
short rib for 2 days just to put into a beef Wellington.
Of softened beef tallow and a 1/4 cup.
Do you see my point?
Together till combined. Then add 5 cloves of finely chopped garlic, 2 teaspoons or 4 grams of fresh cracked pepper, 1 tablespoon or 5 grams of finely chopped rosemary.
He also is using shit like truffles, which like
3 tablespoons or 38
good luck.
I mean, I'm telling you, this is nothing special about that ingredient. Whip all that together, and then finally beat in 1 tablespoon or 19 grams of dark soy sauce. Once that's combined, rub that all over a 6 to 8 pound prime rib roast. This bad boy is boneless, but you could totally do bone in. I'm not judging you. Pop that bad boy into a smoker set to 225 Fahrenheit for 4 hours.
Yeah, everyone has a smoker. It's fine.
Temperature registers 128 Fahrenheit. Obviously, you could do that in a low oven if you don't have a smoker, just as a heads up. Now, while that is cooking,
please do that instead.
Complete the rest of our tasks. First, Sichuan honey garlic rolls. First, in the bowl of a stand mixer, combine 4 cups or 600 grams of all-purpose flour, a 1/3 cup or 75 grams of granulated sugar. Josh, that's too much sugar. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's a holiday meal. What do you want, a diet? 2 teaspoons or 12 grams of fine sea salt. Whisk till combined. combined. Then in a separate container, add 1 cup or 240 grams of water and a quarter cup or 59 grams of whole milk.
But yeah,
95 Fahrenheit.
I hope I haven't offended the Joshua fans in the chat.
Followed by 1 large egg. Beat till homogeneous. Turn on your stand mixer with the dough spiral thing attached. Begin mixing on medium-low. Add your big watery milky bowl to the bowl.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm getting at the point at. Misael, is that how I say your name? Yeah, like a lot of chefs become like very disconnected on YouTube because they're always trying to like one up other chefs on YouTube and have like, oh, this is the definitive best recipe. But like, again, if you're someone who's busy and doing shit besides cooking full time on YouTube for a living, it's going to take you a lot of time. And you're not necessarily going to have the free time in your schedule to do a very complicated recipe like that. And even then, why would you want to? Most people are trying to do like a simple meal for weeknights, you know?
Add a little extra water if your dough looks
like for me, if it's going to take me longer than 30 minutes for a weeknight and it's not like a special occasion, I'm not going to fucking cook it.
All that's been added. If your butter's not softened, by the way, this is going to be a
You'll find out on Twitter.
Now once you have a smooth dough,
I fucking hope so. Come at me, bros.
And rise for 1 hour at room temperature. When you're ready, punch all the love and life you work so hard to breathe into your dough. Divide into specifically 69
I'm still giving him an A. I think he's an amazing cook. He's arguably a much better cook than me, but like, again, I think approachability is very important for a YouTube audience.
Greased. There is a certain finesse to fitting these in here, so just try to work it around so that they're evenly spaced like this. It's okay if they're not perfect, they're still gonna be delicious. Now cover with greased plastic wrap.
Yeah, still gonna expand,
at room temperature for 1 hour. Then brush those back.
1 hour just for rolls? All right.
1 teaspoon of water till homogeneous and bake at 350 Fahrenheit for 20 to 25 minutes or until beautifully browned.
Oh, rising for an hour. Okay, never mind. I thought I was baking them for an hour. I'm like, what?
1/3 cup or 75 grams of salted butter, half a teaspoon or half a gram of ground Sichuan peppercorns, 1 teaspoon or 3 grams of gochugaru, and 3
that's a good example. Like, you can make a steak in fucking 2 minutes if you're not trying to like overdo it.
Done, pull them out and brush all of your finished buns while they're still piping hot with your Sichuan honey butter.
Yeah, the 2-minute one's the most famous. Exactly. Exactly.
Time to be shy on butter. Okay, don't start here.
It's almost like one of the biggest things you could do to upset someone is inconvenience them and waste their time. Wow.
Salt and let those cool completely. Now, obviously, these are actually best if they're still warm from the oven when served. If you really want your buns to never be resisted again, I would recommend that. I know you have a deep-seated fear of your buns being rejected. Not this time. What about cream spinach? How about no? What about spinach artichoke dip? They're basically the same thing, but I feel like everyone picks spinach artichoke dip 9 times out of 10. See where I'm going? Crank your oven up to 375 Fahrenheit.
Spinach artichoke dip can also be very easy. There's no reason to overcomplicate this shit.
So, you know, thank you for continuing to watch. By the way,
I like tulips.
You and I love you so much. Will you please subscribe?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Once melted and hot, add 4 cloves of finely chopped garlic and saute till fragrant. Then add 4 cups or 110 grams of spinach. Cook stirring off until wilted. Then remove from the pan and drain in a fine mesh strainer until you've drained.
I love your tulips on these nuts. Got
chop your spinach till it looks like this. Medium-sized bowl. Beat together half a cup or 110 grams of softened full-fat cream cheese and half a cup or 100 grams of creme fraiche. Once combined, whisk in a quarter cup or 21 grams of grated Parmigiano Reggiano. Season and taste with salt. Finally, fold in 1 cup or 150 grams of rough chopped artichoke hearts.
You know if you won that? Yeah, sorry. It's hard to upset me with a D's Notes joke in like 2022. I just kind of expect them at this point.
Now, separately, you're going to toss together a 1/3 cup or 35 grams of mozzarella cheese and a 1/3 cup or 33 grams of Monterey cheese.
Yeah, take the W. It's fine. Take the dub.
And bake for 20 minutes or till melted, bubbling, and the top is crisp and brown.
Take the
now,
dub.
Obviously, you can eat this with chips, but I like to get really naughty with it. And just
how much longer do we have in this?
On my plate.
Holy shit, 9 more minutes?
Now, everything is just about finishing up, so we can quickly move to our sides. Let's talk about this spicy garlic. Cucumbers. I mean, come on.
Chat, while you're watching this, I'm gonna go quick a quick restroom break.
To hold them in place. And first, you're gonna
I'll be right back, all right?
Intervals with your knife facing at a 45-degree angle, so sort of like a bias. Then flip that over to the other side, and this time you're gonna cut completely straight, again at a 1/4 inch intervals. Bada bing, bada boom. Look at that. Now repeat with all of your cucks. Mix together 1 tablespoon or 13 grams of sugar and 1 tablespoon or 11 grams of kosher salt. Once that's combined, season your cucumbers generously and let them cure for 5 minutes. Drain any excess water that comes from those. Then in a small separate bowl, mix together 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of soy sauce, 1.5 tablespoons or 18 grams of rice vinegar, half a teaspoon or 3 grams of yuzu juice, 2.5 tablespoons or 24 grams of chili oil, with some of its solids if it has any. If it doesn't, you are using not the right chili oil. Finally, a pinch of MSG. Stir together, add to your cucumbers, toss, and look at that. Pop into a bowl and top off with chiffonade daikon or thinly sliced green onions to garnish. Oh, and some toasted sesame seeds never hurt anybody. unless you're deathly allergic to them, which I guess it has. Next, elote holiday? You're goddamn right, brother. Small mixing bowl, 1 cup or 220 grams of Kewpie mayo, half a teaspoon or half a gram of ancho powder, half a teaspoon or half a gram of chipotle powder, a pinch of MSG, salt to taste, and 1 tablespoon or 14 grams of lemon juice. Whisk till combined. Now get yourself 4 to 6 corn on the cob, split them in half. And when you're about to serve these, you're gonna drop them into a large pot of boiling water, or you can grill them for about 3 minutes or just until they're hot. Remove and brush every single side generously with your mayo mixture. Coat completely in fresh grated Kotsuhit cheese. Stack them nicely on a plate. Sprinkle with some shimi togarashi. Hit with some hot sauce of choice. This is Valentina. Fresh cilantro all over, and I mean, come on. That looks like an elote built for year-round pleasure, which we all deserve. What about mashed potatoes, Josh? Look, make any of our mashed potato recipes, or finally switch it up for once with these papatapa bravas. Wait, these patatas bravas. What? You know what I mean. First, the brava sauce. Relax, it's ridiculously easy. In a medium sauce pot, add just enough vegetable oil to coat the bottom, heat over medium, add 1 diced sweet onion and 4 cloves of rough chopped garlic. Saute that just until softened, about 5 minutes, then add 1.5 teaspoons or 7 grams of sugar and 1 14-ounce or 400-gram tin of crushed tomatoes. Oh, and a 1/3 cup or 78 milliliters of water and 1 tablespoon or 7 grams of sweet paprika. Stir, bring to a boil over medium-high, reduce to low, and simmer till reduced and thickened. Throw that into a blender, blend on high until as smooth as possible, then stream in 3 tablespoons or 45 milliliters of your finest extra virgin olive oil while constantly blending. Once that's all added and emulsified, pour into a bowl, season to taste with salt, and it's simple but beautiful, much like a perfectly folded t-shirt, except you can eat this. Now for the potatoes, you'll take your baked chilled potatoes from earlier, cut them into bite-sized cubes, heat a 6-quart pot filled with 3 quarts of vegetable oil to 350 Fahrenheit, and fry your potatoes in batches for 2 to 3 minutes or till golden brown and crisp. Drain on a paper towel, season immediately to taste with salt. Please don't go light with the salt here, okay? Oh, these potatoes are so good. Starter pack.
What's up?
Once they're all fried,
Hi,
put them on a platter
chat.
and add generous randomized dots of your brava sauce all over. And optionally, but highly recommended, do the exact same thing with dots of mayo. And this is the most perfect, creamy, salty, sweet, rich, crispy potato. And there's not much changing my mind on that. Now listen to me. I'm sick and tired of hearing cranberry slander.
Why is he complicating everything so much?
Oh, did he overcomplicate the potatoes as well?
20 kilos of Fuji apples for all those bad boys.
Yeah, this is why I gave him an A.
1/2-inch chunks. Pop that into a large sauce
I have
pot,
no
and add
doubt
2
it's
cups
very
or
good
420
food.
Nice grams of sugar, and let that macerate for 10 minutes. Then add 3 finely chopped Thai chilies.
Overcomplicating is a problem if it's like a recipe you expect people to constantly make in their free time, dude.
Then once boiling, reduce the heat to medium and let that reduce, stirring often until your apples turn a glossy translucent and the liquid has reduced to a
glossy
thick syrup.
apples.
Cool completely and serve in a bowl. All right, let's button this feast up. First, your Wellington. You may need a 2 to 3x recipe of my puff pastry, or you can just buy 2 to 3 boxes of frozen.
Yeah, he
puff
uses
pastry.
crepes
Like
and puff pastry in a sous vide fucking short rib that was cooked for 2 fucking days.
Of that puff pastry. Roll it up just until the seam is about to meet with the pastry.
I love you, Josh, but I don't think this ain't it. I ain't doing that. You'd have to pay me to cook a meal like that.
Acting sort of as a glue. Finish rolling and press to adhere. Repeat with all of your Wellington. Trim the edges lightly. Wrap in plastic wrap nice and tight to close those edges, and chill in the fridge for at least 20 minutes. Now at this point, you can bake your cookies. So scoop out your chocolate chip cookie dough into
Gotta say, for someone who likes to overcomplicate shit. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, chat. This right here. You see how these are big and like they're kind of clumped together, but as soon as they start going in the oven, they shorten out to very thin chocolate chip cookies. The reason why is he used melted butter in them. So again, if you want some cookies that stay together a lot more and don't like flatten out nearly as much, just do my recipe, dude. Guarantee it's going to be amazing. And if you do my recipe, please send me some pictures, like reply to it with like images and shit. I want to see them. I want to see your cookies.
Really 2.5 inches apart, and I'll tell you why that's a problem. Once you've loaded up your baking sheets with your chocolate chip cookie dough, you will bake them at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 10 to 12 minutes or until
that's pretty good.
Golden
it's about the same time as my cookies.
And the cookies are set but slightly raw in the center. Now, pull them out, and here's what happens when you don't space them out enough. Look, they're still the greatest chocolate chip cookie, but due to their high fat content, they will spread very quickly and relatively
It's not the high fat content, dude. It's chemistry.
Now moving on to sugar cookies. Roll those bad boys into 1-ounce balls. Roll your balls in your cinnamon sugar, the cookies, that is. Pop those
less like cookies, they're more like chips.
About 2.5 inches of space between each.
Crisps.
You should be able to handle the rows of 3 because they don't spread nearly as bad, surprisingly. Once your sheet is filled
Why
up,
is that so hard for me to say?
With the greased flat bottom of a cup or glass until lightly flat.
Oh yeah, it's the classic method. That's how most people squish their sugar cookies.
On the tray. Slightly under baking them is the key to ultra soft.
Remove from the oven.
Yeah,
Cool for
that's
a few
why
minutes on the
I
pan,
recommend
then
people only
transfer
cook
to our
mine
rack
for
and
like
cool
11
Now,
minutes.
let's finish off
It's
our
a little
proteins. Once the
undercooked,
primary bridges
but
in
it's
the
gonna be
grill temp
very
of
soft and
128, as
chewy.
previously mentioned. Pull it out of your smoker and rest that bad boy for 15 minutes. During that time, crank your
Very
oven
important.
to the absolute maximum temperature it goes, which should be close to
For those of you that don't know, if you're like a home cook and you're just like getting into cooking meat for the first time, when you take meat out of the oven, it's going to continue to cook a little bit because it's still hot. So keep that in mind when you're cooking.
Once it's ripping hot, toss your prime rib onto a sheet tray and blast at max heat for 10 minutes or until just brown nicely.
That's why he let it rest for 15 minutes.
475 Fahrenheit and rest your big old meat for 25 to 30 minutes. Now, as for the Wellington, you can remove it from your fridge, brush it immediately with your
Let's
egg yolk
see
wash. Optionally, if you have some excess dough, you can roll it out, use a lattice cutter, you know, make it look nice like that. And
Oh
layer
my
it on top
god,
of your
bro.
wrapped Wellington
He's going so
totally
above and beyond.
Or you can do the Gordon Ramsay scoring method by using the back of your knife to gently carve 3 to 4 nice swooshes in a row on both sides and then one down the middle to create sort of a leaf branch or herb sprig of some sort. Gordon, I love you. If you're watching, hey, come hang out. Hit all those generously with flaky salt and pop into your oven.
Speaking of
for
Gordon
20 to 25
Ramsay.
minutes, or just until the pastry is golden brown and cooked through.
I think
Remove
for
from the oven,
comparison
rest 5 minutes,
chat,
and
we're
now
gonna
let's see
watch
that
the Gordon
cross-section.
Ramsay beef Wellington.
My goodness. Such juicy melt in your mouth short rib succulence my eyes have never seen before. Slice up your beef, serve up your veggies, plate things up beautifully, and let's taste test.
Look at all this shit. This took all day. We somehow managed to make all this in one day, except for this, because that takes like 48 hours, but we'll ignore that. I would like to try it.
It's like a 3-day
That is the
cooking
best
recipe.
Wellington we've ever made. And funny enough, I thought it would be too rich. It's not. It's like the mixture of a braised short rib and the most perfectly roasted, juicy, tender beef of all time. You can never make a Wellington any other way again. Artichoke dip? Oh. If you're gonna make cream spinach, forget it. Just make the artichoke dip and call it a day. It's not that different. Tatas bravas from the cookbook. Link in the description.
Yeah.
You don't have to go this hard on elote, but if you do, you're not gonna regret it. Salty, acidic, fatty, spicy, everything you want. Not that spicy. Prime rib, smoked, smoky, rich,
How much minutes we
fatty.
got in
The
this?
reality is it's a classic prime rib. If you love
like
prime rib,
another
this is
minute,
how you do it.
okay.
I have many methods. This is one of many methods. Vikram, the Wellington,
many.
very up your alley. I think you need to try it.
This is the second time on this channel that I've just drank meat.
Drank meat?
The Italian beef and this one.
This guy sucks meat down. Next, the elote.
On the money. Where's your cart?
Where's my what?
Your elote cart.
JW's elote cart
Elote
coming to a
cart.
store near you. I don't want to say anything because it's gonna sound cucumber. You're doing good, sweetie. Very juicy.
He is slurping that corn. I'm here for the
Go for the center. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Wait, you gotta taste it. Come back here.
This is so good.
Thank you. This is a really
Yeah,
important
I have
story.
no
Please
doubt
listen.
all of
We
his
had a Discord
food's
stage, which if you're not on the
amazing and
Discord, links in the
phenomenal.
description. He was there. We were talking about holiday meals.
I just
and
think,
I don't
like,
know what
you
it
know,
was. Back to back. Everyone was like, screw snickerdoodles.
If you're
We
making
were
recipes,
demolishing it, mostly me. And Kendrick just kind of sat there and
maybe
was
consider
sad.
time
So these are for you,
factors
Kendrick.
and
Snickerdoodle.
like ingredient availability.
The chef you say you are, Weissman. Good. There shouldn't have been any sound whatsoever.
Yeah, when the cookie has a silencer.
That's a good snickerdoodle. Melts in your mouth, buttery, almost creamy, sweet, has a lingering flavor that sits on the tongue just nice.
I'm tired of all the cranberry hate. Fine, here's something that doesn't have cranberry in it. If you need a little bit of sweetness,
Not my
cut the
cranberries,
richness.
actually.
This
I
is
think
the
cranberries
answer.
are good.
It's appley, it's caramelized, a little spicy. Fits on your plate much better than cranberry sauce if you're a little hater. That's it. My ideal holiday feast is here for
Okay.
you. You've asked for it for years.
Cool. For a comparison chat, for a fucking comparison,
Beef Wellington has.
let's watch Gordon Ramsay. So we just saw Joshua and Weissman make beef Wellington. Let's see Gordon Ramsay's video.
To be the ultimate indulgence, one of my all-time favourite main courses, and it would definitely be on my Last Supper menu. My version is a lot lighter and sexier, and for Christmas, I'm going to give it an added twist. First
All right, let's
off,
see it.
the fillet of beef. Now, look at it. It's beautiful. First, the most important part is to sear it. Salt, pepper. The fillet is the leanest and the most expensive cut of beef.
Good.
It comes from underneath the lower backbone,
No
a part
bullshit,
of
just
the
going
animal
straight into the
which has very
searing.
little muscle, and this is what makes it such a tender cut. Very, very hot pan, olive oil, and literally roll it around the pan. We're not cooking the beef, we're just searing it,
You're just
which will
searing it.
really help to give another layer of flavour and beef in. Lovely. Now use the side of the pan so the beef
Yeah, that's
sears
smart.
down the back when you tilt it. It's a secret to get it done quickly.
Look,
Is that
you can
really
call
nice
food sexy,
roasted
chat.
flavour.
And if you're
Delicious.
Gordon Ramsay,
Once you've got the colour,
it's probably
very
well
carefully
deserved.
Lift up the beef and sear it on top. And sear it on the bottom.
I think it's an older video. I'll be
Out
honest with you, chat.
and onto
Look
the
at
plate.
look at the quality of the camera. This has got to be like a decade old. Even though he uploaded it like 4 years ago, I guarantee you this is like an old video from like 2010 or some shit.
English mustard.
Yeah, he also ages really well.
Now, it gives it a bit of heat. Just lightly brush.
Yeah. Yeah, brush it.
Over the beef. So really important that you do this.
Really important.
As the beef comes straight out of the pan. As the beef starts to cool down, it absorbs all that heat from the mustard. Horseradish is a really nice alternative as well. Just leave that to sit. And relax.
As the fillet rests, prepare the filling, which is called a duxelle.
Yeah.
Put 700 grams of chestnut mushrooms into a blender. Add a chopped clove of garlic.
Also,
season with salt
I gotta
and pepper,
say, he's using... shit, what the fuck? What is going on? Oh, there we go. He's using chestnut and not shiitake mushrooms. Very important distinction.
Christmas wouldn't be Christmas without chestnuts. And just crumble them in to the mushrooms.
Yay!
The chestnut's sweet, nutty flavour works brilliantly with the earthy taste of the mushrooms.
Okay, bye.
And because they contain more starch and less oil than other nuts, they have a much softer texture that is perfect for the filling.
Yeah.
That smells amazing. It smells like Christmas.
Once the mixture is finely chopped, cook in a hot, dry pan. This removes the water from the mushrooms and intensifies the flavour.
Also, it's gonna like become a lot smaller. Gonna cook it down. Mushrooms shrink when you cook them, chat.
Instantly. Such an essential stage, really critical to the success of the Wellington, that you dry those mushrooms out and get rid of all that water. Take the mushrooms up even further, some fresh thyme in there, which will make it really nice and light and fragrant.
When all the water's been fried off, remove from the pan and leave to cool. Then start assembling the Wellington. Stage 1, wrapping the beef fillets.
First of all, these wonderful slices of Parma ham. And look, beautiful. Overlap it.
Looks like prosciutto.
And set it there. So the secret of overlapping the Parma ham,
very thinly cut ham.
Parma it contains all those juices coming out of the beef.
In the traditional recipe for beef Wellington, a thick chive and spring onion pancake is used instead of ham. But the Parma ham makes the dish much lighter, and its sweet, salty flavour really complements the mushroom and chestnut filling.
A little touch of pepper. No salt, because the ham is naturally salty. Just a little twist of pepper. And then from there, your mushrooms.
Yay, mushrooms!
And basically...
I like mushrooms,
go on. Use the back of the spoon to spread them nice and thinly.
Yeah.
Half an inch from the ends.
Yeah.
Rumples.
Dog!
No. Hop it. Every time there's meat, out he comes. Next, lay the beef on top. And very carefully, fold that over.
Used to hate them, now you love them?
Now,
Gordon Ramsay, you mean?
We're going to lift that up and wrap.
Not a big fan. Oh, mushrooms. Yeah, that's fair.
Nice
mushrooms are
and
gonna miss a lot of people.
So all that mushroom
Captain War Dog just followed.
Is encasing the beef all the way over.
We're reviewing chefs on YouTube.
Push it.
Which includes Gordon Ramsay, because technically he's on YouTube.
Roll it nice and tight, and go all the way over.
Yeah, that's some good shit right there, Gordon.
Now, the secret from here is to really let the cling film do the work.
Yeah.
Just nip it at the ends and squeeze. And what we're doing is just creating this wonderful sort of cylinder shape off, and then just twist it nice and tightly.
Perfect.
And the tighter it is, the more perfect the shape.
Then place in the fridge for 15 minutes to firm up.
Yeah. Or as Ben Babish would say, they can let those flavors get to know each other.
Once it's set,
Flavors get to
it's
know
ready
each
for
other.
the final wrap.
A little bit of cling film, puff pastry.
Yay!
Beef.
I'd like to point out, chat, he didn't make his own puff pastry. You know why he didn't make his own puff pastry? Because anyone who has ever made their puff pastry will tell you, buying the store-bought shit is not that much different.
Now, very carefully.
Why make it any
First, roll
harder
the puff
than it has
pastry
to
over
be?
the beef until the two edges meet. Then trim off any excess pastry and twist the ends together to ensure the beef is completely sealed in its pastry case.
Yeah,
to set that perfectly and get it really nice and firm, to make it really cylinder type. Cling film over. And just pull that nice and tight.
Yay!
But the
you
big
probably don't
secret
have to do
behind
clean
this
wrap
is
if you
that
don't want
it's
to,
been
but
done
it
the night
does
before.
help with the
And
shape
tighter
a
the cling film,
lot.
the better the shape. The more even the shape, the more even it cooks.
Yeah.
Put it back in the fridge for 5 minutes to firm up again. Then take off the cling film.
Always like the perfect Christmas cracker.
To give the pastry a lovely rich golden brown colour when
looks
it
so
bakes,
good.
brush it with egg yolk.
Yeah, egg
And then
wash.
finally, you don't have to do this, but it's a chefy thing. A little bit of
Ethan
decoration.
Chbosky talked
Back
about
of the
that one
knife,
earlier.
down, and then just twist and mark the pastry. When it comes out of the oven, it's got that wow factor.
You don't have to do this, chat. If you don't feel comfortable doing it, don't even worry about it. Just a little extra texture.
Add a generous sprinkle of salt to ensure the pastry becomes lovely and crisp. Then bake in an oven at 200 degrees for around 35 minutes, depending on how rare you like your beef.
Yeah,
Once
let's
out
see
of
it.
the oven, it's crucial you let the Wellington rest for at least 10 minutes. This
to
allows the
rest.
meat to relax and reabsorb its delicious juices, making sure it's tender and succulent.
Nice and gently. Hear that pastry, how crisp that is. This is the bit we've been waiting for.
Let's see it.
Oh, wow.
Look at that shit, chat. Look at that. There are no air pockets in that beef Wellington. That shit is airtight.
My God. I'm in heaven. And for me, if you want a really nice change to roast turkey, this has to be the ultimate for the table. It smells Christmassy. The chestnuts, the mushrooms, and that nice crisp pastry on the outside.
Yeah.
Look at it. I'm ready to die and go to heaven.
Yeah. All right, chat. I personally think Gordon Ramsay is amazing. So I'll leave him here at C tier for now. Gotta say, Gordon Ramsay, amazing chef. The in-quality product you get, amazing. He also sticks to tradition without trying to overcomplicate shit, right? He tries to, you know, he might do some substitutions. He might do a little bit of improvisation, but he doesn't go off the fucking rails, right? I personally think Gordon Ramsay, S tier. If you want to get like a traditional fucking, you know, cooking personality that is going to give you amazing ingredients, Gordon Ramsay is one of the best people to fucking do it. I don't think he's as approachable as Ethan, but Ethan's target audience is more of like home cooks, whereas Gordon Ramsay is more of like fine cooking, you know? Like if you want to get really good at like high-end fine cooking shit, Gordon Ramsay, he's your fucking man. He's been famous for like decades. He's probably gonna keep getting famous because there's really no competing with this man. Yeah, S tier. S tier. You know what? Gordon Ramsay's gonna be S tier. Fuck it. We'll get rid of me. That's my list now. He gets his own tier. Sorry, Ethan, you're getting knocked down a peg. There's no competing the fucking Gordon Ramsay, baby. Gordon Ramsay is the S tier. I can tell you right now, he's gonna be the only one in S tier. All right, chat. Gordon Ramsay. Yeah. All right, next we have...
This episode is brought to you
Next we have the man, the myth, the legend.
by Cash App. When your personal
Babish
finances connect you to your
from
friends and stuff
Binging
that
with
matters,
Babish.
that's money, and that
But before we do that, you know, every content creator has their own sponsor. And for me, that content creator is a little known service called HelloFresh. Wow! Did you know you can get 70% off your first box and free shipping with the promo code down below, either in the About page down below, or you can type in !Hello Fresh, like I'm doing right now, and look, it'll give you a little link you can clicky pie on. So for only $15 plus tax, free shipping included, you can get a 2 meals. 2 meals that are both a serving size of 2 for a total serving size of 4. Yay! And we also include really great recipes so you can learn how to cook if you don't know how to cook. Yay! There you go. That's it. I'm required to do one of those every 30 minutes.
That's Cash App. You know what else is money? Sundays so big you gotta eat them with a big spoon, ice cream without a machine, and custom novelty pizza box makers. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store.
Yeah, we're watching Babish now, chat.
To the 80 million and counting.
Did anyone order me a plain cheese?
Oh yeah, we did. But if you want any, somebody's gonna have to barf it all up, because it's gone.
Bless this highly nutritious microwavable macaroni and cheese dinner and the people who sold it on sale. Amen. Guys,
Amen.
I'm junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
Hey, what's
Classic
up, guys?
fucking
Welcome
movie
back
from the
to
90s.
Binging with Babish, where this week we're taking a look at the foods from Home Alone, for which you might notice I'm championing
Is it a good
blender.
volume,
I wanna
chat?
make these recipes as easy and family-friendly as possible, and the blender represents numerous opportunities for shortcuts and even improvements in all three of
He just said it, chat. As family friendly as possible.
these recipes. First up for the pizza, maybe the
Something a
most
lot of
obvious one,
chefs on
the
YouTube
pizza
seem to
sauce.
forget.
14-ounce can of San Marzano tomatoes, 2 cloves of garlic, half teaspoon dried basil, 1 teaspoon dried oregano, and a generous pinch of kosher salt. Blend on medium speed for 15 to 30 seconds until smooth.
Oh shit, it's the classic binging with Babish music. Let's hear it.
30 minutes if you wanted to mellow out the flavors, but I like my pizza sauce to do the cooking in the oven. Next up, the dough, and you might be surprised to see me with a package of store-bought pizza
Going to
dough,
sleep,
because if
need
you're
to
anything
sleep.
like me, for your
Okay,
entire life,
bye
you've
Ray,
labored
hope you have a
under
good
the delusion
night.
that store-bought pizza dough is awful. To explain why, I'm going to perform a recreation of how I would make pizza dough back in high school. In other words, by following the horribly incorrect directions on the bag. First, we're going to roll out the cold dough into a vaguely pizza-like shape. Maybe spray down a cookie sheet with nonstick spray if you're an overachiever. Abandon the traditional circular shape of pizza for a more rectangular, I need to make it fit on the tray kind of shape. Give it a smear down with some jarred pizza sauce and a generous sprinkling of pre-grated low-moisture mozzarella, part skim for health. Then into a preheated 400-degree Fahrenheit oven, this guy goes for an indeterminate amount of time until the cheese is deeply browned and the crust is pale and flabby. Now at this point, if the crust wasn't glued to the bottom of the tray, it would look like this. Then it gets subdivided into more manageable pieces by virtue of a wheeled blade, and then depending on hunger levels, eaten. And this would end up tasting exactly like school pizza, that is to say, not pizza at all. So I would go on to make 2 assumptions. Store-bought pizza crust is bad, and I'm bad at making pizza. Now while the directions on the back of the bag might be horrible, if you look at the ingredients, you'll see that it's just flour, salt, water, yeast, and sugar. The same stuff you'd use at home. Then once you buy it, you can refrigerate it for up to 5 days to cold ferment it and improve its flavor. Once you're ready to make a pie, we're going to pretend that we just made this dough ourselves, stretching it into a taut ball for proofing and shaping. Each of these bags of dough is 1 pound or about 450 grams, which is a solid weight for a big old 14 to 16 inch pizza. Once everybody's balled up, I'm placing them in a generously floured covered container for anywhere from 1 to 2 hours depending on the temperature of your kitchen until grown in size by about 50%. Then to roll it out, I'm going to use the technique I learned from Mark Iacono, that is to roll it in 2 directions, leaving a sort of hump in the center of the dough. Then rotate the dough 90 degrees and roll out the hump into an even circle. But rolling is really only a good start for pizza dough. Ideally, you want it to be stretched. So once we get it out into a relatively even round, it's time to start passing it knuckle over knuckle, gently stretching it ever wider and trying to keep it even throughout. There might be a slight bump around the outside where the crust is going to go, but for the most part, the crust is going to rise of its own volition. Once stretched out as thin as humanly possible, we're placing it on a generously floured pizza peel, applying a thin veneer of sauce. There's nothing I can't stand more than an oversauced pizza, and a generous sprinkling of freshly grated.
He's in New York, so that makes sense. He's picky about pizza.
Now you can max out your oven with a pizza stone in it, preheating it for a full hour before baking, but this being a New York style pizza, it prefers a comparatively sweltering 700 degrees Fahrenheit, much more easily and safely achieved in an Uno pizza oven.
Most people aren't going to have this chat, but if you want an interesting alternative, there is a chef named Anna Margusia that found out if you use a steel pizza stone, it's going to heat up really well and be similar comparatively. It's not going to be the same as a pizza oven, but for a home cook that only has an oven, it's not a bad substitution.
After anywhere from 5 to 7 minutes, with several rotations to ensure even crust and cheese browning, you should end up with a really solid New York-style pizza made out of a dough that I thought was inherently horrible. But like most things in life, just requires a little love to be
a little bit of love.
Now, while making pizza
look at
in the
that.
rain might not have been very fun, the cold and humidity made for a perfect environment for recreating the irrepressible Rob Schneider's steamy pizza reveal.
That's how you know it's a good fucking pizza, chat, right? Right here. Do you see how the cheese has a little bit of browning on it, but not too much? That's a very good indication it was cooked in a very hot environment.
For recreating the irrepressible Rob Schneider's steamy pizza reveal in Home Alone 2.
Mr. McAllister, let me present you with your very own cheese pizza.
Cheese pizza?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. There was a big plume.
That's just like the movie.
Now, I definitely over-cheesed this guy. I had added more cheese before pulling it out of the oven and paid for it when I tried to retrieve a slice. Bottom was beautifully blistered, the crust had a nice chew to it. Overall, it's a surprisingly great way to make pizza last minute. Now, before we get off the subject of pizza, even though it's never mentioned in Home Alone, I want to see how this dough performed in
If you like cheese pizza, dude, I love cheese pizza.
Thin crust bar pizza. Most popular toppings for which
one of my favorite types of pizza is literally just like
Italian
cheese pizza.
Sausage. Top all that up with mozzarella cooked to a similar state of
I don't know, just it's simple, but it's good. Also, hi. Goldotat, is that how you say your name?
Cut into triangular slices, but rather into little bitty squares, which
hello, welcome to our little stream. We are reviewing chefs on YouTube.
Like crust, and with its flavorful toppings and much more reasonable amount of
I did.
cheese,
Wow, is that right? Surprising.
So as I always say, enjoy your pizza how you like it. Anybody who judges you should take a long, hard look in the mirror and ponder why they're judging people for pizza. Anyway, next up, we're going into mac and cheese.
Based. Holy shit!
How exactly are they going to incorporate a blender into mac and cheese?
You heard that right, chat?
And you might ponder why they're judging pizza how you like it. Anybody who judges you should take a look ended up eating the most of. So as I always say, enjoy your pizza how you like it. Anybody who judges you should take a long, hard look in the mirror and ponder why they're judging people for pizza. Anyway, next up, we're going into mac and cheese. And you might be wondering,
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Incorporate a blender.
I'm having a lot of fun watching cooks on YouTube and talking about cooking to anyone who stopped by.
3 large egg yolks, a teaspoon of spicy or Dijon mustard, an optional quarter teaspoon of cayenne pepper, and 12 ounces of grated cheese, 8 ounces of which is going into the jar of the blender. The rest we're reserving for extra cheesiness at the end. Now over on the stovetop, we're adding 4 cups of whole milk to a large saucepan or deep saute pan.
Look, I'm not going to judge you if you put pineapple on your pizza, chat.
Scorching the milk and making a mess, cleaning up, starting over, and doing.
I'm going to judge you if you judge other people for putting pineapple on their pizza. I think that's fucking weird.
Quick cooking pasta of your choice, cooking it to a state of near completion that is about 1 minute shy of done, then draining the pasta, reserving the cooking milk in a large spouted container, returning the pasta to the pot, and heading over the blender while the
mac and cheese and milk is such a good idea.
Speed, we're going to slowly stream that hot milk into the sauce, melting the cheese, tempering the eggs, and emulsifying everything together for about 30 seconds into a super smooth, comparatively effortless cheese sauce. Which we add straight back to the cooked pasta.
I love how simple he made that.
Extra cheesy meltiness, you can add
really good flavor.
Preserved shredded cheddar. Give it a cursory
with not a lot of complications to it.
Cover and let rest for 5 minutes. What results is a mac and cheese reminiscent of the microwave stuff from your childhood, with vastly improved flavors and textures from the fresh whole ingredients.
Look at the strings in it.
Season to taste with kosher salt and dig in. Now this stuff looks and tastes fantastic, but it does set up in about 10 minutes. If your sauce solidifies, hit it with a little splash of water and a little bit of heat, and it will come right back to life. Emulsifying in the blender makes the sauce nearly unbreakable despite
just being pizza's chicken bacon ranch pizza that uses ranch and white sauce as the base. That sounds good.
Churn ice cream that I've ever tried. I'm starting with
I'm not a huge fan of white sauce normally, but the ranch kind of would blend things out, I feel.
Grams of granulated sugar, 3/4 of a teaspoon of kosher salt, and 1/2 teaspoon of xanthan gum, a thickener readily available at most grocery stores.
Yeah, xanthan gum's good.
For 2 minutes on high speed to ensure complete dissolution of the xanthan.
Here's a tip, chat. Do you want a quick tip from me? Did you know? Hold on. What the fuck? I feel like... Oh, that's what I was doing wrong. Haha, I had not made it full screen before. Did you know, if you want to get a Starbucks-style Frappuccino at home, one of these secret ingredients they use to make sure everything is cohesive and together is actually a little bit of xanthan gum in the mixture. So if you want to make a lovely Frappuccino at your own, at your house in a blender, try a little bit of xanthan gum next time.
xanthan gum, a notoriously clumpy compound. Once the 2 minutes are up, you're going to see that the mixture is slightly
You want it to not clump, mixture and moisture before you put it in the
2 cups of heavy cream and a tablespoon of vanilla paste or a teaspoon of vanilla extract. Whisk this.
It's xanthan, starts with a Z.
Believe it or not, this is your finished vanilla custard. Now at this point, if you have an ice cream churner, you can churn it, but like I said, this is a no churn
I think this
ice
is how I
cream.
spell it. It's like
to first freeze your custard into
xanthan gum.
manageable pieces. So I'm pouring it into an ice cube tray. Now Kevin's sundae was both chocolate and vanilla ice cream, so I'm going to take half this custard, add it back to the blender, add 25 grams of cocoa powder, blend, and that's all there is to that.
Basically, for a lot of recipes that use like ice in them, xanthan gum can be very good to keep it cohesive.
Freeze ice cream custard like this without churning it, it's going to turn into a block of welled ice. So here's where we're going to rely on the blender to smoothen and creamify our ice cream. Adding custard cubes back to the blender and blending on high speed.
Making ice cubes in a blender
taught me very quickly that you can't blend this straight out of the freezer. After freezing overnight, they need to soften up at room temperature for about half an hour. Then with the help of a blender stuffing stick, they can be liquefied, breaking down to the consistency of soft serve in about 30 seconds. Now this mixture can be spread evenly in a freezer-safe container, covered and frozen, again for at least 4 hours, ideally overnight. Same procedure with the chocolate, as you might imagine.
He's making ice cream in a blender, chat. That's so smart.
No churniest ice cream, entirely
holy
homemade,
shit,
fully customizable, and requiring no special ice cream.
Need some sleep now. Bye, bye, Doug. I hope you have a good night.
A whole bunch of vanilla and chocolate
Enjoy your
ice cream
sleep.
bowl, loaded up with spray cream, maraschino cherries, and chocolate-style syrup. Then all there's left to do is get the big old Sunday eating spoon, cue up Angels with Filthy Souls, which growing up I thought was a real movie, and remember what it was like being left home alone for the first time. Hope you guys try out these recipes for yourself. I hope you have a wonderful holiday, with no need for Rube Goldberg-style traps to foil home invaders. Thanks again to Cash App. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store today to add your cash tag to the 80 million and counting.
Yay. All right, we're gonna watch one more video from Cooking with Babish, or Binging with Babish, I mean. It's got the alliteration, 2 B's, you know? B and B, B and B. Another one. So
this episode is sponsored by...
He's gonna make one of my favorite dishes on the planet. You know me, chat. I'm from Seattle, right? I'm from Seattle, so I adore anything with coffee in it. It's just in my Seattle blood. I'm sorry. So tiramisu, which uses a little bit of coffee in it, is usually one of my favorite things ever.
By Mocha Master. Mocha Master brewers are designed to give you the true flavor of the coffee that the roaster and grower intended. Consistently brewing 40 ounces of coffee in 4 to 6 minutes at the optimal temperature.
He's got...
Perfect coffee is a science and an art, and Mocha
he's got
Master
his face on it.
Make it easy to brew the perfect cup every time.
Mocha
Master.
Master.
Video description for your chance to win one of 10 Babish branded Mocha Masters.
Let's
get down to basics.
So this is his other recipe, or his other series he does. Binging with Babish normally creates, you know, food from like shows and TVs and like movies and shit. But basics with Babish.
All right, so
just
traditional tiramisu, apart from coffee, is mostly whipping air into egg whites and egg yolks separately, repeatedly, and deliciously, all the while taking every possible precaution to prevent knocking that air out of the eggs. First up, the ladyfinger cookies, for which we're going to separate 6 eggs, first beating the yolks together with 60 grams of sugar and 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract at high speed until it reaches the ribbon stage, at which point you can drizzle a full figure of egg into the batter before it loses shape. Scrape this out and set it aside in a large bowl, and then clean the bowl completely, as even the slightest suggestion of egg yolk can ruin your egg white meringue, which is what we're making next. First, beating those remaining egg whites until they're nice and frothy, about 30 seconds.
All right, here's my recommendation for you, chat. If you want to make egg whites, stiff peaks.
Seconds on high speed, and then slowly streaming in 120.
It's going to vary from person to person. You may be mixing for 10 minutes. You might be mixing for 5 minutes.
20 grams of granulated sugar while the mixer runs. All these little teeny tiny grains of sugar are what's going to puff air into the egg whites, transforming them into a light, shiny, creamy...
Like if you're pulling up the whisk or whatever out of the mixture and it maintains a little peak, a little mountaintop, that's when it's done.
Sticky substance that we know is done as soon as it hits stiff peaks and not a moment later. Stiff peaks is exactly what it sounds like. A drip of meringue standing up straight of its own recognizance, while overbeaten eggs are more frothy, kind of like bath bubbles. Now we're doing what's known as the sacrifice method, adding a third of our beaten egg whites to the egg yolks, gently folding together until combined but still streaky.
That's very important, chat. You see how he's undercutting the mixture and folding it on top of it, and then undercutting again and then folding on top of it? It's because if you stir it with like a spoon or something, it's going to get rid of the air pockets that the stiff peaks are for the meringue. So if you're starting with a spoon, it's going to lose its texture and solidity, and it's become liquidy. So you want to undercut with a whisk and fold it on top of each other to mix things in.
Of the egg whites and even more gently folding together until,
folding,
again,
like that.
Just streaky.
Undercutting, fold on top. Undercut, you fold on top.
70 grams of cake flour
Are you guys
and
learning
half teaspoon
anything?
of kosher salt. Folding that into the mixture even more gently than previously thought possible. Trying your very darndest not to knock any more air out of the eggs. And checking the bottom of the bowl for any pockets of as yet undiscovered flour. Once it is just combined, it is ready to pipe into lady fingers. For that, we're transferring to a piping bag with a wide, round tip. Line a rim baking sheet with parchment paper secured in place with nonstick spray, and commence to piping. Now, this is just enough batter to fill a half sheet like this one. Unfortunately, I was being a little bit of a show-off and made these big ol' honkin' ladyfingers and ran out of dough before I could finish up the tray. Now, what you're seeing is a pivotal moment in the home cook's mind. Should I scrape it out and repipe it? Is that going to ruin it? Nah, probably not. Let's do it. And so begins a valuable lesson in not overworking your batter, because after repiping, not only can you see that
look
it's
how much
lost a lot
smaller
of
it
its
is.
volume, but it completely collapsed in the oven. Ladyfingers don't puff up much in the oven, but to see them actually puff down is humbling. So let's do it all again. This time trying our darndest to pipe down all the batter evenly. And since my straight lines weren't straight nor lines at all, I decided to pipe them into whatever this continuous diagonal pattern is called. But since this is ending up as layers in a cake, you can pipe it however you want. You can even spread it out flat. Before baking, we're dusting the fingers down with a freshly fallen snow's worth of powdered sugar. Then these are headed into a 375-degree Fahrenheit oven, preferably with convection, for about 10 to 12 minutes until it's set, lightly browned, and the edges are starting to pull away from the sides of the pan.
If you don't know what a convection oven is, a convection oven is just like heat, right? A convection is a little fan in the back that swirls the heat around in the oven. That's it. That's literally all it is, chat.
While this cools to a state of complete coolness, we can make the mascarpone cream,
Vintage
for which
Babbage
we're
is a
repeating the exact
classic.
same process with the eggs and egg whites, this time with 5 eggs, 50 grams of sugar
Your stuff
going
is
into the
more
yolks,
fancy
and
though, a bit
25 going
advanced.
into the whites.
Yeah, it can
Also, this
be.
time,
The recipe we just watched with his Home Alone special, which is like right here. It's like behind me. You see it up there, right where my hat's pointing. It wasn't too complicated. It was pretty doable, I feel like, for a home cook.
I whip the egg whites first because egg whites don't deflate egg yolks the same way the other does to the other way around there. In other words, you don't
he's
need to
making one of
wash
my
your
favorite
bowl
dishes,
between beatings.
tiramisu.
Now, before we combine the two, we have to first gently fold the egg yolks together with 450 grams of room temperature mascarpone cheese. We're doing the same sacrifice method here, adding a third of the egg yolks and folding gently to combine before adding the remainder. Once all the egg yolks and mascarpone are combined but still streaky, then doing the same with the egg whites. Add a third, gently fold, add the rest, gently fold, taking all the care in the world not to knock all that air out of the eggs. Now, the more eagle-eyed among you might notice that my egg whites are overbeaten. Sometimes you can still get away with it, but overbeaten egg whites can collapse, causing a runny cream. This is still very viable filling, especially after it's had the chance to set up in the fridge, but I want to pipe our filling. So in order to stiffen things up, I'm beating 1 cup of heavy cream to a state of whipped creamedness, and gently folding that into our mascarpone cream to give it some structure and rigidity. Once again, just folding the bare minimum number of times until combined. Now comes the time to excise the ladyfingers from their baking vessel. If you did them in one large sheet like this, I like to just invert onto another sheet pan, or if you pipe them individually, you can just grab and stack as desired in your tiramisu. But after doing a little bit of maths, Kendall and I figured out that if we baked a ladyfinger the size of a half sheet like this one, if we cut it directly down the center, both layers should fit perfectly into a standard issue 13x9 casserole. All we gotta do is blow a little bit of fairy dust for good luck and grab our Babbage casserole, which, okay, once measuring, it doesn't fit exactly, but it's pretty close. Now, a popular option for assembling a tiramisu is in a springform pan, but avid viewers of the show might remember why I'm opting for a casserole.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're using a springform, make sure that stuff is secured. If you're using a casserole, we're going to start by putting down a little bit of the mascarpone cream, kind of like you would sauce in a lasagna. Then we're placing down our first layer and, of course, saturating it with coffee. Strong, freshly brewed, and allowed to cool to room temperature. At this stage, you can also optionally add a couple tablespoons of Marsala wine. Now we're going to use a pastry brush to translate
wine and
that
coffee
into our ladyfingers.
Oh, that's
you want
divine.
them just soaked enough that the brush is starting to damage them, but not so soaked that they're falling apart. Then we're topping the first layer with a little less than half of our mascarpone cream, spreading that out nice and even, topping with the second layer of ladyfingers, and repeating the coffee saturation process. Almost a cup total of coffee went into my layers of ladyfingers, and you could probably use more if you wanted. Now you can apply the top decorative layer of mascarpone cream pretty much however you want. In spite of my complete lack of decorating skills, I'm eschewing the usual rustic smear pattern popular amongst non-decorators, instead opting for all these little pipettes, we'll call them, which before refrigerating I'm going to generously dust with cocoa powder. Now the one problem with my piping pattern was a little shady area below each peak that the cocoa powder could not reach, creating cocoa bald spots. Luckily, if I just turn it around, you guys will never know the difference. Also, this is not the last time this guy's getting dusted with cocoa powder, because he's getting covered and fridged for at least 4 hours. Bare minimum if you're in a tiramisu emergency. Ideally, you want to go overnight. Let those flavors meld, let those ladyfingers soak up all that good stuff.
Jeremy.
While it looks like the cocoa powder got pretty gross, it's really just become the foundation for a second dusting, ensuring that now even the bald spots are safely ensconced under a layer of chocolate dust. And now, finally, he likes Babish. Serve. If you want nice clean cuts, let's say you're making a cooking show, you might want to give your knife a quick bath in some hot water before each cut.
Ooh,
and hopefully
smart.
You'll be rewarded with distinct layers, soaked fingers, set cream, all coming together to form that unmistakable tiramisu look. But has it taste? And the answer is, well, fantastic. The cream is light, soft, and flavorful. The ladyfingers are ethereal, they just melt in the mouth, and soaked through and through with freshly brewed coffee. I know that all the raw eggs might be freaky for some people, just make sure that you're getting fresh, high-quality eggs. You can even pasteurize them if you have a sous vide. Now, despite itself being made of coffee, all I want to drink with this is a really
Can I
great
feed him
cup
with a
of
squirrel if
coffee.
he's okay with it? Yeah, probably. What do you think about that, Jeremy? What's your thoughts on being fed with a squirrel? What do you think, Jeremy? Squirrel meat's too stringy. Give me good food. Well, you heard Jeremy. Squirrel meat's a no-go. But hey, if you have something that's not squirrel meat, you know, may that'll be better. What kind of meats do you like, Jeremy? What are you thinking? I only prefer red meat, like a beef Wellington. Oh, okay. Well, I guess no squirrel meat for him. But hey, if you have any good fancy red meats, I think he'll be fine. Wow. That's Jeremy's red meat preferences. I hope you've enjoyed this TED Talk.
The coffee brewer that makes the best and easiest pour-over coffee possible in the comfort of your own home. Mocha Master makes the best cup of coffee because of science. Brewing at the right temperature for the right amount of time, the right amount of agitation.
Jeremy's pickier than he lets on. Or he's less picky than he lets on. I'm pretty sure you could feed Jeremy some tofu and he'll get over it.
To last, repairable for life, and backed by a 5-year warranty. There are multiple styles and models, but every Mocha Master uses the same technology to make the same great coffee. Check out the link in the video description for your chance to
the Mocha Master seems cool. I'm more of a cold brew lady myself. Alright, whoop! That's how we want to do. Alright, chat. I'm gonna say Babish, for me, he's a fucking classic. A tier. Straight into A tier with Ethan. Which all things considered, if Gordon Ramsay didn't exist, it would be the top tier. To me, Babish does a great blend of like really dealing into recreating recipes from like, you know, shows and television and shit, but also like making recipes still somewhat approachable. You know, it's complicated, but not too complicated, right? I feel like that tiramisu, if you're willing to put some time to the kitchen, perfectly approachable. It's nothing too crazy. And like all the stuff he made with the Home Alone recipe, also not too crazy. He even went like out of his way to try and, you know, make it approachable for home cooks by doing things like a blender instead of, you know, having an ice cream machine or something, right? Only downside is if you don't have a pizza oven, you'll probably have to make it in your own oven. But, you know, that's fine. Yeah, A for me. Solid A. Really good content creator, really good personality, really entertaining videos, really good cook. 10 out of 10, or I guess like a 9.5 out of 10, you know? Only one that gets 10 out of 10 is Gordon Ramsay in this list. But yeah, let's go into my next one, all right? Let's go to the next one. So after binging with Babish, we have...
Hey everyone, it's Kenji. Today we're gonna make some black bean burgers.
Kenji Lobezo!
Really good black bean burgers. These are
These are burgers that
now we watch a lot of Kenji on the show.
Put bacon and cheese on them.
Our channel, I guess.
They're not vegan, but they are vegetarian. There's a couple tricks here. So first I'm going to start with a couple of cans of black beans.
So we're only going to watch one video from Kenji, all right? Because if we don't, we'll be here all night if we keep watching more.
The real trick, this is a recipe I developed for Serious Seats a few years back. Lots of experimentation. The real trick to these burgers is that...
spoiler chat. This is actually one of my favorite recipes to make. I make this all the fucking time. It takes me anywhere from like an hour to 2, just depending. But if you want to eat a burger that isn't meat-based and you want something like a black bean burger instead of like an Impossible Burger, which very different texture, very different vibe. Impossible Burger is trying to like recreate a beef burger, right? While not being beef. This is just a bean burger. It's completely different. But I like it. It's like a more fresher veggie type burger feel.
Rather than just incorporating the black beans as is, the way most black bean burger recipes go, what we're going to do is we're going to
dry them out in the oven.
We're going to drain. Got two 15-ounce cans here, by the way, so we're going to drain them, rinse them. I'm just putting water in the can to get any of the stray beans stuck off the bottom. Rinse them. They don't have to be rinsed like super well, but
yeah, just get the shit off of it.
Most of that like starchy water off of them. That's good enough. Give them a little shake. I'm going to take a sheet tray.
Yeah.
And I'm going to spread them out.
Me too, believe. I love black bean burgers. Especially with like a chipotle mayo.
I'm going to put them in a preheated oven. So this oven is heated to 350 degrees.
Yeah.
And we're going to leave them in there. So we're not going to really roast them. What we're trying to do is we're kind of...
dry them out.
We're going to try and kind of dehydrate them a little bit. So it's going to take about 20 minutes in there. And in the meantime, I'm going to get some other ingredients going. So it's going to take 20 minutes. And what's going to happen, you'll see, is that the beans... so normal black bean burgers, I find they get kind of mushy. They get a kind of mushy texture. These ones don't. They have a nice kind of bite to them. And the reason they do is because we dehydrate the beans. And so they get that kind of meaty texture to them. All right, so what I'm doing now is I'm getting an onion. An onion, you want to split it pole to pole like this. And then pull off the outer layers, not just the skin. You want to get that first layer underneath the skin also because it's usually pretty tough. Make our horizontal cut, or our vertical cuts first. When I make my vertical cuts, I think I said this in another video though, but a friend of mine, I have a mathematician friend who he helped me build a computer model of an onion that simulates an onion, and basically what it does is it lets you calculate how even the size of the pieces you get will be when you cut it to various cut it in various ways. So some people say to cut straight up and down. Some people say to cut radially.
Did I fix it? Is it good? Do you hear me now? So I love Kenji because he goes above and beyond, right? Like, who the fuck makes a 3D model of an onion just to figure out the best way to cut it evenly? Fucking Kenji Lopez, apparently. Did you guys not hear me before when I was talking about black bean burgers and like how much I love them and like how I cook this recipe all the time? Did you guys not hear any of that?
Toward the center. What we discovered was that if you're looking at the onion like this,
okay.
So if you imagine the onion as a circle and say that it has a radius of 1, what you want to do is look for a point below the cutting board that's about point.
Yeah, he takes off his shoes and shit when he's in his house, which is a more Asian thing, honestly. That way you're not getting like shit tracked all around your house.
6. So it's basically the golden ratio. So like 1 to 1.6. So it's about, about 0.6 the distance down below the top of the cutting board. And that's where you want to aim your knife if you want to get the most even the most even-sized pieces with the fewest number of cuts.
I love Kenji.
I don't
what
actually
the fuck?
really do that because I don't really care if my onions are that perfectly precise, but the math, maybe I'll share that mathematical model sometimes, but the math showed that both people who say going straight up and down and people who say go radially to the center are actually, both of them are equally incorrect as far as the most efficient way to cut an onion. You're looking for the golden ratio there. Anyhow, so I got onion. Normally what I would do also is I would cut up a poblano pepper. But instead today I have these roasted hatch chilies that I did over the charcoal grill the other day. So normally I would be sauteing a poblano pepper that I've also...
Poblano peppers and black bean burgers are so fucking good.
And go the onions.
Hey chat, if you want a quick tip, if you live with anyone, whether it be like parents, siblings, romantic partner, whatever, if you want to impress everyone in the house, all you gotta do to make them think you're cooking something amazing is put a little bit of butter in a pan and some diced onions and saute that shit. It's gonna smell phenomenal. Doesn't matter what you're actually cooking. Everyone's gonna think it's gonna be great.
A pinch of salt. That helps draw out some of the liquid in them and gives them a little bit of a head start as far as sauteing goes. Okay, while that's cooking down, I'm going to get 3 cloves of garlic.
Okay, let's see it. Cut. Cut.
Smash, smash, smash.
Smash.
I might speed up some of this part because it's not really that exciting to watch me chopping some garlic. This burger is delicious and it's good even for omnivores or even for carnivores. Even a T-Rex would like this burger.
But just smashing garlic instead of cutting it up.
For T-Rexes and for hippodracos.
Hippodracos.
And for Pachycephalosaurus. Those are my daughter's current 3 favorite dinosaurs are T-Rexes, hippodracos, Pachycephalosaurus.
Yeah? All right.
If you don't want to chop garlic by hand, there are other ways you can do this. You could also do it in a mortar and pestle, which works fine for this, or you can do it in a garlic press. The only thing I would avoid doing is getting pre-minced garlic.
Yeah, it kills the flavor.
Any sort of pre-prepared garlic product, it's never gonna have the same sort of flavor that fresh garlic has.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's gonna actually have more of the sort of off flavors. It's gonna lose its potency, and it's not gonna have as many of the sort of fresh, sweet allium flavors, which are kind of more of what I want. That said, if you've used jarred garlic in the past, chopped garlic in the past, and you like it, then don't let me stop you from
continuing to use it. It's not bad in a pinch, but it definitely isn't going to taste the same.
Oh, astute viewers might note that this pan right here was one of the pans that was in my giveaway pile. What I ended up doing with those pans is I gave them away to my staff at my restaurant. So the back of the house staff and the servers, everyone got to take home a piece. But this is that Australian cast iron pan, the Aus Ion pan, the founder of the company who makes them saw my piece saying that I was going to give them away and implored me to try using them again. And so I said I would, and so I have. And so this one I've actually seasoned by running it through the oven with a thin layer of oil a few times. The way you do it is you rub in some oil, and then you basically take a clean towel and you wipe off the oil. And the trick is you want to wipe out the oil as if you feel like you've made a mistake and you shouldn't have put the oil in there. So you try your best to get all the oil out. And then you bake it for an hour at around 450 degrees. Let it cool down in there. So what I do is I do that at night. Bake it at 450 degrees and then shut off the oven before I go to bed. Cools down in there overnight. And then you repeat the process for multiple days in a row. I did it for 1 week, so 7 coats of oil.
Wow.
And that's how you get this really nice sort of slick, dark black layer of seasoning from all that polymerized oil in there. I would do the same thing for carbon steel. The other good way to season a carbon steel, for cast iron, the other good way to season a cast iron or carbon steel pan is to just cook in it a lot. So cooking a lot, especially at the start. You want to cook a lot of. You want to make sure you fry in it a lot. So shallow fry or deep fry a lot, and don't do any sort of simmering, and especially don't simmer any acid in it for the first few times you use it. At least until it gets a good seasoning, a good layer of seasoning on it.
Yeah.
All right. So next, what we're gonna do, the other ingredients we got.
Ooh, nice blade.
Well, that onion cooks down.
It's a food
about
processor.
3/4 of a cup of toasted cashews.
That's the only downside of this recipe. If you want to do it correctly, you unfortunately do need a food processor. So if you don't have a food processor, I'm sorry, but I love this black bean burger recipe.
Roasted
I
cashews.
highly
These are just
recommend
plain old
it.
salted roasted cashews.
Ingredients aren't too bad either.
And I'm gonna pulse those.
Let's see it. Nice.
So the reason you pulse instead of just running the
you get too much
food
dust.
processor straight is that if you run the food processor straight, what happens is the pieces of cashew or whatever it is you're trying to chop up, the pieces end up sort of riding around the blade, and they don't chop evenly. So like the bigger pieces will end up riding around the top of the blade, and you end up with sort of like some pasty bits and some whole cashews. Whereas when you pulse, you get more even chopping. I mean, obviously it's still not perfectly even, as you can see, but it's a lot more even than you would get as if you were to simply run the thing as is. All right, pulsed up cashews. That's going to give it some more texture. So I sauteed my onions first. If I had a poblano, I would also do that at the same time. I added in my garlic once my onion was mostly softened. And then once you start stirring in the garlic and it really comes in contact with the heat, you really only want to cook it for maybe 20 to 30 seconds, just until you start smelling that nice garlic aroma. You don't need to go any more than that. And in fact, if you go too much more than that, garlic tends to burn faster than onions do, which is why you add them sort of just to the very end. And you don't really want to... Once your garlic's there, you don't really want to give it too much more time in the pan. Yeah, that's actually a pretty nice pan. I think I'm probably still going to end up giving them away just because I'm purging. But I would recommend that. I would recommend those Asayan pans. This is a chipotle pepper, which is a chipotle is a smoked jalapeno, a smoked red jalapeno pepper. That's all it is. And you can buy them dried chipotle peppers, but I usually buy them canned in adobo sauce, which is a sort of vinegary sauce.
That's good.
Just because of the convenience, they're very easy to store. I always have a couple cans in my pantry. They're easy to incorporate into dishes. They're delicious. And even once they're opened,
cooking. This is
I'm going to
good
transfer
cooking.
this to a separate container.
He is making a black bean burger using a combined base of some sauteed onions, poblano peppers, and adobo sauce, which is really good. Cashews to give the black bean burgers a little bit of texture. And then in a 350 oven for I think 20 minutes, he's taking some black beans he rinsed off just to dry them out. So they're like a little dehydrated.
Put it in the fridge, or maybe a mason jar and put it in the fridge. And it'll last for months and months. That adobo sauce is salty and vinegary, so it basically acts as a natural preservative.
Yeah. Which is why chili is also a natural preservative.
All right. Now that this is done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until my black beans are done, and I will come back when that happens. So I will come back in 10 minutes. All right. So, sorry, sun is moving. I got this big screen up here.
I love the open ceiling or open roof.
The shadows, the bright sunlight on my work surface.
This is the last cooking stream, chat. No more after this.
It's been another 10 minutes. This is about 20 minutes total. And this is what your beans are going to look like.
Yeah.
So you see that? You see how they were kind of splitting open and a little dry?
Yeah.
That is what you're looking for. Let me see if I can get a closer look.
Isn't that...
Can you see?
So it doesn't look like much now, chat.
All right. So now I'm going to set this aside to cool just a little bit. And in the meantime, you know what I'm going to do is I've decided I'm going to make a little chipotle mayonnaise to go on this. So mini chopper, you can either do it in your food processor or like with a hand blender. You can also do it by hand.
But yeah, this is one of my favorite recipes of all time. If I ever get to collab with a like chef that wants me to give them a recipe, it's probably going to be this one. There, my
mini
cookie
chopper,
recipe.
Clove of garlic. And grab another chipotle.
Ooh.
Drop them in there.
They may not look like much, chap. That's some good shit.
And then I'm going to take some mayonnaise.
Yeah, a little bit of moisture.
And actually, meantime, I'm going to also add about add a couple tablespoons of mayonnaise to the burger mixture. That's what's going to help it bind. But for this, let's do about, it was 1 chipotle and like a couple teaspoons, maybe a tablespoon of sauce. And I'm going to do maybe about a third of a cup, maybe half a cup of mayonnaise in there.
A lot of mayo.
This stuff is delicious on burgers. It's delicious on tacos, especially fish tacos. It's great on fish tacos. It's great on grilled fish. Great on grilled vegetables to dip into. It's great on sausages and hot dogs, things like that. It's just one of those condiments that once you taste it, you're gonna be like, mmm.
Look at that, Chad.
Why did I not do this?
Chipotle mayo?
Why did I not do this before? Or if I did do this before, why haven't I been doing it more frequently? That's what I always say. If you're the kind of person who likes to count, if you're a bean counter, you want to make sure that you only have 239 of them, because otherwise your burgers are too farty. And the rest of that will go in the fridge. This stuff will keep in the fridge for basically as long as mayo does, at least as long as mayo. So, several weeks.
Yeah, do I have a Borpa lick emote? Do I have a Borpa?
So now these are going to go into the food processor.
Yeah, let's fucking lick the sauce up, chat. Gotta make sure.
So they are. You can kind of hear them how nice and dry they are.
Really
so they're they're still a little moist in the center, but the edges they're split open. The edges are starting to dry out a little bit, and what they get is like a really nice sort of chew to them.
Yeah.
Also going to grab some cotija cheese. You can use feta cheese. You could also use something like pecorino romano.
Recommend feta cheese 100%. It's going to be way easier for you to find if you do try this recipe, chat. Just use feta.
Do about, let's say about half cup once crumbled. So
you can do this too if you can find it.
2 to 3 ounces would be my,
like everywhere has feta cheese.
My estimate. I'll link to this full recipe, by the way. This is a recipe. It's on Serious Eats. You can get the full recipe for free.
I'll do that right now, chat.
All right, so you want to pulse it just a few times. That looks good. And then we go straight into the mixture with the onions.
Here's the recipe.
We're done with the food processor.
That's not it. Holy shit.
Now a couple more things go in.
Hold on, let me just there we go. Here's the final product, chat. Do you like it? I fucking like it. Let's actually see how this compares to the what he's making, right? Because there's like clearly the pretty shot, right?
There. So these panko breadcrumbs, about
that helps.
About half a cup, maybe 3/4 of a cup.
You use any breadcrumb. Doesn't have to be panko. I mean, panko's nice, but use
this
what
is
you
going to
got.
be enough to make 6 to 8 burgers or so, at least. An egg.
Yeah, it helps keep everything cohesive and together.
And I'm going to add these roasted hatch chilies. So you can, like I said, you can start with a raw poblano pepper and saute it along with the onion at the start. Or you can do this. You can use these, fire roasted, your homemade fire roasted Anaheim or Hatch chilies. These are Hatch Anaheims. Same variety of pepper, New Mexico pepper. Or you can use, if you want, you can also use a can of
yeah, that's good too.
Chopped green chilies. You can find those easily in the international section of pretty much any supermarket. I've never seen a supermarket that doesn't carry
probably your best bet.
Maybe very small ones, or maybe in certain parts of the country that I'm unfamiliar with. But every supermarket anywhere I've lived has always carried them.
Yeah, they're like 3.5 ounces. Highly recommend that. Or you can do this, but whatever you prefer.
And that is our mix.
Yeah, let's stir it up.
So you just kind of want to fold
everything
together.
Burger patties.
Just until it sort of forms a cohesive, homogeneous mass.
Just making that nice.
And just make sure you can make a head
sound.
So I'm probably actually not gonna. I'll cook one right now just to show you and just for my own personal lunch.
Yes.
But my wife is cooking dinner tonight, so I'm gonna leave this mixture in the fridge until tomorrow. When I'll feed my family with it tomorrow. It'll actually become easy, sort of a little bit easier to handle even the second day as the breadcrumbs
you
and everything
can
starts
store
to
this
sort of
mixture.
rehydrate a little bit. It becomes a little bit more cohesive.
Just one of the best things about it.
All right, so it's much easier to form patties or balls with wet hands.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go for about.
See, you don't gotta make it too overcomplicated, chat. He's just got a little burger bun and some, like, I guess arugula or something.
4 ounces. That looks about right.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You can use just like a cast iron skillet. You don't need to do anything fancy.
And these patties, unlike a meat patty, they don't really shrink when you cook them. So you can make them just about the size that you want them to be. So what I do is make them slightly wider than my actual bun. All right, let's go outside now.
A little bit.
All right, so this grill is preheating.
Ooh, he's doing
over high heat or medium, sort of moderately high heat.
He's actually grilling it outdoors. Oh my god!
For a few minutes. Now you want to brush one side with salt. Or sorry, brush one side with oil. Carefully pick it up and put it that side down. And what we're going to do is we're going to brush that second side with oil now.
Yeah, so when you flip it, it'll already be ready to go.
That's just going to help it brown a little bit.
Yeah.
And season it.
Salt.
I'll get my bun toasting.
Toasted buns. Ooh.
I don't know if you noticed when I was inside, but I had that carbon steel pan on the burner after I'd used it earlier. So what I did was I basically wiped it out, cleaned it out with soap and water. You can use soap on carbon steel or cast iron. It's not going to get rid of the coating. It's not going to get rid of the seasoning. Soaps. So old-fashioned soaps that have lye, those could eat through the polymerized coating of the polymerized coating that makes the seasoning on cast iron or carbon steel. But modern soaps don't have lye in them; they're just detergents that act on fats. Those are not going to actually eat away at your seasoning at all. All they're going to do is get rid of the excess fat on your pan, which is what you do want to do. So what I do is I wipe them out, clean them with soap and water if necessary. Then I put them right back over a burner. I turn the burner on and I let it dry out over the heat. And then I generally let it keep on heating until it's sort of lightly smoking. And then at the very end, I'll rub in a little bit of oil just to keep the surface protected. And that's how you keep your seasoning nice between uses.
That's,
all right, let's get in there.
What he just explained there is why a lot of people hate using cast iron skillets because of maintenance. All right, flip it. Flip it. Don't break it. Flip it. Flip it good. All right, let's see it.
A little bit more time on there.
Okay. No flipping. Right, a little bit more.
Grill grates, by the way, are very similar to carbon steel or cast iron in that you can season them. So the more you cook on them, the better they're going to get. And a lot of people recommend cleaning your grill grates after you're done cooking. I actually find it's much easier to clean them the next time. You can give them a good once over with the grill brush if you want, but I find it's much easier to clean them the next time you start cooking. You preheat your grill.
Yeah.
Once it's nice and hot, then all the sort of crud that was left over from the last time you cooked is very easy to
just scrape that shit off.
To get off.
Like with a
It
wire
comes
brush.
right off, and then you end up with clean grates. I didn't do it this time, but you can, of course, every time you grill. Brush them, rub the grates down with a paper towel that's sort of saturated with oil.
Okay.
And if you're really doing something sensitive, like say fish that you're afraid is going to stick and tear up, you can do that multiple times. So you brush on oil, wait 20 seconds or so, brush on some more oil, wait another 20 seconds, brush on some more oil, and what that's going to do is it's going to build up a layer of seasoning very similar to how a carbon steel pan works or a cast iron pan. That way your fish is not going to stick.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't grill fish for that reason. Fish is like one of the hardest meats on the planet to cook, I feel.
Looking good.
This is pretty easy not to fuck up because it's just a fucking
seriously
bean patty.
I mean, seriously, the best veggie burgers I know of.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
You may disagree, but
no, he's right.
I defy you to try them and tell me that they're not delicious.
They're really good. Salmon plus air fryer. I don't actually have an air fryer. I'm one of those people that doesn't have one.
All right, you know what else I decided to do is I'm going to take some of those chilies I had and do this sort of in the style of a green chili cheeseburger. Chilies on top. There's a slice of pepper jack that's going on top. And my burger, I'm going to spread this chipotle mayo on the bottom.
It's really good chipotle mayo.
If you like your mayo a bit tangier, you can also, by the way, add a little lime juice to it.
Nah, not needed.
That flavor goes real well with chipotle. I got some onions, and then that's just some arugula
also,
from
pickle your onions
from the
if
garden.
You want to.
You can use whatever you want.
I personally like the tartness of a freshly cut red onion.
This burger, by the way, you're not. It's a little hard to tell from all the cuts I did, but it's going to cook for a total of about 5 or 6 minutes. And that is done.
Let's
so 3 to 4 minutes on the first side, just a couple minutes on the second side. That's how I usually like to do my burgers, veggie or not. Cook them a little longer on the first side than the second side, so that you get some really nice searing on that first side, and then you flip them over. And the second side, you kind of just do there to get some color, a little bit of color on the outside, and to let them cook through. But I think it's better than letting it than flipping it over and getting sort of mediocre searing on both sides, is to get really good searing on one side. All right.
Look at it. Look at it, chat.
This looks good to me.
Yeah, look at it. Hope you got a better photo for us, my dude. Ooh, there it is.
So what this really does is
Let's go back to that. Look at it, chat. Look at it. Don't you want to try that at home? It's a nice black bean burger. It's got all the good bits in it. It's got some onion. It's got a little bit of pepper in it. It's got some, if you look at it though, the best thing is it's like more cohesive, right? It's not like a little mushy patty, because the like breadcrumbs and even the feta cheese and even the like cashews he put in a food processor to get them like more crumply bit. Yeah, it helps keep the like more cohesive texture, so it's not like a very thin mushy patty, which is what you'll probably get if you go to a restaurant and get a black bean burger. But yeah, look at that. It's one of my favorite recipes of all time. Highly recommend you try it at least once in your life.
So what this really does is it solves that kind of mushiness problem that a lot of veggie burgers have.
It's got a great flavor too. It's not too strong. Not rich either. Not even remotely rich. Good. Which is what I like.
I'm on a little.
Like Impossible Burgers are great, but they have the same problem that beef has for me, where it's just like it's too much sometimes. You know, it's like a little greasy. This is very healthy, surprisingly. Yeah, it's got cheese in it, but like everything else is just like nuts. Breadcrumbs, I guess, aren't very healthy, but like everything else is
I think Shaba's in the room with my wife, who's...
Dog! Doggy! They have a dog cam? Oh my god! That's so cute. Doggy.
Good girl.
Yay.
All right, guys, gals, non-binary pals, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kenji. Very cool, very based. All right, chat. I'm gonna go out here and say Kenji Lopez. I think just for his like food science alone, he's an A tier. I know his production value isn't nearly as high as like everyone else on this list because he's just using a fucking GoPro. But I kind of like the fact that you get to see the entire cooking process with not a lot of the bullshit cut out, right? So like if you're learning to cook, I feel like watching Kenji Lopez videos are actually surprisingly like informative, you know? I forgot to put the music on, I'm sorry. Pet. Yeah, pet. Why is the pet covering your name? Oh, okay, it's good over there. In my shadow Reno, it's kind of fucked up. It's showing the pet covering sad, like the end of your name. Yeah, A tier. We got a few other chefs to go through real quick. This one doesn't count. I didn't mean to include that image. But you know what? The meatball sub on its own, I guess, is Gordon Ramsay tier. It's a meatball sub. Ah. Yeah. Concerned Doge. Okay, fine. We'll put the meatball sub down there. Yeah, all right. So that's Kenji Lopez alt. The garlic noodles recipe. I was also considering showing that, but I think we kind of ran out of time. Let's do some Adam Ragusa next.
I swear I have devised a recipe for oven fries so crunchy you will think they were deep fried. Want proof?
Yeah.
And unlike quote-unquote real fries, these are easy and clean to make in your house. Not quick, but easy and clean. How do you get them so crunchy? Well, you gotta think like a Brit.
Hey, real quick, this video is sponsored by Squarespace, which I am using to build and host my new website.
Good.
Squarespace is a one-stop shop for my business, and it could be for yours too. Go to squarespace.com/Ragusa, enter the offer code Ragusa, and you'll save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
I think this recipe could work with all kinds of potatoes, but today I'm using large russet potatoes, 1 per person. And I'm peeling them just to maximize the starchy surface area that will get crispy, but you really don't have to peel them if you don't want to.
After my Tracer
Okay,
impersonation.
now cut these into whatever fry shape you want. If you're obsessed with uniformity, if you want them all like a row of soldiers, feel free to waste the curvy outer pieces. Personally, I'm a big fan of heterogeneity in food, but I am trying to make sure that each fry is of roughly equal thickness, even when they're not all the same shape. Even girth equals even cooking time. Speaking of girth, you might be thinking, whoa, those are huge fries. Yeah, but no, they will shrink by about half over the course of cooking. And they'll still be on the big side, like steak fries, but they'll need to be thick, otherwise they'll break apart with this cooking method. If you really want to make your life easy, cut your potatoes into wedges, easy to cut and super sturdy throughout the cooking. Into a big saucepan they go. And yeah, this is a lot of fries. One of the advantages of this recipe over conventional fries is you can cook enough of them for like 4 people all in one batch and have them all be done at exactly the same time. Real fries you have to do in small batches unless you have a giant commercial deep fryer in your house, which I don't. Whoops, forgot one.
I don't either.
Yes, oven fries are not technically fries. They're roast potatoes. And who makes the best roast potatoes? The Brits.
England.
What's their secret? They boil them first. That's
Smart.
just enough water to cover everything, and I'm putting it on high heat. The lid just helps them boil quicker. This step has the effect of making the pieces fluffy. It'll make the interior of the finished fry all fluffy, and it will create a fluffy, starchy exterior that goes incredibly crispy when roasted in fat for a long time. Great British roasties have an exterior like glass. You basically boil these until you're terrified they're going to fall apart, which is a particular danger with the long, thin shape we're working with. See how it's looking bendy? That scares me, and it should. As Jamie Oliver once said, the secret is to boil them as long as you dare. I did about 8 minutes. All right, these are too delicate to just dump into a colander. Luckily, the better option is my preferred method for draining anything, which is to just open up a little gap between the pot and the lid and let the water fall out. Fries are intact, and there's no colander to wash. Here is my big roasting tray. I do my Thanksgiving turkey in this. You could use a baking sheet instead. Anything big enough to hold all of the fries more or less in one layer. Just gently dumping the fries in. Some of them are going to break, and that's just fine. Those will be extra crispy bits. Now, I use olive oil because it tastes good, but if you want a more traditional fry flavor, use a neutral oil, like peanut oil. I'm pouring in a whole lot. They don't need to be swimming in oil, but they do need to be very well coated. And putting the oil onto the potatoes instead of into the pan first really helps get all the sides coated. Now,
really
keeping in mind these are very delicate at this stage, give them a shake. We're just getting the pieces covered in oil and getting them all onto one layer in the tray. See that fluffy, beat-up surface on the fry? That is the magic. That's what's going to go incredibly crisp in a 450 Fahrenheit oven. Here they are after about 45 minutes. I'm just going to flip around the bigger pieces, make sure nothing is sticking. If they're looking a little dry, I'll add some more oil. No, I don't think these are any less caloric than deep-fried fries.
No.
Then just give them another shake. They'll be quite a bit more rigid at this stage, so you can be aggressive. Back in the oven they go until they're ready, which for me was another 45 minutes. Gonna depend on your oven and how you cut your potatoes. You might be thinking, good Lord, this is a long time. Well, yeah, but it's mostly unattended time, unlike real fries, which require your constant love and attention. And this is time in which we can be, you know, making the rest of the meal, because nobody just eats a plate of fries, unless you're a Canadian and you're making poutine. That's an idea for a video. You want to be conservative. I cooked this batch a hair too long. The super brown bits tasted a little bit burned. If you're worried that the fries don't feel totally crunchy and rigid yet, be aware that they will firm up a lot as soon as they cool down a little bit. Now, how do you drain and season these? It's easy. I'll show you in a sec.
Hey, thanks again to Squarespace for sponsoring this recipe. Squarespace is an all-in-one toolkit for building and running a professional online presence, which I need. And if you've got, say, a food-related business, they've got beautiful templates just waiting for you. For example, you can drop an open table block onto any page and take reservations right there on your site. I'm going to start with something simpler built around a frame from my lasagna video. The great thing is that Squarespace has a built-in image editor. Yeah, you generally want to up the contrast, especially for mobile screens. That's something you figure out real quick as a YouTuber. Then you just enter in your info and you're off. I'm going to work on this a bit and show you where I'm at in a couple of weeks. But you can get started on yours for free right now at squarespace.com. And when you're ready to publish your site or buy a domain, go to squarespace.com/Ragusia and enter the offer code Ragusia. You're going to save 10%. Link is in the description.
Okay.
Hey, if you want to save more than 10%, you can always use the promo code !HelloFresh below, and it'll get you 70% off your next box of HelloFresh. You can get just two meals that have a serving size for 2 people each for only $15. That includes shipping. That includes everything. Just $15 dues. You can get a box, and it'll really help me out. You have no fucking idea how much it'll help me out. But yeah, $15. $15. Use the promo code below. Just use exclamation mark Hello Fresh. Hello Fresh. There you go. See? That's what you just click on the little linky pie. Linky poo. Anyway, let's go back to Ragusia.
Here's the draining method that I got from Anthony Bourdain's book, Rest His Soul. Towel goes in a big bowl. Dump the fries in, the towel absorbs the excess oil, then whip the towel out. Get back in there, you. A bunch of coarse salt goes in, and since we're already being non-traditional, let's go crazy. A little shake of garlic powder, a few grinds of pepper, chopped cilantro, then grate in a bunch of Parmesan and toss. You can hear they've got that glassy British roast potato exterior.
Oh, here's some ASMR.
And just think, there's no giant pot of hot oil to clean up after dinner, stinking up the house while we eat. And here's another bonus. These stay hot and crunchy for a surprisingly long time.
Yes.
Like you've got a good 20-minute window to get the rest of your meal done and on the table. If you really want to have fries at home, I think this recipe is the way to go.
I agree. All right, chat. That's Ragusia. You know, I think he has amazing recipes. He does a lot of things. I have only 2 complaints. I have 2 complaints with Ragusia. I feel like he doesn't go as hard on the science as Kenji Lopez does, right? He definitely does some great explanations on things. He definitely does some amazing videos and everything. What throws me off a little bit is his videos are all edited like they were supposed to be done for local television broadcast news station. It's not a huge complaint, but it's just not as interesting to watch, I feel, as compared to other YouTubers, you know? Not a huge mark, just I think personally he's B tier. He's right there with you know, are your Weissmans, right? He's not quite as good at the in-depth sciencey shit as Kenji Lopez, and he's not quite as like entertaining as binging with Babish. But he's still very, 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 very good. Highly recommend you check out his content. Alton? Whatever. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Alton Brown or whatever. Yeah. I agree. 100%. Very similar vibes. Still very good. Don't get me wrong. Honestly, I probably should go back and make another... Okay, here we go. At a row above. So we're gonna make, this is gonna be S tier. Right? And this is gonna be, this is gonna be Gordon tier. There. It's fucking raw tier. Yep, that's how it is, chat. Everyone's got a bump. I feel bad giving Adam Ragusa a B tier because I don't think he's actually B tier. He's A tier, baby. He's still good. He's just not as God tier as Gordon tier, and he's not as S tier as these guys are. So yeah, that's my tier list. Let's keep going. Let's watch another one. This is not in the tier list because I'm not as familiar with Umi's baking. It's milk bread. Milk bread's my favorite type of bread. However, let's watch Kirkwood.
Hello again, my name's John. I'm a retired cook from the northeast of England in the UK, and welcome to my latest video recipe. Yeah. And in this recipe, I'll be making these fantastic traditional Scotch pies. They're delicious and very simple to make. And this is another one of my easy hot water crust pastry recipes. You can view the ingredients list and full written method for this recipe on the recipe page on the channel's website. I'll leave a link in the description under the video.
I like this channel a lot, chat. And the reason why is you can tell this man has been cooking his whole goddamn life. And he knows exactly what he's talking about. And the recipes you get as a result of that are just like so no nonsense that it's amazing. Like if you're kind of tired of the like normal YouTube shtick of like, oh, here's the best fucking recipe you'll ever have, but like ain't nobody gonna cook it. This is the channel for you.
Video, or you can click on the eye icon.
Also a good example of how you can definitely still learn from older people.
Directly to the recipe page. And I'd like to thank the Patreon and PayPal supporters for their very kind help. I'll be doing the shout out and name splash a little later in the video. Okay, let's get on with today's recipe.
Turn down just a little bit.
Right, I'll start by making the pastry. Put the water in a small pan and bring it to a simmer.
Water?
Now add the salt to the flour.
Okay. Room temp
Place
butter,
the butter
or lard?
And fat into the hot water and stir until it melts.
Oh, it is butter and fat. Or you can use shortening instead of fat.
Make a well in the flour and add the hot liquid.
Yay.
Using my trusty wooden spoon handle, I'll bring it all together.
I just mix it simply. Very simple. You're gonna add a cringe old guy. I don't want to look up Wolf Pit.
At this point, I'll swap to my bowl scraper to finish it off and scrape down the sides of the bowl.
Nah, we're doing mainly good cooks today. I love this guy.
Now tip the dough onto a floured surface and fold it all together into a smooth ball.
Ooh. Try
not to overmix at this stage.
I love how cozy this guy's cooking videos are. Like, I feel like you can watch this at 2 a.m. and fall asleep to it.
This is exactly how you make pastry for your traditional pork pies. I do have a 2-part video on how to make pork pies. I'll leave links in the description box below the video if you're interested in making those.
Sure.
Right, this pastry is way too hot and soft to use at the moment, so I'll cut it into
Refrigerate
2
it.
pieces. One large one for the bases of the pies and a smaller one for the tops. Now I'll wrap them in cling film or plastic food bags and get them into the fridge for at least 2 hours. Now this pastry can be made well in advance, or even the day before.
Or you just buy your own pastry, it's fine, chat.
Right, over to the stove to prepare the filling for these fabulous pies.
Oh.
And for this recipe, you'll need 500 grams of minced or ground lamb. Now, lamb is the traditional meat to be used in these Scotch pies, but you can use beef too. Start by heating up the olive oil in a large pan that has a lid.
I wish I had a gas stove. I love how you don't have to like worry about the heat and consistency, and it's just like immediately hot.
Now add the onions and fry until just starting to soften.
Yay. Saute your onions, chat. Again, if you want to make everyone in your house like watering at the mouth over food, just do
The
this.
traditional spices for these pies are 1 teaspoon of ground mace and 1 teaspoon of mixed herbs. Italian seasoning is very similar too.
Yes, it is.
Add the salt and ground pepper. Now I'm using ½ teaspoon of pepper and ¼ teaspoon of salt. Now remember, there's plenty of salt in the pastry too, so don't overdo it, especially if you're using stock cubes to make your stock.
Ooh.
Once they're all mixed in, you can add your ground meat. Now fry until the mince is coloured and broken down as shown.
Perfect. Already looks good. That's how you brown your meat.
Beef stock. The liquid in this recipe will eventually become the gravy, and I'll show you how I make that a little later on.
Okay.
I'm using this packet of beef stock because I don't have any homemade at the moment. But you can, of course, use 2 or 3 stock cubes to make it too. And also, you can use lamb, chicken, or
Bouillon
even
cubes.
vegetable stock if you prefer. As long as the stock you use has plenty of flavour.
Ooh, dried bay leaves.
An optional step is to add a couple of small bay leaves. Now,
Yeah,
these
those are good.
add a wonderful flavour to the pies and the gravy. So I highly recommend you
Just
add
need like 1 or
those.
2. Bay leaves.
Now cover your pan and simmer for 10 minutes.
I am gonna fall asleep at this rate, chat. This is so cozy.
Once the time is up, you need to strain off this incredibly tasty stock as shown.
Mmm.
Before straining, you can remove the bay leaves as they've done their job now.
Yeah, they're all done. Don't want to actually have them in your food. Reminder, he's straining it so he can reuse it for gravy.
Once strained, place the meat into a separate bowl and cover and allow it to cool. Now while the stock is hot, pour it into a jug and this will make it easier to skim off all the fat as shown. If you leave this fat in the stock, it makes the gravy very greasy.
Yeah, you don't want that. Ooh, smart.
I
He's
discard
just
my
using a
lamb
spoon.
fat as it's not very nice, but don't pour it down the drain. I keep mine in the fridge overnight until it solidifies, then I can put it in the normal waste bin. And that's it, your filling is ready. And this is another job you can do well in advance.
Smart.
On to rolling out the pastry. Take the larger of the 2 pieces of dough from the fridge. Flour the surface of the worktop, sprinkle a little flour on the dough and the pin, and start to roll it out. If you're not used to rolling pastry, just roll backwards and forwards in straight lines, then turn the dough 90 degrees at a time. That should keep the pastry reasonably round. Roll it till it's about 4 millimeters, that's about 3/16 of an inch thick. A good way of getting a uniform thickness in your pastry is to use these pastry guide sticks. They work great. And if I can get hold of some, I'll
Sexy
get them onto the
sad
website
boy
shop.
Tin
Or
Q
I'll have
just
a go at making them
followed.
myself.
Hi, thank you for the follow. Welcome to our little coven.
Now these are the small pie tins I'll be using, and they're an ideal size for these pies. And I'll be making 4 of these, by the way.
Oh yeah,
I'll
4
leave
little
a link in
pies.
the description
Smart.
box below for all the dimensions.
Love my model.
Right,
Thank you. Have you seen the whole thing? Here, I'll show real quick.
Find something a little bit larger than
Here's
the
my,
tins that
my little
you're
skirt.
using.
It's asymmetrical. Here's my my boots. Do you like my fishnet stocking?
Can out of the first and then re-roll for the rest, which is 1 in my case.
I have belts. This belt's right here on my leg is
And
great, on my thigh.
Done, you'll need to roll out some smaller circles for the lids of these pies. And my largest dough cutter
put
is
a
an
knife
ideal
there.
size
Or
for
a
the
gun.
tins that I'm using. Right, once they're all done, grease your little pie tins. I like to use lard on mine, but you can use butter,
Lard's a
oil, or
classic.
shortening.
You can tell this guy's an older cook because
Now
he's
carefully
lard.
line up your pastry base in
That's
the
fine.
tin
Lard's
and
classic.
gently press it down, right into the corners, making sure you don't have any air pockets in the bottom. Just try to copy how I'm doing it. And if you've got long nails, you can use a little piece of pastry to push it down. Make sure you have a lip of pastry all around the edge, as shown.
I don't have long nails because I'm a guitarist. Long nails
Once
is
the
a
tin
death
is lined with
sentence for a
pastry,
guitarist.
set it aside and do the other 3.
Makes it hard to push down the fretboard
Okay,
properly.
filling the pies with the meat.
Or it gets in the way of strumming, on your other
Spoon the
hand.
filling into each pie base right to the top, gently compacting it as you go, until all the filling is used up.
Yay, meat pies! Oh my god.
Now take the handle of your spoon and make a hole in the center of each one.
Perfect.
And place a little of the stock into each hole, about 3/4 of a dessert spoon as shown. Don't put too much in or it'll just force its way out when it's baking in the oven.
Yeah, just want a little bit to keep the
Too
moisture
little
in.
is far better than too much. Now fill the holes back in with the back of your spoon.
Just a little bit for moisture. The good thing about this is you've already cooked the meat, so you really only need to
Crack a
cook the
small
pie
egg
crust.
into a suitable container and add a dash of milk.
Is it making you hungry? Yeah, I'm sorry. We're gonna watch
before going any
a
further,
few more
preheat your oven
videos.
to 170 Celsius. That's 3.
Sorry, I'm gonna pause for just a second. So we have a tier list, and we still have to watch Jun's cooking and Townsend's, and You Suck at Cooking. We're currently on this guy right now, so we have a couple more channels to go through. You know.
40 Fahrenheit or gas mark 3. Time to put the lids on.
Lids on.
Now take a lid and place a small hole in each centre. Now I use an old piping nozzle to make mine, and I'm sure
'cause
you'll
the heat's
find something
cascade
around the
somehow.
house to do yours. Start by brushing a little egg wash all around the rim of the pie.
Ooh.
But be careful not to get any egg wash between the pastry and the sides of the tin, as this may make the pie stick in the oven. Now brush the underside of the lid. I like to brush the whole surface as it sets and acts like a seal in the hot oven. Now place the lid on
love the
top
little
of the base
pythons.
and gently crimp the edges as shown.
Yeah, gently crimp them. Perfect. This is so cozy. And it's making me hungry.
And there you go, that's one done. Now this only takes a little practice. Once you've done a few, you'll find
Yeah,
they
it's
get
not too
very
hard.
easy to make. Cooking,
Winnie
like
the
anything
Pooh, which is
else,
so
all
cute.
about
Yeah!
practice.
This is one of the most wholesome cooking videos on YouTube.
Once
or
all
channels,
four
I
are
mean.
done, place them on a baking tray and give each one a good coat of the egg wash. And once
got the,
again, be
like-
careful not to get any on the tin.
He's got the wholesome old grandfather vibes. And he sounds like Winnie the Pooh, which just makes it even more wholesome.
Now place them in the preheated oven. I like to place mine on the very bottom shelf of the oven with the bottom element turned on. This ensures that the bottom of the pastry is well cooked.
Mm-hmm. And also ensures that the top of the pastry isn't overcooked, which is very easy if you've ever made a pie before.
Now set your timer for 40 minutes.
Ooh, good kicks, dude. Love the
While
shoes.
those are baking, I hope you don't mind if I give my 2 recipe books a bit of a plug.
Don't mind at all.
The books have lots of our favourite easy-to-follow recipes from our work kitchens in them. Both books are available in the website shop, along with lots of other equipment I use in the videos. And by popular demand, the skeleton-style oven gloves are now available too.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just click on the eye icon top right of your screen and that'll take you directly to the website shop.
Yeah.
Right, baking time's up, so I'll get them
Baking time.
Now, no oven runs exactly the same temperature, so if your pies look a little underdone, just give them a little bit longer. But as you can see, mine are looking fantastic, so I'll get them out and onto the rack.
That's why you put the opening in the middle.
And when I come back, I'll pop them out of the tins and show you what they look like on the inside. And of course, have a little taste.
They're so lovely with how brown they are.
I'll show you how I make this stunning gravy for this fabulous meal. Now pour your stock from the minced lamb into a small saucepan and bring it to a simmer. Now add a couple of small knobs of butter. This will give the finished gravy a nice shine.
Good flavor too.
Now for a thickening agent, mix a heaped teaspoon of corn flour. You may know that as cornstarch.
Okay, corn flour. That's good too.
Cold water. Now add the corn flour mixture to the gravy and whisk. And if you don't like your gravy too thick, just add a little of the corn flour mixture a bit at a time until you reach the thickness that you like. Now to cook the flour taste off, just let it simmer for about 5 minutes.
It's also called cornstarch.
And that's it.
You have to be careful with that shit. It will over-thicken very easily.
And now for the good bit. Now these are still quite hot from the oven, which, by the way, is the best time to serve these. And if you greased your tins thoroughly at the start, they should pop straight out. The base of the pie is perfectly
Or word
cooked,
is main. I don't know. Hi! Welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Right, I'll cut one open.
Cut them open.
And the smell of those delicious flavours immediately fill the air with a gorgeous
Very
aroma.
Flaky.
And as you can see, the pie is full right to the top.
Yeah.
That's because I put plenty in at the start. Now, I've bought Scotch pies from the shops before, and they've only been half filled with a runny mincemeat mixture of whatever they use. And this is what a good Scotch pie should look like on the inside.
Good Scotch pie.
Right, I'll get some of that delicious gravy on and have a taste.
Yeah, you want the gravy because it's a little dry otherwise. Super cold tomorrow, so I can make some pasta for lunch. Yeah, dude, make some good pasta. Or make a nice Scotch pie. Ooh.
And that is really tasty. Absolutely delicious.
Some nice greens on the side, like peas.
This is how I serve them for my work kitchens, with peas and a creamy mashed potato, or chips, and that's French fries to some of you guys out there, and lots of that wonderful gravy on. I really hope you try these. I'm sure the whole family will enjoy them. I'm pretty sure they'll get a big thumbs up.
Yeah.
And that's...
Alright. I gotta say, I think he is an A tier. He's right there with Adam Ragusa and John Weissman. I feel like he's really good. He's not like the top tier, I feel. He's not like the top tier. He's not quite an S tier. But if you just want like a cozy cooking experience that's like very solid and all of his cooking is coming from like decades and decades of experience cooking in like an actual kitchen at the professional level. Yeah, very good. Very good. So yeah, that is John Kirkwood. Highly recommend you check out his stuff. We're not going to have time to watch a second video from him. Instead, we're watching You Suck at Cooking.
You suck at cooking, yeah, you totally suck. Today we're making French fries, which is a process that transforms this hard, round, sour ball into crunchy, pointy, tasty sticks. The first thing we're gonna do is select our potato. Russet potatoes, also known as baking potatoes, are one of the most popular choices. Their low moisture and high starch content make for great French fries. But if you do choose russet potatoes, warning, make sure you don't accidentally choose cusset potatoes.
Hello, why don't you go take a flight
Now we're gonna peel our potatoes, which I'm gonna do with the potato peeler, which is a tool used to peel potatoes by removing their peel while peeling it with the peeler. You can also drop them against your cutting board, or you can smash them against the wall, but it's far easier to sneak into a potato nudist colony, where they've already done that work for you. Now we're gonna chop the potatoes in approximately 1/4 inch wide slices, which is 0.635 centimeters or 0.0069 yards. Nice. And if you wanna minimize slicing and save a lot of time, go ahead and make 1 extra thick fry. French fries. Before we fry, we're gonna boil with a couple tablespoons of white vinegar to keep the potatoes from disintegrating, and salt to keep them from tasting like nothing. We'll boil these for 8 to 10 minutes, which will ultimately result in the fries being more crispy because of reasons. Now we'll lay these down to an open kitchen towel, and we'll let the precipitation cycle take care of the moisture as it evaporates into a cloud, which then moves over and rains down.
But as you can
into the
see, he's
sink.
doing
You should
the same thing that
technically
Adam
be able to
did.
microwave
Boil
the
first.
potatoes instead of boiling them, although I haven't seen anyone do it for French fries. I'm gonna be frying these in peanut oil because peanuts have a hard, crispy shell, and that peanut shell DNA gets passed into the potatoes, making them much crisper. Now I'm using my fryer because it's the safest way for a basket case like me with no attention span, because it never lets the temperature get out of control, which is how oil catches fire. If you do this on the stovetop, use a Dutch oven or another appropriate vessel, and definitely an oil thermometer, or just order fries and leave it to the pros, because this is just another thing you're going to use to procrastinate instead of finishing all those projects you've been trying to do for years. Come on, focus. Now we're going to do fry number 1. My oil is at 375 because that's how high my fryer goes, and I'm going to fry these for around 1 minute. Then I'm going to let that oil drain off and spread them out on a paper toweled pan. We're going to let them cool down to room temperature for around 20 or 30 minutes before putting them back in the oil. Hey, you guys want to go on another trip? Okay, here we go.
He's actually being very smart here.
Now we'll let these fry for around 3.5 minutes until they start
Double
to get
frying
nice and
is the
golden
method you
brown.
want to do.
The reason the fries get crisper and taste better when you fry them twice is because of science. Then we're going to throw them in a paper toweled bowl,
explain
sprinkle
that?
some magical minerals on the exterior, and give them a ride in the Gravitron. Alright, it's cheese sauce time. First, we're going to dismantle a block of cheddar until we have around a cup. Heat up a saucepan and throw in a tablespoonish of butter, then play Pong until it's melted. Then an equal amount of flour gets whisk-jangled in. That's browning fast because I should be on medium-low instead of medium, but nothing's wrong, it's fine, and that's our roux. Not roux, not roux, and not roux. Roux, also known as
roux.
roux. Now we'll add in around a cup of milk, going through the 7 stages of clumpitude until we have this nice and creamy thing going on. And then we'll lower the heat and add in that dismantled cheese, and bam, sauce. And bam again, garlic powder. And bam.
On a serious note, if you have no idea why he's doing a roux, it's a good base for a cheese sauce because it acts as a thickening agent.
One more time, freeze-dried chives. Where do the bams end? Nobody knows. Let's pour some of that cheese sauce into our cheese sauce dish, and we're ready to eat delicious French fries with cheese sauce from the cheese sauce dish. But there's a far crispier fry than this. Broken fries. They're so good I broke an entire batch to make the ultimate grease nugget French fries. These are basically the half-popped popcorn kernels of French fries. But if you dislike the French, you can always have some Dutch fries instead. Or some Texan fries. Or some Italian fries, or some Japanese fries, or some traditional English fries. Oh, hey, look. It's HelloFresh.
Oh, hey!
As your calendar gets full this season, HelloFresh...
Whoa, speaking of HelloFresh, you guys, did you know? You can get 70% off your first box with HelloFresh by using the promo code in the chat. You just type !HelloFresh. You can get 70% off your first box, and that ends up being about $15 if you do the minimum, which is 2 meals, each made for 2 people. That's 4 serving sizes for only $15 with free shipping. So all you're paying for is tax. Yeah. And there's plenty of good options, and they have easy to follow recipes, and it's just a good way to learn how to cook if you don't know how to cook. Anyway.
will help you get some ingredient tweak. There's family to the grocery store. If you want variety, there's over 35 recipes to pick from each week. There's family friendly, fit and wholesome, or veggie. If you hate variety, just order the same thing every week. You can customize things like swapping or upgrading or adding proteins. Quality is a priority here, so everything gets from the farm to you within 7 days, so you know it's fresh. And none of the vegetables are made of plastic. And if you're short on time, there's 20-minute meals and easy cleanup meals. And while the recipes may not be fireproof, I'm still learning new stuff every time I get a box, and the recipes are legit really good. Go to HelloFresh.com and use code USUCK70 for 70% off plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com and use code USUCK70 for 70% off plus free shipping.
It's almost like he had the same sponsor deal I did. Wow, who would have thought? All right, let's watch another one.
Today we're making smash burgers, which are a super violent burger with a very destructive taste. We're going to start by taking out some unsmashed beef. You can buy the pre-smashed stuff if you want, but it won't taste nearly as wrecked.
Yeah, you have to smash it yourself.
With around 20% fat. You can use the super lean stuff if you want, but it might cause you to lose too much weight, so be very careful. We'll divide this into 6 even-ish beef balls.
Ooh, look at them go.
Your beef. Start acting like it. As far as toppings go, I'm just gonna go with what I have here, nothing fancy. I've got a nice dank onion, some nice hood tomatoes. Let's just check inside here and hopefully, oh yeah, pickles. That's awesome. To me, this is essential. And then we'll just peel off a couple slices of cupboard cheese. I think that's it, but let's just check and see if there's any, okay. Hey, listen, this is kind of hard to say, but people are just using you when they put you on a burger to try to make it seem more healthy by including salad. All you really do is get soggy and you taste like nothing. So I just wanted you to know the truth. Okay, great. We're gonna make fresh potato buns, which we'll do by taking a cup of flour, half tablespoon of sugar, 1 teaspoon of instant yeast, half teaspoon of salt, 2 cups of water, and 2 potatoes. Then we'll grab those potatoes and just smash them against the wall. If you do it right, you'll get this nice crack right in the middle of the buns. Oh look, it's like a miniature man trying to run through a cartoon wall. If you slice onions thin enough, they won't make you cry, provided you also have no tear ducts. And we'll slice up these magical flavor strips. Do not make a burger without them. If you don't like pickles, one thing you can do is seek help. Then we'll slice up the tomato. Okay, Crispy Water, you can join this once, but don't get cocky. Now, before we start cooking, we'll do a final check to make sure we have everything, which is known as mise en place, which is a French term for get all your shit together before you start. I've got the buns here. I've got my beef balls. I've got my sliced pickle ready to go. I've got the onions here, and I've got that shredded Crispy Water, sliced tomato, and I've got my cheese. So it looks like we're ready.
Kind of
we'll
wrong,
throw some
but
oil in a pan on medium heat, then throw the onions in and wang jangle them occasionally until they look something like this.
Yeah, wang jangle.
We're gonna grill our buns in some butter in advance so they're ready to go, which uses the exact same process as when you make a grilled butter sandwich. For our burger sauce, I'm gonna take some mayo and hot sauce and wang jangle that together. I'm putting the sauce on both sides of the bun. Condimenting only one side of a bun is a certifiable burger crime. We need moisture coming from all directions.
All
directions. We've got our cast iron griddle heating up, and you want to crank that all the way up to medium. If you let it heat up for a full 10 minutes on medium, it's going to be plenty hot. But if you want to brag to your buddies later about how hot your pan is, go ahead and floor it. We're going to place our beef balls onto the pan. Then we're going to deploy the Triple S system. Smash, season, scrape. Now take your smashing implement of choice. I'm using this standard garden trowel and go ahead and smash. Just totally smashing, am I right? Let's be real, this isn't a smash, it's a mash burger, or maybe more of a push burger, or a smush burger, or a gentle shove burger, maybe a pressure burger, but like a smash? This isn't a plate at a Greek wedding or a pumpkin. But when you're smashing, it's important not to get smashed, otherwise you'll... Please come back, I was so stupid.
Yeah, oh my god.
I got a new TV.
I love you.
That sizzle
I want you to return,
which is where the flavor comes from, along with the seasoning, which we'll add now. Sprinkle on some salt, some pepper, and if you like some barbecue rub, you can use cinnamon if you have no idea what the you're doing. Now once that's cooked most of the way through, you're going to pretend the pan is your windshield after an ice storm and get scraping. You want them to stick like beef tape. That's how you get maximum crustitude. And crustitude equals flavortude. Now we'll just slap a flap of cheese on there. This could be cheddar or American or singles
it's still hot,
or
so
an
it'll
entire
melt a little
wheel of
bit.
brie. Then we're basically ready to assemble. Bottom bun is sauced and in position and out of focus. Slap that burger on there. Then you can top it with the onions, clean the lens off, the tomato, shredded crispy water, and the other half past the bun crack. Look at the, I forgot the magical flavor strips. Let's slide those in there. Remember, you can top your burger all day long, but if you're more comfortable with bottoming, then go for it. No one should judge you. You can also just do pickles and onions, which is pretty classic. And there we have our smash burger. Maybe the smashing is how much you want to smash this into your face right now. Or maybe the smash burger is the friends we made along the way, which was
Man, this dude wants dicks.
We made 0
really
friends
gonna go for some dicks
way.
right now.
This video is sponsored by HelloFresh, and if your schedule looks
Dix is a local chain in Seattle.
like this right now, then you're probably going to like their 30+ weekly recipes and over 70 convenience items delivered to your door or to your window.
It's almost like you should use my promo code HelloFresh.
Proteins, upgrading to choice proteins, or adding one to a veggie meal, or swapping sides. It's like
or
so
getting
flex.
more protein.
Kid-friendly recipes help your picky eating kids throw less food on the floor and walls and throw more food into their mouths and ears. It's the first carbon neutral meal kit, and ingredients are already measured, so you're not going to be throwing anything out. I like it because I'm still learning from it how to make different sauces, different cooking techniques, useful ingredients, and other stuff. Also, check out this French beef dip burger. It's way fancier than my smash burger. Go to HelloFresh.com and use code USUCK16 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 free gifts. That's HelloFresh.com and use code USUCK16 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 free gifts.
Cool. You're a new viewer. Hope my HelloFresh stuff brought through your link counted. You did that! Oh my god! Hi! Thank you! That's so sweet of you. Yeah, it probably...
Is fast food actually...
It probably counted. The counter's not updating for anyone that is doing that. I don't know why that's happening, but it's probably fine. Anyway, let's get a little review here for You Suck at Cooking. We watched 2 of his videos. You know, I have to say, if we were rating on entertainment value alone, he'd probably be S tier. But I think his recipes just aren't quite up to the snuff of some of the other people on this list. I'm giving him solidly A tier. I think he's fucking hilarious. I love how he intentionally says the incorrect thing all the time, and just the driest, most sarcastic voice possible. You don't know that person. Okay. Cool, good to know. Anyway, yeah, it should be 4 already. Okay, cool. But yeah, so I think You Suck at Cooking is very, very, very good. He still has good food, you know, very good food. Definitely funny. So yeah, sorry, my brain's starting to go. I think I'm also getting sick again. My body's feeling, a little too hot when it's not supposed to be feeling hot, and that's never a good sign. Yeah. But hey, if you guys want to learn more about cooking, why not try my cookie recipe? I have a cookie recipe. It's on my Twitter. You can go to my Twitter page if you want to get the whole thing. Also, a black bean burger recipe. I didn't mean to show that. All right. Go back to our all right, so we have two more chefs we're gonna look at today. That was sad. Oh my god, thank you so much.
Valcourt just became a vampire thrall at tier 1. Good luck.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for your subscription. Welcome to the coven. I regret to inform you, we will now be taking 1 pint of blood from you every month as a forced donation. But you're free to do as you want outside of that. Look, it's only a pint, okay? That's what the CDC recommends. It's only a pint. You'll be fine.
Welcome to 18th century cooking. Today,
Townsend's
this is a little different. I haven't done one quite like this before. Today we'll be doing candied lime peel. Thanks for joining us today.
Candied lime peel? Let's see it.
So next week, we're doing an episode which calls for a very special garnish.
I haven't subscribed. Shame on me.
And this time of year, it's very difficult to get candied peel because it's not Christmas time. And so today we're going to be making a green sweetmeat. We're going to be candying lime peel. I went back into the cookbooks looking at candied peel or citrus peel recipes. There were many of them. They range from very, very complicated, like Hannah Glass's recipe.
Down for the pint donation? Hell yeah. We also have a Discord if you want to join.
Some of the recipes are actually very simple. We'll be kind of meeting.
Yeah, a lot of older recipes are kind of simple.
Let's get started. Before we start cutting up limes, let's talk about the lime just a little bit.
Okay.
You want to pick the right lime. And I first started off with these sort of like extra large key limes to experiment with. Turns out that they have very little rind.
Yeah.
They're just, if you take the peel off of these, there's no like
little limes,
which is actually what turns out to be what we're candying. Find a nice thick peeled lime. Something that looks a lot more like a lemon than one of those little tiny limes, right? So I've got a good big lime here. Cut it in half, cut it in quarters, and then we can start to get the peel off of it.
Look at that!
You want to keep this white pith on there, so we can kind of shave this
Persimmon
excess
limes
off a little bit if we need to.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the peels, slice them into kind of
I'm
thin
wondering
slivers.
if they used to do this with the leftover, like, limes after cooking, especially because, you know, like, most people only squeeze out the lime, right? You don't often cook with the whole lime, so...
And then we're going to
it seems like a good way to not have a lot of waste.
Pour some water over them and get them steeping.
Okay, they're steeping. Okay, that's cool.
The directions call for switching the water out 3 times. So once these come up to boil for 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so, pour the water off, start it boiling again. So we're trying to achieve 2 things while we simmer these in the water. We're trying to take away the bitterness, and we're trying to make them very tender.
Can you say something in the chat?
Test these out with your fingernail.
Are you going to say anything to chat, Katie?
They don't have that leather hard peel flavor anymore, or peel texture.
How you doing?
And they've softened up, they're ready to go.
You going to say anything?
So these guys are ready to come off the fire.
She's being quiet today.
Yeah,
there you go. That was my cat. I'm sorry, guys. She gets nervous when she's on camera.
Nice and tender, ready to go. We can start the candying process.
Ooh.
This one's really simple. It's a 50-50 mix between water, and I've got about 8 ounces of water here, and sugar. So let me get about 8 ounces of sugar.
Cat can win.
About right.
Eventually, maybe.
Totally perfect. Let's get this on this fire and dissolve the sugar. Then we'll put in the peel. We're going to simmer these up in our sugar bath until they become transparent. And then they are basically done. We can take them off, put them on a little bed of sugar and sprinkle sugar over the top. Then they need to dry. So there is our garnish. They look great. They'll make a beautiful garnish, a look on the plate. The question is, what do they taste like? We want these to
Probably
taste
pretty good
too. So let's find out exactly how our lime peel turned out. Wow. They still have, you know, you would think, after boiling
they're probably
in
still
water
tart
for, you know, a long time to get rid of all that bitterness, and then boiling in the sugar, that there wouldn't be no lime flavor that came through. But these have a wonderful little lime flavor. I mean, I guess if you're kind of connect this in a modern context, sort of like a little gummy bear.
Yeah, I like it.
Kind of, but lime flavored. Really, really good. So next week, these are going to go into our main dish that we're going to be preparing, and I can't wait. That sounds like a great episode. I'm not going to tell you about what it is yet, though. I want to thank you guys. You know, these things are always an experiment. I have never made candied peel before.
You did great, though.
This was a great little experiment. Pretty easy to do. Just follow the directions right out of those 18th century cookbooks. A lot of fun. I want to thank you for coming along on this little experiment with me as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century.
All right, chat. What we're going to do next is we're going to watch one more video from Townsend's. We have 2 options here. Which one do you want to see? Would you rather see the hardtack, the ship's brisket, the 18th century bread? Or would you like to see butter boiled chicken Which one sounds better to you? Butter boiled chicken or the historical representation of pickled steak? Did I have pickled steak? There's Christmas pudding. Homemade ramen. No pickle steak? Okay. So yeah, butter chicken or brisket. Any preference here? I will choose the butter chicken if no one says anything. Chicken was Ponk. All right, chicken. We're
Welcome
doing
to
chicken.
18th Century Cooking. I'm your host, John Townsend. Today's recipe will either be the very best chicken ever done or a very expensive disaster. It's called Chicken the Dutch Way. Thanks for joining us as we say
Let's see
flavors
it.
and the aromas of the 18th century.
It already looks pretty fucking cool to me.
This recipe is from The English Art of Cookery by Richard Briggs. This is 1788. Let me read to you this recipe. It says, fowl or chicken the Dutch way.
The Dutch
Take
way.
a fowl or chicken, truss it as for boiling, singe it, beat 4 cloves, 4 blades of mace, a nutmeg fine, chop half a handful of parsley fine with...
Can I just say I love how all these older recipes always use nutmeg. Like, no one really uses nutmeg anymore, but like everything back then was nutmeg.
Some pepper and salt, mix them together, put them in the inside of the fowl or chicken, flour it all over, put it into a stew pan and clarify as much butter as will cover it.
Jeez.
Stew it gently for 1 hour.
That's a lot
then
of
put it
butter.
in a china bowl with the butter. Send it up hot. Can you imagine a chicken completely covered in clarified butter and cooked? Again,
that's crazy.
A very expensive dish, and I just can't imagine what's going to happen to this poor chicken after an hour of cooking in clarified butter. But you know what? We are going to find out.
Chat, for those of you who don't know, clarified butter is where you take butter and you simmer it to get the water out of it so it becomes a thicker substance. But what you get is the end result is when you try to cook the clarified butter at higher temperatures. For example, if you use it, like if you're popping popcorn or something, the butter doesn't brown. It doesn't separate anymore when you do that. So you can effectively use it at higher temperatures, like if you're boiling. So that's probably what he's about to do now.
So clarified butter here. We've got a nice big pile of clarified butter. This
Oh, he already has clarified butter. Never mind.
We're going to need a lot of clarified butter if we want to put this
Being sleepy. All right. Well, thank you for coming by, sexy sad boy. We normally stream a lot earlier.
Regular butter that we've heated up.
I just kind of started late today by accident. I'm sorry.
So we want just the butter oil.
Yeah, just the butter oil.
Butter to cook in. Obviously, if we're kind of pushing that up to a higher temperature, those milk solids will, cook off and do strange things. We don't want that. So we clarify that butter. We just get the butter oil that we're going to be cooking in here. So we're going to create a spice mix that goes inside the bird. We've got salt, pepper, we've got cloves that we're going to crush up along with some mace and some parsley chopped up. And of course, we're not going to forget to put in the nutmeg, which is in every one of these recipes. We've got our spice mix all put together, ready to go inside the bird. It doesn't really call for a lot of anything else going on in here. Obviously, we don't need to butter the inside of the bird because it's gonna be completely filled with butter. I'm not gonna do anything super fancy with this trussing. We just wanna make sure that the legs and the wings are all tucked in and aren't flopping around there. So it's just
not flopping around. By the way, chat, if you want a very interesting way to cook,
hold together nicely. Our spices are inside.
If you want an interesting way to cook a chicken, try spatchcocking a chicken. It's where you spread it out, and because of the way it's spread out, by kind of like cutting out the spine and like spreading it flat, it makes it to where each piece is cooked more evenly in the oven, and that way you don't have like overcooked chicken breast and your like legs and thighs are still cooked properly.
Side,
spatchcocking.
A little bit of flouring the outside.
Google it sometime.
Exactly, why we're flouring the outside of this, but that's what the recipe calls for. So we're gonna make sure that this is done. Put some flour on our bird, top and bottom.
Yay!
I've got a nice coating of flour on the bird here. The directions aren't exact as we get here about what happens. Because the bird is floured, I think what we're gonna do is go ahead and have our oil, have our butter, our clarified butter, already heated kind of up to temperature. We're not frying this bird, but since we've floured it, we want to kind of cook that in.
Yes, cock the chicken.
We're gonna get this butter.
You have to cock the cock, if you will.
Before we put the bird.
Actually, I wonder if I can show you that real quick. Hold on. Like I know we're watching. I know we're watching Townsend. I'm sorry to kind of interrupt here, but here you go. This is how you do a spatchcock chicken.
For perfectly roasted chicken, you want your breast meat to be
look, it's Kiji Lopez old. Wow.
about 150 degrees Fahrenheit, but you want your thighs to be up to 170 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is a problem that people deal with in a number of different ways. You might ice down the breasts in order to chill them before roasting, or you might flip the bird repeatedly while you're roasting it to help those legs cook a little bit faster. I'm going to show you a technique today that's a lot easier and faster and more foolproof than either of those methods. It's called spatchcocking or butterflying. So first I'll show you how to spatchcock your chicken, and then I'll show you how to roast it, and all at the same time.
This only works for whole chickens, just if anyone was curious.
We're going to be making a sauce to go with it.
Spatchcock the chicken.
To start, flip your chicken over so that its back is exposed and use sharp kitchen shears to cut out its spine by skipping along either side.
And you spread it out flat.
Spatchcocking rearranges your chicken so that the legs lay flatter than the breasts and are exposed to more heat around the edges of the pan. That way the legs cook faster while the breast, which is prone to drying out, cooks more gently. Set the spine aside for now. We'll be using that later to flavor the sauce.
There it is.
Flatten the chicken by placing it skin side up on the cutting board and applying firm pressure to the breastbone.
Ta-da! That's how you spatchcock. Right there.
Set a wire rack in a rim baking sheet lined with aluminum foil. Place the chicken on the rack so that the breast lies in the center of the pan and the legs are closer to the edge. Drizzle the chicken with about a tablespoon of oil and season it generously with kosher salt, ground black pepper, and herbs. Then rub the mixture over all the
parsley, rosemary, thyme, sage, all that shit's good.
Put the chicken onto the upper middle rack of an oven preheated to 500 degrees Fahrenheit. Set it in the oven with the legs facing towards the back. And if you've got convection, you can use it for the first 15 to 20 minutes of roasting to improve browning. The chicken should be done in about 45 minutes, but I like to check on it after 20 to 30 to make sure that it's browning at the right rate. The chicken's done when the thickest part of the breast registers 150 degrees on an instant read thermometer, and the joints in the thigh register at least 170 degrees.
Yeah. Anyway, TLDR, that's it. That's how you spatchcock a chicken. I don't think you guys need to know anything else, really. Like, you can watch the sauce, but like, anyway.
Let's fill this up.
Townsend.
Well, not totally fill it up, but
he's a little quiet though, isn't he? Let's turn him up.
With our butter, and then we can put our bird in as soon as that gets up to heat.
Clarified butter. This is insane. A whole fucking tub full of clarified butter just for a single chicken? Oh my god. Probably gonna taste amazing. Is that... Oh. It looks pretty good. I'm having a brain fart, chat. What's the red powder that isn't like cayenne? Starts with a P. Paprika? Paprika! That's the word I'm looking for. It's paprika. My cholesterol rising looking at it. Yeah, it's a whole chicken cooked in clarified butter. That's insane. That looks really good though. What the fuck? That's some really juicy chicken.
So here it is. It's our chicken drowned in butter. This smells really good. I know that cooking fish, maybe lobster, poaching that in butters, you know, pretty common. I don't know. I've never had it done with chicken. If you've had that, make sure to pop down in the comment section. Tell us about that. I'm intrigued to see just how the flavor turns
Yeah,
out
let's see
on
it.
this one. Whether a bunch of that butter flavor comes in, or
it has to, right?
Just how that works out. It's really very, very nice and tender. I think you could go crazy with the herbs on the inside. I would put even more in even now, and maybe even do a rub on the outside right before this went in instead of the flour. And maybe that way they were trying to imply that in the recipe. It's like, oh yeah, with the flour and the other things, you could put those spices on the outside. Turned out really, really moist. I mean,
Yeah,
it doesn't
surprisingly.
dry out at all, so it's really, really good. And the done to perfection too. That when it's sort of simmered in that really deep butter bath, it's cooked all the way through. But
Butter bath.
not too far, I don't think. It's really good. So the one thing I'm amazed about, and I was maybe concerned about, was overdoing the butter. So I almost thought it's like maybe this is just going to kind of fall apart, and sort of the butter's just going to make it too oily. That's not really that way at all.
Okay.
We didn't get a ton of butter flavor in there. I thought maybe it was going to really capture a lot more of that, but I'm surprised it didn't.
Yeah, it didn't.
But they did say to serve it with the butter. So one of the things I think they really meant to have is almost like that bowl of warm butter that you can dip the chicken into, which I think is really what they're implying by that whole method of serving. And I think that would really help this out a lot. Let's see what a little bit of dark meat from the leg does. Now that's
I love the cozy
a lot
music.
more like what I was expecting. There's a lot more butter around that, and it's dark meat, so it's got the super moist, really. So
Super moist.
Excellent way to turn this out. A very, very interesting experiment, and
Yeah.
definitely turned out a little bit different than I was expecting. Maybe not the best chicken ever, but I think if we had sort of attacked those spices, I think we would get there. And certainly a super moist and actually very easy way to cook this chicken to make it
Hell
really,
yeah.
really nice. Pretty much foolproof, really.
I mean, it
At the
looks
beginning, I
good.
said this is either going to be the worst or the best, right? And you know what? I think we actually hit somewhere in the middle. It's a really, really good way to cook a chicken. Probably a little expensive with all this clarified butter. But again, it does work out very, very nice. It does make a very nice chicken that, chicken can either, you can bake it and it can turn out too dry. It's not anything like that. It's very...
All right, you know what, chat? I think it's time to give our rating for Townsend's. And I gotta say, probably not the best chef on YouTube. But you know what? That's okay. In my heart, this man, he's not C tier. He's not B tier. He's not even A tier. You might think he's D tier. No, he's fucking S tier, because I respect the desire to keep historical recipes alive. So, like, for that alone in the historical representation, I'm giving this man an S tier. He's not out here trying to make the best food on YouTube. He's trying to show you recipes from, like, the 1700s, the 1800s, or even older sometimes. So, you know what? Townsend's, to me, you're S tier. Congratulations. Let's go to our last channel of the evening. We have June's Kitchen. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready for some cozy winter ramen recipes? Daddy Weissman's under Babish? Yeah, controversial opinion. I think Weissman makes his recipes way too overcomplicated. Like, no home cook's gonna recreate them. That's my personal opinion. So for that, he's an A tier. I still think he's a great chef. I can almost guarantee you if he ever tried any of these recipes, they're probably some of the best food you've ever eaten. But am I, as a home cook, ever gonna try to recreate any of these recipes? No. Because I don't want to spend 48 hours sous videing a, like, short rib just to make it into a, like, beef Wellington. That's my personal opinion, though. The pickle steak vid if you want it. Kitty.
Hey guys, so I made a ramen video a few years ago, but this time I want to put more effort and time into making it better. Ramen is one of the most popular Japanese fast foods, although it's not fast to cook. This recipe took me 2 days to make, but it was definitely worth it. It's probably hard to get all the ingredients I use for this recipe if you're not living in Japan.
No, we have none of this shit.
Make some of the delicious toppings I made, so please
Unless you're like in an Asian market.
Alright, let's start cooking.
Kitty!
Let's make toppings first. I'm gonna start with pork.
Just cuts over everything. All right.
To season.
Asian markets are good at. Yeah, I have an Asian market near me. It's great. Very cheap stuff too. It's like not overpriced even remotely.
Then slowly sear the outside of the pork. Now let's make the sauce for the pork and boiled eggs. Get the green part of the green onion, a few slices of ginger, and crush the garlic. Add sake, mirin, soy sauce, sugar, salt in a pot, and heat it up on low heat.
Yeah, his cats are always watching him all his videos.
Turn off the burner before it boils. Now, wrap the pork with a paper towel and put everything in a Ziploc bag. Then, get rid of the air inside the bag. Using a bowl of water makes this process easy. Then place it in a rice cooker and add boiled water. Press the keep warm button and it'll be done cooking in about 3 to 4 hours. Then, keep it in a fridge for half a day. Now let's make half-boiled eggs. Making a tiny hole at the bottom of the eggs prevents it from cracking.
Okay.
Boil the eggs for 6 minutes and a half.
Wait, does he seriously
Take
have
the eggs out and cool them down.
That's hilarious.
When they're cooled down, get rid of the shells.
You have to show everything to the cats, chat. It's very important.
Put the egg in, cover them with water, and shake it.
Yeah, it helps get the eggshell off.
Place the eggs in Tupperware and add equal parts water and sauce. Then cover it with a paper towel and keep it in the fridge for half a day as well. When the pork is done, slice it as thin or as thick as you want.
I'm terrible making boiled eggs. You never want me to make anything egg related for you.
Now let's make the soup.
Good cuts.
Prepare the soup stock like this. Next, add green onion, ginger slices, chicken bones and wings in boiled water, and boil them for a minute to get rid of the smell.
Is he making the bone broth?
Place them in cold water and chop the bones into chunks.
Yeah. Isn't this the guy that sharpens like knives like crazy as well?
Let's make clam soup at the same time. Before cooking the clams, get rid of sanding the clams by adding 3% salt water and wait for half a day.
Oh. I love this because I love Asian food. I'm just not very good at cooking it.
Skim off scum while boiling. Cut off the skin of chicken and fry it on low heat until it becomes crispy.
Gotta show it to the cat.
I'll use chicken oil for the soup and chicken skin for the topping later. Let's make another topping. This time I'll use the white part of green onion. Cut off the core
I love this guy's
and
channel.
slice it thinly. Soak it in water for 5 minutes.
That's some good cutting.
Now let's
Holy
blend
shit.
all the soup. The blend ratio is completely up to you. For example, if you want the soup to be a little more
impressed how
fishy,
thin you got
then
that.
add more bonito stock. You can see my ratio in the description box, but you can adjust however you want and make your own soup.
Make your own soup.
When the soup is done, add soy sauce with kombu and chicken oil and ramen bowl first. Let's prepare toppings.
Nice and crunchy.
Scorch the pork slices.
Hell yeah, dude.
Cut the egg in half.
Nice.
Pour soup in the bowl. Finally, boil the noodle. Strain it well. And finish.
I love the fucking ASMR. It's kakimasu.
This is so good. Like this one?
That was good. I'll be honest, chat. I don't know where to put him. He's either gonna be A tier or S tier. I don't really have any major complaints against him. Other than, like, I feel like a lot of these recipes are gonna be hard to make if you're not living anywhere near, like...
Ma'am, please. You have to crush me.
Balfour tip $13.37. Thank you. Shout out to my boy, Radskid, for showing me another top tier creator.
Fucking legend right here, true blue hero. Oh my god, thank you for the tip. I appreciate you. That's very sweet. I hoped you liked the Spike Spiegel line that played with your donation. You know what? I'm gonna leave June at A just so we don't have too many people competing against the S tier spot. But yeah, that's my cooking list. You can disagree with it. You can make your own though if you want. Can I share this? Yeah, I don't want to share it on Twitter. So yeah, that's my tier list. All right, my brain is fried. So what we're gonna do, chat, I'm gonna figure out some food real quick. Have you seen the cooking channel that's Legos? No, I have not. Feel free to link it. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna take a quick break because I am hungry. I need a mental break. And you know what we're gonna do in the meantime, chat? You know what we're gonna do in the meantime? We're gonna go to my YouTube page right here. Don't mind the Cooksy recommendation. That's not sus at all. Definitely not sus. Let's do some Daily Dose of Internet. I know it's a meme. But you know what? That's okay. That's okay, chat. Is that the best one he has? Yeah, I guess it is. Okay. I'm gonna find some food. I'm gonna use the restroom. Enjoy your daily dose of internet while I do that. But let me get rid of... we're now out of the HelloFresh portion of our stream, so I'm gonna remove that. And I'm also going to... hold on one second. New subject, hi! Sorry, I did the BRB screen because I was trying to hide my, what I was doing on my browser. Anyway.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. The suspect was running from police when his cows tracked him down.
So he's in a field. He's actually being chased by some cows at the moment.
The cows actually pushed the suspect towards the police where he was arrested.
Yeah, if you walk up that track, I'll tell you when you're near him. Thank you, Emma. Thank the cows.
Everyone knows about bottle flipping, but what about Dorito flipping? The next time you're on an escalator, rotate your phone to make everyone look goofy. I think I found the smoothest woman in America.
My friend over there thinks you're cute.
This is the face of a snail that lives inside a conch shell. So, does anyone know how it's possible for a turtle to yawn underwater? This snake stopped biting after getting caught in the act.
She's moving. Hey. Thank you.
This video of this boat that can transition to a vehicle racked up over 55 million views on Instagram. That's the end of this video. Just a reminder that my next video is the Best of the Internet 2022, where I show the best clips from the past year as chosen by you, the viewers. Okay, bye now. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Me or Black History Month? Which one will you choose?
Right now, probably be you.
Why me?
You're a nice, attractive-looking young lady.
So you love your history?
Yes, I do love history. I majored in history.
So why you choosing me over history?
Because I know enough about history, but I don't know enough about you.
Use this. Get that off my wall.
What is this doggo sitting down here? Hello, doggo. Do you not care about my appearance? No issues? I love you regardless. Good doggy.
I'm saying he's getting a little fatter. Oh, God. I thought I said it's taking all the light. Oh!
I found a video of this frog that can inflate and deflate itself. These fishermen saved a man that was swimming in the sea for almost 24 hours straight. He was obviously very cold and exhausted, but received professional medical attention and made a full recovery. This is called transcranial magnetic stimulation, where magnetic pulses are sent to specific areas of the brain. This is a treatment for people who are battling depression, and some people have found this method to be very beneficial.
3, 2, 1.
These guys were trying to sell or promote something, and this woman's son directed them to the no soliciting sign on the door. I just found out about this bird that likes to carry their babies under their wings. That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
All right, Aiden, can you do the honors?
Wait, is that when I start?
Oh my god.
Wow.
Dude, you did it so quiet.
It's fine.
What the fuck? Why are you watching Ludwig? What? I'm so sorry. I have
Hello
some
everyone, this is your
Daily Dose of Internet. Hi, Keyshawn. So I'm still eating some food. As much as I love Ludwig, I don't want to get in trouble watching his video on stream. I don't know if that's kosher or not. It seems kind of weird. So we're gonna watch Duke's Top 5. I know this one's safe to watch on stream. So we're gonna watch some spooky video. Yeah, I love Ludwig. Don't get me wrong. I think Ludwig's amazing. He's one of my favorite content creators. But I don't want to watch his content on stream without his permission. That seems kind of bad. Cheered 5 bits. Oh, thank you. Did it? I think you have to cheer at least 25 or more for it to work. If you want like Texas Peace donation. But yeah, thank you for the hugs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're gonna watch this and I'm gonna eat some dinner. But I'm actually gonna run a poll real quick, actually. Let me get some music going. That's not the music I want to do. I want to hide my screen real fast. Here you go. Here's some very chill, soothing music that's not even remotely aggressive. We're going to play this for a little bit. And I'm going to do some finagling on my end with my poll generation. So let me do that real quick. Because I'm really curious. We have a little bit of time today. We have a little bit extra time today. We have a couple different games we can play. We could go back to our playthrough of Vampyr. We can do a little bit of Overwatch 2. We could continue our Chrono Trigger playthrough. I don't think I'm going to continue Cyberpunk. As much as I love Cyberpunk 2077, I don't think that's the greatest game for me to stream personally, because it's so dialogue heavy. So like half the stream is me just like sitting there listening to dialogue. It's not super entertaining. Let's do a poll though. Let's do a poll. What game should we play? And then we'll do watching Zoi's Wild Zero. Yeah. Oh, wait, isn't Zoids an old anime? Haven't heard that name in forever. Anyway, we're gonna be doing, let's see, we can do either Vampyr, Chrono Trigger, surprise option, Stardew Valley, Overwatch 2, or was it that a game we were playing, chat? I don't think there was. I think it was just those. All right, here's your options. I'm gonna leave that running for a little bit. And we're gonna keep watching this. That's not what I wanted to do. Ah, there we go. Okay, so let's get rid of that. No more Combi Christ. Let's watch some spooky videos that aren't actually that spooky. That's just kind of cheesy and how funny how cheesy they are.
Scariest TikTok ghost videos of the year.
Top
TikTok user Dark Secret 37 is a mother from the Philippines currently living in Japan with her 2 sons. One evening in the spring when the sakura trees are in full bloom, the 2 boys make a video with one of their friends filming. What happens next is truly bizarre.
Thanks for the hug earlier, Vosary. You're so soft.
Did you see it? A hand wraps around one of the boys' legs. The guy who's recording is shocked and hurries over to inspect the area around the 2 boys. But there's nothing and no one there. Some Japanese TikTok commenters believe that long ago someone was buried on the spot where the sakura tree now stands, and that the restless spirit tried to reach out to the children. Literally. But what do you think this creepy hand could be? Is it real or just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Caught on camera. TikTok user Summer, who is a mother of two, lives in a small house in an old town in rural Georgia. Late one night,
Alright,
Summer
chat, I'm
takes
back
her
with my
phone
dinner.
out to
I'm
record a
sorry.
quick video in her backyard. But she immediately notices something that is
let me get rid of my hat.
absolutely unnerving.
No more hat.
Y'all, I am in my yard.
Yeah?
Watch my face. This is not an app doing this. This is my yard. The church is behind me. Watch my face.
Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
Church. You can see straight through me. I kid you not. Look at this. Whoa.
On camera, Summer's face seems to twist and distort into something unrecognizable as she simply moves around in her own backyard. Summer says that she is deeply worried that the strange old church across the street might be the cause of the creepy occurrence.
Something unreal.
She attempts to find information about the history of the old church, but she hits a dead end and is left with no answers. So did Summer catch a bizarre paranormal visual disturbance on camera? Or just what is going on here?
It couldn't be post-editing. That would be unheard of.
Meanwhile, on
Sorry.
TikTok.
My voice
More than
acting's not on
150 years old, the Anson Call House is known for its ghost stories.
tired.
A family that lived here for close to 20 years says there's no question this place was haunted.
On Halloween night, paranormal investigation team Paranosis hosts a live event on their TikTok page as they investigate the allegedly haunted Anson Call House in Bountiful, Utah. The historic home was built in 1859 and was the home of Mormon pioneer Anson Call and his 5 wives. It is said that Anson was a cruel man and would lock his wives in the basement.
Speaking of TikTok chat, I have a TikTok if you want to see it. If we go over here to entertainment and go to TikTok, you can see my page is literally just no. It's just Vazrima. It's just Vazrima. If you want to watch it, I got lots of little shorts over there, lots of little shorts. And for whatever reason, my Asmongold impersonation is my most rated by most viewed at like almost 50K, and nothing else comes close. Though this video from Dark Tide has almost 6K, I guess. Yeah, anyway, TikTok, Vazrima, if you want to watch it.
If they did not obey him, he eventually passed away inside the home. 84 years later, it is said that Ted Bundy kidnapped and held a woman in the Anson Call home before taking her life.
What the fuck?
Lead investigator Bennett Rain and her team are broadcasting live outside the house when suddenly they all see something absolutely terrifying.
It's not Ted Bundy, is it?
What?
There's like a knock on that sounded like a knock on a window or something.
I'm done. I can't.
Trying to draw us.
Freaking, that's where it was trying to draw. What?
Look at it! Look at it!
Oh, it is the freaking ceiling.
The ladder's hitting the
Here's
window
someone talking. There's some
repeatedly.
girls out in the front. Okay, that's the freaking ceiling. Freaking. I don't know. What?
There was a thing like smashing up against the
Sexy
glass.
sad boy 10QG X100. I don't know where to put
was
this
that
so
in the
you
front?
can have the last bit.
Was that the front of the
You took
freaking
us.
house?
Thank you. Thank you, sexy sad boy. I appreciate the $1 dono. It's very sweet of you.
What was that?
The window. It's coming from inside. It hit the.
Oh my god.
Are you spooked yet, chat? I'm eating dinner, by the way, if you're wondering what the fuck I'm doing.
You were in there. Somebody's been banging on the window and the door. We got it on video too.
Okay, I think I'm done. I need to get. What the hell? Is that gonna break the?
I don't know.
It's more amusing to me than anything else. What's for dinner? I have a charcuterie board. Or charcuterie board, whatever you want to fucking call it. I don't know. It's cheese and crackers and meats and other things.
I'm done.
So I had like 3 minutes to prepare. So I just grabbed a bunch of shit and cut it up.
Yeah, let's go in.
Why would you go in when the freaking house is falling apart?
The remains of a bed frame fly up towards the ceiling. The shocked investigators quickly head inside to investigate.
Ooh.
This is, I think this is where the banging was coming from. This is for sure, look. Look at that. That's what I saw flying around. I saw that in the window.
Yeah, it's like clear up by the ceiling.
Now, this terrifying event was all captured live, and fans of the Paranosis team shared their recordings of the investigation on TikTok. What makes the footage even more compelling is that paranormal fan Ashley came along on the investigation, and she too captured chilling footage of the Anson call home.
Oh no.
No. Oh my gosh.
Did you see it?
There's the neighbor.
Did you see it?
There's the neighbor. Oh my gosh.
Do you guys see stuff a lot? Like
Not really. I just hear things in my bedroom.
That's crazy. Nah.
Because I live, like, my bedroom's like right on this side right here.
Yeah.
A new subject. Oh! Milkmonger! Thank you for the follow. Hi. Welcome to our little coven.
Oh my god. Yeah,
we're watching spooky videos while I finish
the
eating my
neighbor came
dinner.
over, was like, are there people in there? They're like, someone's knocking on our, and I was like, no, like, I think it might be the vibration from this. The kid that came up to us, he lives next door, and he was saying that he never sees anything, but he hears stuff all the time, and his window to his bedroom was right next to the house, and he said he hears stuff all the time. That's why he came out running. But they did say the neighbors on the right-hand side, like the opposite side of him, they always see women walking around upstairs where a lot of that banging was happening. So, no thanks.
Now, with so many witnesses to these paranormal events, it makes you wonder whether the Anson call home might be truly haunted, and someone or something from the other side was banging on the doors and windows in an attempt to get out. But as always, I leave that to you to decide. Before we move on to the next video, if you see anything that you think should be included in the top 5, contact us at nukestop5@gmail.com. Child's Play.
Spooky videos
Marika
you have,
David from
eh?
the Netherlands posts on TikTok that she is worried about her youngest son. 2-year-old Mateo is playing in his room upstairs when Marika hears the boy yelling. She hurries upstairs to check on him, but everything seems fine. But when she looks at her security footage to see what the problem was, she is shocked.
Let's see it. Oh no. The chair moved. I love the unsettling background music. Spooky. Someone flipped the baby?
Mateo appears to be looking at and even arguing with someone or something that we can't see. Then the 2-year-old seems to be pushed backwards onto the floor.
Could roll over
now, Marika says
and
that
move
Mateo
a
is
chair.
fine and was completely unharmed.
Has to be a ghost.
This is where the story takes a very strange turn. You see, Marika says that she was originally pregnant with triplets, but sadly the other 2 fetuses failed to develop, leaving only little Mateo. Marika believes that Mateo might be visited by the spirits of his unborn siblings. But what do you think happened to little Mateo? Let me know. The demon down the hall
Did you see
Supernatural investigator Cody Aaron says in his YouTube and TikTok videos that he doesn't believe that ghosts are real, or at least that they aren't the lingering spirits of humans. Instead, he believes that all paranormal experiences are actually demonic in nature. Cody says that he has successfully helped troubled families struggling with demonic presences for years. So when a family member reaches out to Cody about the terrifying activity occurring in their office building, the concerned investigator...
Fake news, chat. Every demonic disturbance you ever see, it's me. I was doing it to fuck with you.
Investigator doesn't hesitate to offer a helping hand. But what he encounters in this office building
Lucky
even takes
Clover,
him
thanks for the
by
follow.
surprise.
Hi. Welcome to our
Cody
little coven.
records as he explores the creepy empty office space at night. What happens next is downright chilling.
Okay, you guys, so this is the door that moves on its own, and that's the chair that moves on its own. And I'm just tired, you know, there's absolutely nothing here this time. I've not seen anything. It's 9:46, and
It's
usually
me.
everything happens by this time, but nothing's going on. There was way more people than what's usually here today, so I kind of guess maybe that's what it is, and I'm just gonna call it a day.
Yeah, welcome to our little madhouse.
I'll
Lucky
start
Clover.
again tomorrow maybe, and we'll see.
I'm
what-
finished to get my dinner before we resume our evening fun. What was it?
Okay, so I'm the only one here right now, and the door just closed on its own.
Definitely wasn't a difference in pressure between the two rooms. I'm gonna mute my mic so you don't hear me drinking tea.
Did you see it? Cody is completely unaware of what appears to be a small girl standing right behind him. When he walks into the room the figure appeared in, a door behind him slams shut. After reviewing his spooky footage, the investigator decides to return for another night. And it did not go well.
Oh no.
Okay, so I'm here by myself. All of these green lights means that there's no motion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look in this room.
What do you see? Do you see it?
What in the world is that?
Did you see it?
That is insane. I have never seen something like this. This is directly beside me in the next room.
Little spooky chat.
Did you see that? It disappeared. What in the world?
It hurt you.
Okay.
It's coming for you now.
I'm going over. I have to see what this is. See, and look. Here is the motion detection for me in this room. There I am on the screen. There's no motion detect. Look, it's moving. And there's no motion detection right there. That is nuts. Look at that.
It's coming for your soul. It's here to drag you down to the underworld where you belong.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna need Eric's help for this. I'm not gonna do this by myself.
Cody is shocked when suddenly a loud voice yells, "Leave." So could it be that the office building is haunted by a demonic presence? Or could it all just be an elaborate hoax? You decide.
Did you see it?
You can check out more paranormal moments over on Cody Aaron's TikTok page and YouTube channel. TikTok user Lacey Nicole is a theater teacher at Sarasota High School in Florida. Lacey says that there have always been stories about the ghost of...
Oh my god, this is 54 minutes! I don't think we doing that, chat. Alright. Let me check the results of our poll. Few results. What'd you guys say? Vampyr. Everyone vote Vampyr. Well, I guess we're doing more Vampyr, chat. All right, so here's the game plan. I'm gonna go put my dishes away, and we are going to play a Vampyr until I pretty much want to go to bed. So yeah, and enjoy this Cobby Christ single while I get everything set up real quick. I think that's good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let me close everything out of here. No more HelloFresh. Thank you to anyone who decided to grab HelloFresh. I believe the campaign will be ending on the 23rd, so you have until then to grab any boxes if you want to. But I will not be doing any more sponsored streams by them. Okay, there we go. Got everything cleared up. Gonna delete this little thingy do. All right, and we're gonna launch Vampyr now. If I can find it. Oh, so it's 21 degrees outside. Holy shit. It's getting chilly. Sorry, I'm opening the game. Where is it? Ah, there it is. And we're gonna launch Vampyr. Yep, getting hauled there in Texas. Yeah, okay. Oh, you guys are all in Texas. Okay. I hope Ergot or whatever doesn't fuck you guys over this year, and you have another winter storm that just destroys everything. So yeah, really, really hoping the best for you guys. I'm not even like joking. Because I have a lot of friends in Texas. I know a lot of people in Texas too. Like, not on a personal level. Oh, this is a fun song. Okay. Game! We gotta get rid of that. Hold on, chat. I don't think we're gonna have that taking up the screen any longer. No more. We're gonna pause the music as well. There we go. And I'm gonna move myself down here to the bottom corner. And we're gonna go over here into settings. And under camera, oh, that's the wrong one. We're gonna go into window. And we're gonna go to Vampyr. I'm a little too dark, aren't I? Let's fix that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Cool. Is it not? Oh, it's not showing because I have, sorry. Every time I swap my game between Vampyr and Rocksmith, it does that. But it should be, yeah, there it is. All right, cool, cool. I'm just gonna put this right here in the middle. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Transform. Center horizontally. There you go, perfect. And then is the game centered? Yeah, it's centered. Nice, 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 nice. All right, let's get started, chat. If you guys have never played Vampyr, this is a slightly older game. It came out like 2016 or something, I want to say, from Don't Nod, which is the same people that did Remember Me and Life is Strange. We'll be continuing our playthrough. We are on Act 2 on normal difficulty. So yeah, we're gonna play this until I feel like going to sleep. And then we'll call it a day. Reed's Mansion. Before we get too deep in this, actually, let me I'm gonna quickly throw away my, not throw away. I'm gonna put away my plate. Never say this game or played it. Well, it's an interesting one. If you like vampires or if you like, you know, like World War I era London, that's pretty much this game. We're gonna do subtitle. Continuing Vampyr. We'll do Hello Fresh. Cool. And then we'll do set game Vampyr. Cool, cool, cool. And then I think if I come over here to Twitch, I should remove 2 more tags. We'll call it a day. Because I think I still have the sponsored and ad tags. I don't want to do that. So let me get rid of that real quick and put away my plate, and then we'll get into the game. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna run an ad real quick, but don't worry, you guys aren't gonna miss anything. So we're gonna do ad removed, sponsored removed. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty good. And then let me get rid of this. Cool. Nice. All right, everyone. I will be right back and put my plate away. Hola. ¿Cómo está? All right, chat. I think the ad should be over. So now we're gaming, boys. We are in Act 2. We just defeated the actress in the theater. So those of you who have never played this game, Vampyr is a game about becoming a vampire, trying to figure out which ancient vampire sired you, you know, or created you. And you're trying to figure out what's going on in London because there's a plague going through London and it's turning a lot of people into a lesser vampire, a skald, if you will. And we have to find the source of the plague and become a stronger vampire throughout all of it so we can survive and fight to live another day. So yeah. Anyway, the gameplay's a lot like Bloodborne because it's got like dodgy mechanics and shit. Like that, see? I have a suspicion actually, that the game didn't get very good reviews when it first came out because it's surprisingly difficult. Like I'm on normal difficulty and you will get your shit kicked in if you don't dodge this shit. Have fun with those. And he's dead. Nice. Okay, so we gaming now, boys. We actually back to gaming. We have to go around, I believe. Actually, I want to check something. So I came up there, and I think someone was talking to me. So can I go down here? My heater kicked on. Gideon94. Hi, thank you for the follow. We're just now getting into our Vampyr playthrough. Embracing the night and becoming one with it. Oh, just getting caught on a railing on a staircase. What's in here? Oh, okay. Back out here. All right. And we want to talk to Reed over here. Inside we go. Hope you guys like loading screens. We'll be here for at least 30 seconds. Oh, no, I actually went faster. Okay. Oh, look at all the dead bodies. Definitely not suspicious. It's fine. We can just take all their belongings. Oh, hi! Why are you here?
Elizabeth, what are you doing here?
I've been formally asked to witness your triumph, my dear. After all, isn't it the natural role of a woman to support her man in victory?
It's you who insisted I join the Ascalon.
Please forgive my giddiness. I'm just overcome by the thrill of finally being allowed within these hallowed halls.
You certainly have an inquisitive mind. It's quite something. Elizabeth Ashbury, only you can make me smile in these difficult times.
And the same to you,
How
Jonathan
adorable.
Reed. Now go have your little chat with the chairman. I can see he's practically bursting to hear your report.
I just, I like how it's all but confirmed that they're, like, gonna become a couple at this rate. Like, everyone's apparently shipping them. Even the Ancient Evil Vampire Society, which just joined, is shipping them. Who would have thought? Is he over here? Hello? What the fuck? Are there supposed to be people in here? Oh, he's over here. Okay. I see now. I'm just blind.
Welcome back to the Ascalon Club, Lancebearer. Please tell us the good news. Have you put an end to the epidemic?
My hypothesis was correct. Doris Fletcher was the source of the contagion in this part of town. She was probably the first to be infected.
And you cleansed her before the hunters, I've been told. Well done, Dr. Reed.
Yeah, it's very impressive, I know.
You thrust your lance and pierced the very heart of the corruption.
But some questions remain.
The important thing is, we won a major battle for the survival of London.
Yes, tell yourself
for
that.
that, we salute you.
Thank you, my lord.
Now,
Thank you, my lord.
I have another task for you.
Okay.
One of the utmost importance.
Yes, tell me.
Perhaps even more so than the previous.
I'm listening.
It's time for you to perform a most sacred duty for the club. I want you to recruit a new vampire.
Recruit a new vampire?
Okay.
Are you sending me on some sort of diplomatic mission?
Not exactly. I want you to make Aloysius Dawson the Ekon he deserves to be.
Alright.
As you wish, my lord.
Good. Now go.
How would you like me to proceed?
Aloysius is waiting for you at the Dawson estate. Once the deed is done, I'll join you there to celebrate this momentous occasion.
Before I go, I have
Yeah,
a few
how do I make a
questions.
vampire again?
All right, I'm listening.
How would you like me to proceed?
Don't worry. Aloysius has had many years to prepare himself.
Okay.
He has studied our kind for decades.
So shall I just let him drink my blood?
Yes. Aloysius will gratefully sup on your blood. His heart will slow, then stop.
He'll do the
But he
deep
will rise
suck.
again as one of us, an immortal.
Is there any danger?
Our blood alters a mortal body so deeply.
Ah, I
Some
see.
don't survive the metamorphosis. They die for good. But Mr. Dawson has been preparing himself for a long time.
Okay.
Goodbye, Lord Redgrave.
Alright, let's go downstairs and make our way back outside so we can find the old wealthy British man to convert into a vampire.
Are you all right, Jonathan?
Lord
Yes.
Redgrave has just ordered me to turn Aloysius Dawson, to make him my progeny.
I see. And how do you feel about this?
More vampires under my control. How wonderful.
Aloysius Dawson is the richest man in England. He'll be a very useful resource for the club.
The real question here is, why has his lordship
He
given
wants
you this
my
task?
blood to be
Do you
behind
think
it.
it's some sort of trap?
Do you really want to know what I think about this?
I do, yes.
Yeah,
to
tell
make an
me.
immortal of a soulless blackguard like Aloysius Dawson will only lead to a disaster for London. The man is already dead inside.
Should I refuse? Perhaps politely suggest that Lord Redgrave
Seems
turned
like
the
a
man
bad
into a
place to
vampire
talk about
himself.
this.
Don't you dare, my dear. According to what I've recently discovered, his lordship could kill you for even broaching the
Yeah,
subject.
then why are we talking
Really?
about it?
Why?
I've recently found proof that the Earl of Bristol is of lesser lineage and only capable of creating skulls.
Please tell me more about your recent investigation.
How funny.
As long as you lower your voice.
What would you have me do about Dawson?
The man is dangerous. Did you know he plans to build a wall to separate the healthy rich from the sickly poor? Do not make him your progeny.
What would you do?
The man's dying already. Let the Reaper harvest the rotten fruit that is his soul.
Yeah?
Are you sure your information about Redgrave is correct? He says he's the progeny of the great knight William Marshall, who lived some 9 centuries ago.
That's a lie. Lord Redgrave is unable to create anything but skulls, if the poor souls survive at all.
Interesting.
How can you be sure the information was correct?
I made the acquaintance of a most interesting informer while investigating your maker, from whom I learned the truth about Lord Redgrave.
Cool.
Goodbye for now, Elizabeth.
Goodbye, my dear. Please, be
All right,
careful.
chat. Sounds like we have 2 options here. We can either make this old mercantile crony a progeny of ours, or we can just kill him and be done with it. Seems a bit of a waste in my opinion, however. Because if you know anything about creating a progeny, that means they'll be hearing our voice in his head at
It
all
looks like
times.
vampires have to obey Mendel's laws when producing progeny. Powers pass from one generation to another. That's why Dawson wants me to sire him.
Convert him? You want me to make him into a vampire? We can do that. Looks like we have to go over here. By the way, I love the music in this area. But yeah, this is a severely underrated game, as far as I can tell. Like, not a lot of people played it. A lot of people just hadn't even heard of it. But it's the first game I started playing on stream. And I hope it to be the first game I actually finish on stream. It's gonna be a short list, I can already tell. Just because like a lot of games aren't interesting to like play back to back several days in a row, you know? And a lot of viewers coming in don't want to like see you halfway through a game you just started, you know? Like a week earlier. Shit. Still got her. Did you drop anything good for me? No? Alright, anything good? Ah, there we go. Tartrate and quinine. How lovely. Ooh, a shotgun shell. I think our best play here is to convert this rich, wealthy man to our team and look for an opportunity to get rid of the lesser vampire in charge of this as soon as possible.
It's locked. I
That's
should
what I would
find
do.
another way to get into the neighborhood.
Another way to get into the neighborhood. How is this looking? So it looks like we can circle around and go the other way. So like we're over here now. Wait, hold on. Is this the right way? Okay, yeah, so if we circle around this way. We're gonna have to kill these people though. What's up, motherfuckers? No. Time for a drink. A little sip, if you will. Shut. heal up just in case. I'm good, thank you though. Gonna kill him by drinking his blood again. It's free blood. Yeah, if you're just gonna do that, I'm gonna do this. Yep, just another day in London. Did you notice how London always is? There's nothing new here. Just, men being attacked in the streets, cut down with shotguns and blades. Oh shit, I missed. Alright, there we go. Did not mean to kill him, but I will take it. Ooh, more hydrochloride. Alright, do we want to go this way or that way? Looks like this way is the right way. Yeah, okay, we want to circle around, I think. So if we go this way and keep going around, it might be a better call. Or should we go through? I'm gonna go through. Find a passage to get right into the quarantine stockade. Yeah, alright. Hi, how's it going? How you guys doing? Be sleeping. It was nice meeting you. Okay, nice. Well, have a good evening, sad boy. Again, we don't normally go this late. It's just I kind of started a lot later than I meant to. So we'll have a couple more streams up until Christmas. And then after Christmas, I'll be taking some time off. Fuck. Good night. Shit. Yeah, we are on normal difficulty, by the way, chat. Fighting throwaway mobs. So yeah, there's definitely a difficulty curve this game that's pretty sharp. Sleepy Tooth, bounce off. Alright, see you later. See you later, Razfed. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know how much longer I'll go on the stream today. But I think tomorrow, instead of doing Chrono Trigger, I'm just gonna start doing Stardew Valley.
I think this passage could lead you close to Aloysius Dawson's mansion.
Shit.
You're feeble. You're mine.
Shit.
This is my territory.
Shit. Oh, come on, bro. There we go. That's the good shit. Alright, heading up your shit. Take that.
You cannot win this. Your prey is not.
When in doubt, shoot it out. Gotta just start blasting with the shotgun. It's fine. Alright, what's this? It's my territory. A thick, sturdy blood sample. Suspicious, but okay. Kinda sussy, if you will. Oh, this definitely doesn't stand out. Yeah, definitely not the way we want to go right here. Remember, if you're not strong enough, drink the blood of the unworthy. It'll make you stronger, chat. Be become stronger. Drink their blood. Alright, what we got? Show me what you got. Anything over here? No. Wait, nope, there's a box. Ah, common trigger part. Spooky. Little unnerving. Perfect place for a jump scare. Yeah? How about this? Shit.
No one can hide from Ascalon.
Time for a little drink of blood. Ah, how lovely. Ah, we're getting into the creepy shit now. Ow.
Foolish
Ah, shit, he's backing the shit on me. But yeah, this is what I was talking about before. We're on normal difficulty, and this guy can like 3-shot me, and it takes me like 30 hits to get him down. If not more.
I will.
Have fun with this. Ow. Time for some more blood to be sucked.
Kneel, traitor.
I'm not a traitor if I never betrayed you. You guys came after me. Shit. Fuck. This fight's still fucking ongoing, dude. I'm doing like no damage to him. Fuck, I'm out of stamina. That's, yep, just 2-shot me. All my work gone because I didn't manage my stamina. It really is a lot like blood blowing, isn't it? Let's try that again, chat. And if my experience in Vampyr has taught me anything, as much as I absolutely adore the in-game music, sometimes I just need something else that's a little different, you know? Sometimes I just need something that's a little bit different. So we're gonna be playing a song I absolutely adore. Let me pull it up real quick. All right, let's do it, chat. This time with less bullshit.
traitor!
Shit. Those combos are crazy hard to dodge. I think the biggest issue for me is they love to like lock onto you and mid combo turn around and hit you anyway. They don't have like a designated path they attack, and kind of like in Dark Souls or Bloodborne. One more try.
I will crush you!
Fuck.
You shall learn to respect the laws of Ascalon!
Time for a sippy. Fuck. Fuck, I'm out of stamina. God damn it. Ugh.
Die, newborn! No!
I'm getting the blood.
I will crush you!
Oh shit.
Show me your power, newborn!
It's sewed. Time to sing about cocaine, Chad. Don't you love it? Fuck. God damn it. The guy just teleported through a fucking wall to hit me. Oh my god. Alright. I am struggling here.
Kneel, traitor! No one!
Tie your shit.
Your blood is now mine!
Time for some more blood.
Your blood is now mine!
Fuck, I dodged that.
Ascalon!
Fuck.
Die, newborn!
Time for another special.
Give me your blood!
Almost dead. Yay! We did it! And he's dead. Alright, let's end the music. Let's go back to this game's music. That was fun. Got to take several tries. We finally did it! Alright, what's this? A ring! Nice. And over here, maybe? Alright. And then good. What's this? Empty corridors and hallways. Anything good?
I cannot enter.
I cannot enter. Alright, well. There was a way back here we could go. What's this? Why is there a dead body? My name is Robert Teasdale. To whoever finds this message, please try to help me. My daughter Louise disappeared a few weeks ago. She was last seen in a bar in the neighborhood, not the one where she works as a waitress, but another one, the Dancing Trout. 2 witnesses saw her leave the place with an elegant and unknown man, maybe a foreigner. There were rumors of men and women vanishing in the area. I'm convinced my Louise has been abducted and is kept somewhere nearby. I know the police will not help, for they have already more important things to do. So I've decided to look for my Louise by myself. If you find this letter, it means I failed saving her. My Louise is a good girl, one who does not deserve to die like this. She is of medium size, with dark hair, and a scar on her right cheek. Please search for her, and finish this work for me. God bless you.
Louise's father was determined to find and save her.
Interesting. Ah, unlock the door. Alright.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
It's free food. Free real estate, if you will. It's free real estate. So we originally came from down there, I want to say. Which means you probably want to go this way. What's over here? Ah, another puzzle. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
It's locked, all right.
Maybe I need to lower it up to be high enough. Oh. There we go. Time to go in. What's this? A rivet. Great. That's definitely what I wanted. A rivet. What is seriously all there is over here? Time for another suck. Got him. Good enough. That was quite a lot of them, wasn't it? Don't understand the point of this room, but that's okay. Is there anywhere else I can go? That's the big question here. It looks like there's a staircase, but how do I get to that? I don't know. And my brain is a little dead. It might be too late for me to be thinking about these kinds of things. Well, you know what, chat? I think it's getting a little late. I think we should probably call the stream here. I mean, we killed a boss in the game, right? We did our giant stream of all the cooking reviews we did earlier. You guys can probably hear it, but forming coherent sentences for me is not my strong point. It's getting a little late. So I think we'll pick this up some point in the future, but I think I'm gonna call it here as far as Vampyr goes. And I will try to find someone to raid real fast. Let me get rid of this real quick. Ta-da! All right, chat. Thank you for everyone coming by. We're gonna find a channel to raid real quick, and I hope all of you had a lovely evening. Thank you again to anyone who ordered a box from HelloFresh. I really appreciate you. But yeah, let's find a channel to raid. Good night, everybody. A new subject. Thank you for the follow!